Hey everyone. Hope you're all doing well. We're all about bringing high-quality web novel audiobooks to life, and most of our content is completely free to enjoy. Just a quick note, web novels and web novel audiobooks aren't the same thing. Simply reading a novel out loud doesn't always make for a great listening experience. That's why I go through multiple rounds of rewriting and careful editing for every chapter to make sure the narration flows naturally and immerses you in the story, just like reading it yourself. These audiobooks are not just direct copies of the original novels. I've adapted them for a smoother, more engaging experience. And to be fully transparent, these adaptations are made for commercial purposes, so some chapters are paid content. But don't worry, this process is fully copyright compliant. I do all of this because I truly love web novels and audiobooks. I'm a huge fan, and this story is one of my personal favorites. YouTube update: recently, YouTube flagged some of our content for including mature themes, realistic violence, and darker story elements. As a result, we've decided to stop uploading anything that violates YouTube's guidelines. If you'd like access to the full, uncut versions including the more intense or mature content, you can find them on our Patreon page, where we upload everything first. Available now on Patreon: I Am a Legendary Boss audiobook, Versatile Mage starting with the White Tiger Pendant, Naruto the Wind Calamity, the Necromancer is amassing troops like crazy in the apocalypse, the mighty dragons are dead, Naruto, leader of Hidden Grass Village, Naruto Uchiha's Unserious Saga, your lord has a screw loose, Apocalypse I can see the health point bar, killing monsters drops loot, Starsea Fleet Age of the Lord, my monster fuses everything, Naruto, I traveled with a max level account, Fate in Bleach Unlimited Blade Works, killed for 100 years in Hueco Mundo, Aizen invited me to Soul Society, the world conquest giving birth to become a god, my master only breaks through on the edge of death, Bleach the Invincible Slacker from Rukongai, Naruto's Special Shop, One Piece the strongest female pirate cruise, Reborn as Danzō's grandson, must I offend the entire ninja world, Naruto starting with snatching the Mangekyo Sharingan, Naruto Card King, in Hueco Mundo with Shindu template, Naruto the Hidden Danzō, my journey as 4th Kusagakure, Naruto Troublesome Ninja Haruto, Naruto the Hyuga Mastermind, Bleach the strongest Shinigami, Bleach the 5th Division Captain, Fate Ultimate Antagonist, Fate of DXD, Fate I Heard After Death, you can ascend to the throne of heroes, Fate DXD Archer Reborn, Fate beginning with Type Moon, a Berserk Heart, Fate Grand Order Insert, One Piece take the Uchiha clan to the Grand Line, One Piece don't worry, I'm a doctor, building harem and dungeon with monster girls, DXD, Multiverse the day-to-day life of the Sephiroth hero, I'm the bad guy but heroines are obsessed with me, in Naruto, I have an affair with Mikoto and Kushina, many children bring happiness, a shameless start, Naruto Reborn with a Tenseigan, Naruto sleeping Invincible, One Piece, life choice ask me to kiss marine goddess Hina, reborn as the genius son of the richest family, start by eating jacket fruit model, jacket human devil fruit, the days of being the richest man in the ninja world, the Witcher and Madara Uchiha, villain I possess the dragon Yang Dao physique, all saintesses turns into villainesses, all beautiful girls want to stick with me, interdimensional farming in another world, Naruto from Hidden Leaf Village to One Piece, and more. Most of our content there is free, and it's the best place to follow and support our work. The default audio speed is set to 3x, but if that's too fast for you, just let me know, I'm happy to adjust it. Got a favorite web novel you'd love to hear as an audiobook? Drop a suggestion. I'm always open to new ideas. And don't forget to follow us on Facebook and Twitter, X for the latest updates, new releases, and behind-the-scenes content. Thanks so much for your continued support and happy listening. Chapter 1, Indebted. In a certain city, while people were sleeping, various demons could be seen moving around. Their destination was a rather old and poorly maintained building. The most striking thing was the neon sign above the main entrance. All these demons positioned themselves near the entrance, completely surrounding the place, as they were awaiting the return of a certain demon hunter. But to their misfortune, that guy went to hell along with his brother, with no news of their return. Fortunately, another figure was approaching the premises. All the demons were alerted upon sensing the presence of the person approaching. A young man of about 17 years old could be seen calmly walking towards his temporary home. The striking feature of his appearance was his white hair. His clothes were completely worn out, as if he had traveled miles just to return, and had encountered several demons along the way. Upon sensing his demonic energy, the demons thought they had found their prey, but they couldn't have been more wrong. One of them, resembling a wild blue monkey with prominent fangs protruding from its snout, lunged at the boy. Perhaps if it had chosen to attack him from behind, it would have fared better, but the boy swiftly caught hold of his face, instantly stopping him in his tracks. I'm tired. I've traveled over 300 kilometers and I also want to take down that guy, so I don't have time to play. said the boy with a hint of annoyance, yet still sporting a wide smile on his face. By increasing the strength of his grip, the demon met an instant death as its skull exploded. Upon being discovered, all the demons revealed themselves, showing the boy that he was completely surrounded. One person versus various types of demons, a highly unfavorable fight for them. I didn't think they would throw a welcome party, and since they went through the trouble, it would be rude of me to leave without breaking the piñata, he said confidently and excitedly. One demon, resembling a skeletal figure in a black robe wielding a scythe, was the first to advance. His attack missed by inches as the boy moved his head. I just got a haircut recently, so I don't need any touch-ups, he remarked. With that, he sent the demon flying with a spinning kick, crashing into another group of approaching demons. Different types of demons launched their attacks, ranging from animal-like demons to those with somewhat human appearances. But it didn't matter as the boy, using only his body, took care of them, displaying superhuman strength in the process. Come on, a party would be boring. Before he could finish speaking, one of the bull-like demons charged at him, sending him flying at high speed towards a wall, resulting in his body crashing through it. An attack that would be enough to kill a human, even the strongest ones would have died from the impact. However, from the debris, the figure of the boy emerged, walking as if nothing had happened. Now, it's my turn. Demonstrating not only superior strength but also speed, the boy's figure swiftly moved in front of the demon, sending it flying with a single kick to the skull. The demon's body collided with others before vanishing, its skull shattered by the impact. It's rude to interrupt someone, Will. But once again, he was interrupted, being stabbed by several swords through his body. Each of these swords cleanly pierced him, blood flowing from his wounds, yet his face displayed complete nonchalance. I must teach them some basic manners. He reached behind his back, drawing an eye-catching sword. Its hilt took the form of a dragon's head with two wings, its open mouth housing the blade. The handle featured swirling designs that connected to a skull at the bottom. The name of this sword is Alistair. Although currently just a simple sword, as its wielder lacks the ability to unleash its true power. With a single swing of the sword, the demons surrounding him were cleaved in half. It was only a small demonstration of what this weapon is capable of. Of course, if he were with its original wielder, he would be obliterating them with lightning. More demons attempted to attack him, but the outcome was the same, they were cut and decapitated by Alistair. So, are you the last one? He asked upon noticing the demon in the form of a towering minotaur wielding a large axe. The demon simply advanced toward him without hesitation. You could have at least answered with a roar. He taunted. The axe crashed just inches away from the boy. Seizing the opportunity, he climbed on top of it and sprinted toward the minotaur's head. His sword swing only managed to slice off one of the demon's horns. Maybe I can sell this for a good price, he quipped. Enraged at being treated as a mere joke, the demon roared in fury. The boy leaped to evade the axe, which cleaved through the air, narrowly missing him. I'm tired and hungry, so let's finish this. His journey had been exhausting, and all he wanted to do was lie down and sleep. Yet, several demons had awaited him with a welcome party. Blocking such a massive axe with a sword would be considered madness, but he did it. His feet slid back a few inches, but he managed to block the attack and repel it. Taking advantage of the demon's vulnerability, he hurled Alistair toward its neck. The demon tried to use its free hand to remove the sword, but its size hindered the effort. Good night. The boy leaped toward the sword, kicking the hilt. As a result, Alistair pierced through the demon's neck, causing it to vanish. That was entertaining. We should do it again sometime. But his words fell on deaf ears as all 50 demons were annihilated without a hitch. With nothing more to do, he proceeded to enter the building. The interior appeared dirty and dusty. Ignoring that, he went straight to the couch, placed his sword aside, and proceeded to lie down. His intention was to sleep for at least 12 hours. The sound of the door opening caught Desmond's attention. Sleeping for only 6 hours wasn't enough, but after finishing his business, he could return to it. Desmond, I thought you wouldn't come back. How long has it been, 3 or 4 months? The person who asked was Morrison, the current caretaker of the establishment, but not for much longer. It's been 4. Desmond replied with a bored tone. What started as a simple task of getting rid of demons turned into a mission of waiting for them to appear, without a fixed date. He had to wait in that town until the demons attacked. The worst part was that the town was far enough away that no means of transportation were viable. It required a long journey on foot. So, I assume you successfully completed your first job? Morrison asked. This answers your question. Desmond tossed a bag towards Morrison, containing the payment he received for eliminating the horde of demons. That should be enough to cover the fee for borrowing Alistair, although I hope Enzo doesn't charge me late fees. When Desmond went to get a weapon, Trish took him to Enzo's shop, and among all the devil arms, he chose Alistair. He could have picked more weapons, but choosing one would come with a price for its use, and not even having a place to call home, he limited himself to selecting just one. Of course, all these years he had been using only his body to kill demons, but Dante advised him that a good sword could come in handy. But why would Dante give him advice and allow him to use one of his weapons? The answer is simple. By the way, this doesn't cover what's left. Morrison said. What do you mean? Desmond was about to go back to sleep, but Morrison's words gave him a sinking feeling. As Dante's son, all of Dante's debts have passed on to you. So, apart from your debt with Enzo, you have many more to repay. And if we include what Dante owes Lady, it's something that might take you about 30 years to pay off. Morrison was relieved in part, but for this poor boy who had just returned after his first job, discovering that he suddenly had a lifetime of debt was not easy to swallow. I must be dreaming, right? He wanted to deny that his new life had been destroyed in a matter of seconds. With work and effort, I'm sure you can sort it out. By the way, while you were gone, Lady took care of Dante's other debts, and she opened an account in your name. When Dante found out that he had a son, he made sure to transfer any debts or property to his son's name. But in this case, he just inherited pure debt. By the way, where is that guy? I want to pierce his heart with Alistair. If I knew, he wouldn't be transferring everything to your name. With a heavy sigh, Desmond slumped onto the couch. Fortunately, I have a job that could be useful to you. It's better than nothing, don't you think? Tell me. Resigning himself, all he could do was keep working to cover all the expenses. Of course, if he were to encounter Dante, he would make sure to run him through with Alistair, even though in their first encounter, Dante had easily defeated him. It's something simple, you have to hunt some supposed demons. If that's all, maybe it's not so bad. Where is it? He felt more upbeat knowing that the job involved getting rid of those demons. Japan. But his expression changed when he found out he would have to travel halfway across the world to get there. Chapter 2, A Warm Welcome City of Tokyo, Japan. 5:00 a.m. Several people leave the airport with a specific destination, some board their families' vehicles, while others take taxis. Among them, a wary Desmond walks slowly, carrying a guitar case. Is he now pursuing a career as an independent musician? The answer is no, in fact, he's quite clumsy with musical instruments. But going back to the point, Trish advised him to avoid carrying weapons in public places. Having grown up in a remote village and worked as a bounty hunter since childhood, his common sense isn't well developed. Who would have known that you can't walk around cities with a sword, especially not in Japan? That's why he conceals Alistair. I really hate airplanes. After finding out that his father left him with all his debts, he had no choice but to accept it and start working. That's why he's now in Japan, even though his actual destination is 3 cities away. Hopefully, he can catch a ride on one of the trains and travel for free since he doesn't have enough money to buy a ticket. The money he managed to gather was used to cover the outstanding debt with Enzo for using Alistair, as well as to pay the electricity and water bills since, for some reason, Trish and Lady tend to hang out at the place and kill time. After paying all that, the remaining amount was used by Trish to buy Desmond some presentable clothes. He refused to wear one of Dante's outfits, so she had no choice but to get him a new set. It consisted of a black leather trench coat with red lining, a dark blue polo shirt, matching jeans and black boots. It seems like most demon hunters dress similarly, so Trish took it upon herself to dress him in a similar fashion. She doesn't have an obligation to do this, but she finds it amusing and curious to see what someone with Dante's blood can achieve. With his new attire, he got ready to go to Japan, but the problem was how he would get there. Perhaps he could go by land and then swim hundreds of kilometers, but he has to meet his client in a few days, so that's not an option. Luckily, Lady managed to get him a ticket for the cheapest class on a flight, along with a cell phone and an English-Japanese dictionary. Of course, all of that was added to his account. It's not that Lady hates him, but when he called her an old witch, it annoyed her. And when she found out Desmond was Dante's son, well, her reaction was similar to what happened years ago in one of her encounters with a young Dante. Desmond, with quick reflexes, caught the bullet in his teeth, accusing Lady of being a witch as he spat the bullet to the side. Dante just laughed when he saw this because during the fight with his son, Desmond demonstrated the ability to endure pain and regenerate, which is normal for someone with demon blood. And if you add that he's the grandson of the legendary demon Spa-Urda, it's the least to be expected. Now, with all the preparations done, including the case for Alistair, he said his goodbyes to Morrison and Trish. At least she treats him better than Lady. The journey would take almost a whole day, and during that time, he should learn the basics from the dictionary Lady gave him. However, his new cell phone intrigued him more, and he got completely engrossed in it, forgetting that he's heading to a country with a different language than his own. But that would be a problem for his future self, just one day later. The weather in this place is really lousy. He couldn't help but complain. Desmond walked less than 3 blocks before the entire area was covered in thick fog. The sound of passing vehicles and people from the airport vanished, as if the world fell into silence. It seems like this isn't just an ordinary fog, he thought, scanning for anything out of the ordinary, but finding nothing, he stopped paying attention. He heard the sound of an approaching engine. A motorcycle was heading towards his location at a speed of 200 km per hour. Being located on a one-way street, he was an easy target. Unfortunately for the driver, Desmond moved a few inches, narrowly dodging the impact that should have killed him. The motorcycle performed impossible maneuvers and came to a stop. Whoever was driving had pulled off a miracle. I guess traffic laws don't exist in this country, Desmond muttered as he approached the driver, realizing that this person was not human. More trouble right after arriving in a foreign land, he mentally complained. Seems like today is my lucky day. The driver got off the motorcycle, revealing the face of Japan's top motorcyclist. He had performed countless superhuman feats, making a name for himself across the country and winning all competitions. If others were to find out that this man made a contract with a demon, they would strip him of all the trophies he was awarded for this. Maybe I should have studied that thing. Desmond didn't understand what the demon in front of him said. No matter how much it tried to disguise itself, he could sense that it wasn't human. You're human and yet a demon, an abomination, but it will be interesting to see what flavor you'll have. Part of the contract he had to fulfill was consuming humans, hence the countless missing people in the city of Tokyo, but unfortunately for their families, they are already dead. Desmond pulled out his dictionary and started searching for words based on the sounds he was hearing. He raised a finger to signal the other party not to interrupt him while he looked, but he was pleased to find the words and their meaning. Dude, that's racist, he mocked without hesitation. Enough games, let's eat. Desmond raised his finger again as he searched in the dictionary, but this time, the other party didn't wait. One of the man's arms deformed, stretching to the point where it could hold Desmond's entire body in its hand. Desmond was lifted and slammed into the ground several times, creating cracks in the pavement. To the demon's surprise, when it looked, Desmond was still standing, dusting off his suit. It had used enough force to destroy other demons, and it was impossible to believe that this hybrid had survived such an attack. I had some back pain from the long journey, but your massage helped, Desmond said, demonstrating that the attack didn't faze him. I will kill you in the most painful way imaginable. Desmond hesitated but ultimately put away his dictionary. Looking up the meaning of every word was pointless. It was better to cut the demon down rather than chat over tea. Nevertheless, he took out his cell phone and started searching for something. After spending an entire day with the device, he was like a child with a new toy. The demon grew angry at being completely ignored, as if its presence were just a joke, so it decided to drop the disguise and reveal its true form. Its entire body began to expand, its skin turning black, limbs growing disproportionately compared to its body, and its head transforming into that of a goat's skull. Its eyes glowed a fierce red, reflecting its thirst for blood. Without giving his opponent a chance, the demon lunged at Desmond with incredible speed, his fist colliding with the young man's small figure. A 13-foot demon against a 6-foot guy, a significant height difference. But to its surprise, when it pulled back its fist, there was no trace of blood and torn flesh. You really are desperate, but I found what I was looking for, Desmond said with a wide smile, speaking from the demon's shoulder as he had climbed on top of it during the attack. He selected the file he was looking for, pressed play, and put his cell phone away. During the flight, he watched some action movies, finding certain songs during the fight scenes spectacular, a typical attitude for a teenager. And I thought I would take the morning off. Before the demon could move, it received a powerful kick to the face, sending it flying a great distance, an unrealistic sight given their size difference. After the demon recovered, Desmond drew his sword and blocked the demon's punch, using the force to push it back. The demon tried to trap him again with its other arm. You're pretty fast for being so big. What did they feed you as a child? Desmond taunted while retreating and aiming Alistair at the demon. The demon roared in anger and attacked once more, but Desmond kept dodging while continuing to insult it. He found it amusing to taunt talkative demons. Several years ago, a novice motorcycle rider had an accident and was on the verge of death. In desperation not to die, he started saying anything that came to his mind, and at that moment, a demon appeared before him, promising to grant any wish he had in exchange for countless human lives. Soon after, the legend of this man, a professional motorcyclist who could perform absurd maneuvers, spread. Not to mention the races where he always took home the gold. That's how he got what he wanted while devouring humans, whether they were his fans or random people he hunted in these places. With time, he grew stronger, and devouring countless humans only made him more powerful. But even so, it was no match for the young man before it. No matter how it attacked or how much strength and speed it used, The human it faced evaded it all with a smile and words in another language. Rage flooded its being. It wanted to kill this guy once and for all, but to its misfortune, it was impossible. Today, it should have just stayed in bed. That way, it could have continued its routine for a few more months. For Desmond, the situation was amusing. The past few days had been stressful. So, having fun with the demon momentarily made him forget about his $1 million debt. But all good things must come to an end. He couldn't spend the whole day having fun. Seizing the demon's distraction, he used Alistair to cut off one of its hands. The demon roared with anger but didn't stop attacking. During this exchange, Desmond's gaze focused on the motorcycle the guy had used to try and run him over. Bored with the fight, he decided to tease it further. With a mighty leap, he jumped back a great distance and landed next to the vehicle. He curiously examined the motorcycle as if he wanted to take it for a joyride. Despite being a demon hunter, he was still a 17-year-old boy. Do not touch that. The motorcycle represented the contract between the human and the demon, making it the most valuable possession for it. You want it? Then take it. Desmond flung the motorcycle as if it were weightless. The demon moved to catch it, breathing a sigh of relief as it managed to hold it. Perhaps if the demon hadn't attached so much importance to the motorcycle, it would have noticed the boy speeding toward it. The result was that both its face and the vehicle were split in two. The demon writhed in pain and rage, but before it could recover, Desmond struck Alistair against the ground, creating a spark that ignited the gasoline from the motorcycle. In the blink of an eye, the spark traveled all the way to the demon's body, still holding onto the motorcycle, causing it to explode and burst into flames. I can't die, I. The demon's words were interrupted when Desmond kicked Alistair toward the demon's skull, putting an end to its suffering. Desmond moved to retrieve Alistair, which had embedded itself in a nearby wall. I guess using a weapon isn't so bad. He sheathed the weapon and noticed the mist dissipating. Now, all that's left is to find transportation to cross 3 cities. If only I hadn't destroyed that thing. Desmond mentally lamented. As he prepared to leave, he noticed the pieces of the motorcycle gathering together and being engulfed in a demonic fire, eventually transforming into an entirely black motorcycle emitting a demonic aura. The demon's last will had merged with the bike, creating a devil arm. That's interesting. Too bad I don't have money for gas or a place to park it. Desmond thought. Considering the expenses of owning a vehicle and not having money, he weighed the pros and cons of keeping it. Perhaps he would use it until he reached his destination and then get rid of it. As if responding to his thoughts, the motorcycle moved forward, as if it wanted to be ridden by him. Desmond touched the motorcycle, feeling a strange connection and recognizing its demonic energy. Trish had mentioned the existence of devil arms, weapons that manifest from a demon's strength or will. Of course, you had to subdue the demon first. Remembering that, he thought about the motorcycle disappearing, and obedient to his command, the vehicle in front of him vanished. What name should I give you? He took out his dictionary and searched for some words before deciding. Kurox. As he said its name, the motorcycle materialized before him. Today is truly my lucky day, he exclaimed without hesitation, climbing onto the motorcycle and setting off towards his new destination. Do you need a license to drive a demon motorcycle? I don't think so. On the central road, a policewoman was resting in her patrol car. Her job was to find people who exceeded the speed limit, a tedious task for someone who had enrolled in the police academy to catch criminals. Despite finishing top of her class at the age of 24, the police chief in her city had assigned her to issuing tickets to traffic violators. Another boring day? She complained, using her hand to push aside her dark blue, long hair. It was absurd that someone with her potential was stuck in such a monotonous job, but she still did it diligently, and so far, no offender had escaped her. While contemplating what to have for lunch, she heard a very familiar noise, a motorcycle going well above the speed limit. She observed the vehicle speeding past, noticing it had no license plate, and the rider wasn't wearing a helmet. More charges to issue. She activated the patrol car's siren and started the pursuit. Quickly, she caught up to the lawbreaker. She noticed the young man was riding without holding the handlebars, as he had a kind of book in one hand and his cell phone in the other. You have multiple charges for reckless driving. So stop, and we'll have a conversation about road manners. Desmond shifted his attention to the patrol car next to him but didn't understand the language, so he continued on his way. After all, devil arms weren't regulated in traffic rules. I see, then it'll have to be by force. She began to accelerate to overtake the offender, but Desmond interpreted this as a race, so he accelerated as well. This act ignited a spirit of competition, and she pushed the patrol car to its limits. Unbeknownst to them, the highway turned into a race between a demon hunter and a law enforcement officer. No matter where you go, I will catch you, and we'll have a long conversation. Desmond completely ignored the girl and recalled some words Trish had once told him. Using demon energy and devil arms could make them perform much better. He had never tried this before, so he decided to test it out. He touched the handlebars and concentrated, imagining that part of his energy would transfer. Kurox received this energy, gaining an impossible acceleration. Even racing cars couldn't match its top speed. Kurox left the patrol car far behind, becoming nothing but a distant shadow. The patrol car stopped as it was left behind by its target. Without thinking, Asako Kusuke blurted out, "What the hell was that?" Meanwhile, these men tried to regulate the energy, managing to maintain a stable flow without getting launched into the air. That was exciting, though I need to practice it better. Putting that aside, he continued on his way, but not before checking the message he received from Morrison. Destination, Chiba City. Client, Shizuka Hiratsuka. Chapter 3, The City of Spectres. Desmond mounted Kurox and continued on his way. He stopped in a field on the outskirts of a city to rest and try to review the dictionary, but after several minutes, he gave up and fell asleep with the book on his face. When he woke up, he noticed it was already 11 a.m. Knowing he still had time and some money, he decided to go to the nearby city and have breakfast. As he rode on Kurox, Desmond felt a strange sensation passing by a mountain, but since he didn't know what it was, he ignored it and moved on. His mind started to cloud at times, as if he was changing his mind about heading to the city, but he attributed it to being tired from not sleeping comfortably on the plane and dismissed it. After several minutes, that feeling disappeared. Once inside the city, he noticed something very peculiar. "There are really a lot of specters here," he said to himself as he drove through the streets. Being half demon, his eyes could perceive things that ordinary people couldn't see, like ghosts or specters. These were common, existing as restless souls, but he had never seen so many in one place. It was as if the city were cursed. Some cities are strange, Desmond thought, and ignored the matter. Since these problems didn't affect him and the beings were not demons, he had no reason to do anything about it. Nevertheless, on his way, he stopped at a nearby park where he could see several children playing. Among them was a grotesque specter holding several balloons. The children couldn't see it, but the specter could see them. Judging by its behavior, it was easy to guess that it was a child before dying. "Hey, don't you know that kids should only play with their kind?" Desmond said this in a mocking tone, to which the specter stared intently, realizing someone could see it. Meanwhile, the children simply watched the strange guy speaking in another language. However, the specter did not ignore him and lunged towards him. "You're not of interest to me." Desmond pointed his hand at the specter, bending two fingers and keeping two straight, as if trying to form a weapon. The specter screamed in rage, but to its misfortune, when it was a short distance away from its victim. Bang! A small amount of demonic energy shot from his fingers, instantly destroying the specter. He discovered that he could imbue Kurox with demonic energy, but when he tried to do the same with Alistair, he failed. It would have been easy if he could make Alistair disappear and reappear when needed, but luck was not on his side with that. However, he found out he could do it with certain parts of his body. The amount was minimal, not even enough to harm a demon, but when he tested it on a specter, it was enough to send it to the afterlife. At least it can be useful to deal with those things, even if it's not my job, Desmond thought, and continued on his way, stopping at a cafe to have breakfast. With the few dollars he exchanged for yen, Desmond set out to have breakfast with whatever money he had. He could go days without eating, but after spending months in that town waiting for demons, he had grown accustomed to having 3 meals a day and getting around 10 hours of sleep. Before stopping, he entered an alley with Kurox, and after dismounting, the bike vanished. It would be strange if other people saw him doing this. Claiming to be a magician with many tricks wouldn't make sense. That's why Morrison also advised him not to draw too much attention. Inside the cafe, he was lucky that the cashier understood another language, so he ordered some chocolate donuts and a Lakuma milkshake with his limited money. It was all he could afford. While looking for a seat, he noticed other occupied tables. Ignoring all the specters that had gathered there, Desmond sat at an empty table and decided to kill time on his cell phone. After a few minutes, he looked up and saw someone standing next to him, dressed as a typical waiter, even though this place didn't have that type of uniform. After all, customers were supposed to pick up their own orders. Perhaps you applied for a job here and got rejected? Desmond didn't hesitate to mock it. At that moment, the specter realized it was being seen and let out a deafening scream, summoning other specters to converge on Desmond. Frustrated with the annoyance, Desmond gathered some demonic energy in the tips of his fingers and snapped them. As all the specters came within inches of him, they vanished in an instant, obliterated by the wave of demonic energy. The entire cafe emptied, except for 2 tables, one where Desmond was seated and another where a girl sat. For some strange reason, the girl was staring directly at the demon hunter, as if she had seen everything that happened. But that was impossible, as humans didn't have that ability, or did they? After enjoying his breakfast, Desmond left the establishment and headed to a nearby alley to summon Kurox and continue his journey. However, the girl from the cafe followed him and started speaking. "Excuse me, how did you do that?" The person asking this was Yotsuya Maiko. She was wearing a light blue shirt and a black skirt, with striking black hair and golden eyes. Some might say she had a resemblance to a Yamato Negico. Desmond found her cute, though she was smaller than him. Looking around, he didn't notice anyone taller than himself. If he had made more effort to learn the language, he could easily have a conversation with her right now, but unfortunately, he didn't understand anything she said. "I'm not from here, so I don't understand your language." His honesty had always been one of his defining traits. After saying this, he decided to simply ignore the girl, but to his surprise, it wouldn't be a one-sided conversation. "I can understand you," Maiko said hesitantly. Her English wasn't the best, but it was good enough to say a few phrases and sentences. "That's a surprise, but changing the subject, what do you need from me?" Desmond was happy to find someone else who spoke his language, but it was still strange to be spoken to out of the blue. He didn't have the best appearance. Maiko hesitated for a moment before asking this stranger about what he really did at the cafe. It was the first time she had seen someone dispel several specters in less than a second. If she could do something similar, her days could return to being peaceful without the fear of being bothered by specters and having to ignore them. "I want to ask you how you did." Before she could continue speaking, Maiko stopped abruptly. Her face changed to a neutral expression, something she had grown used to over time. "Is something wrong?" Desmond sensed that the girl wanted to tell him something, but she suddenly stopped. "I see, you're scared of this big guy, aren't you?" He spoke in a teasing tone. Desmond remembered seeing this girl at the cafe and, while trying to put the pieces together and observing the large specter on her back, he managed to piece together all the information. It's rude to interrupt other people's conversations. Desmond gathered a small amount of demonic energy, using his hand like a large sword and slicing the specter in two. It was as if a hot knife went through butter. A clean cut. Witnessing this, Maiko's face went through various changes: surprise, happiness, disbelief, doubt, and back to happiness. "How did you do that?" "It's hard to explain, but to be honest, it's impossible for you." Unless Maiko was half demon, doing something similar would be impossible. Maiko resigned herself to this response. She knew from the start that doing something like that would be impossible, but a small part of her had hoped that she could learn to do it. But you just need to ignore those things, and they will leave you alone. After all, this place strangely seems to be filled with them, and people live with it normally, or that's what I saw. Wait, it's not normal? Maiko had already given up and thought about pretending not to see the specters, but when she heard that the situation in the city was abnormal, she had a glimmer of hope. It is. Normally, specters exist, but they are usually found in cemeteries and abandoned places. Sometimes, you may see a few wandering on the streets, but they are rare to encounter. Throughout his life, Desmond had only seen less than 5 specters before coming to this city. Even the previous city lacked them. So, this city is cursed? I have no idea, but if that's the case, destroying the curse should be enough. Demons are experts at that, and Desmond has also killed several who used such forms to harm humans. Could you do that? Hearing the guy in front of her casually mentioning that destroying the curse would be enough, sparked hope in Maiko. I know it's late, but let me introduce myself. I'm Yotsuya Maiko. Desmond, demon hunter at your service. Although I do various jobs, he said with a cheerful tone, feeling that this would bring him some fun, and as he still has to meet his client later in the evening, he has several hours free. Perhaps, in the past, Maiko would have questioned this, but after seeing so many things and witnessing the abilities of this guy, she had no doubts about his words. Then, can you destroy the curse of this city? She asked excitedly. I can do it. Desmond responded confidently. As for him, there is no impossible thing to do, except maybe learning a new language. I suppose you don't work for free, right? That's right, but since it caught my interest, I'll make it cheap for you. Just lunch. Not having money, he would have to skip lunch to meet his client in the evening, but if there was a chance to eat for free, he wouldn't miss it. Is that all? The most annoying part would be finding the exact location, but the rest is a piece of cake. Besides, I doubt you'd be willing to pay a huge sum for it. Maiko quickly nodded her head. It was a very good deal, and she wouldn't hesitate to take advantage of it. With the deal made between them, the only thing left was to figure out where this curse could be found, although saying it is easier than doing it. Do you have any idea where we might find this or any information about it? If I were to search the whole city, it would take days just to get a clue. Maiko pondered for a moment. She had no idea, but she might know someone who does. Experience and wisdom come with age. I think I know someone. Moreover, she's just a few blocks away from here. That works for me. Desmond replied as always. Without the need to summon Kuroks, Desmond and Maiko began walking towards the commercial area. With that, we at least have a place to go, Desmond said as he devoured the food Maiko bought for him. During the visit to the commercial area, Maiko got lucky, as the Madrina mentioned an ancient legend about a certain mountain where an ancestors secluded themselves. However, as more than 200 years had passed and there weren't many details, it had simply become another Japanese folklore legend in the city. The Madrina was curious about why Maiko was seeking that information, but when she observed Desmond, she realized he was not an ordinary person. The aura around him was strange, dark, but not quite a contradiction. However, since she didn't sense any ill intentions, she didn't inquire further. The world is a vast place, and people can be more than they appear to be. Furthermore, in that legend, it was mentioned that her ancestors fought not against specters but against something worse. But that information was lost over time. With that clue, Desmond remembered being intrigued by a particular mountain on the outskirts of the city. But first, they decided to have lunch. Keeping his promise, Maiko invited him to lunch at a nearby restaurant. And that brings us to the current situation. Maiko had planned to buy some things, but the money went towards saving the city. Or at least, that's what she thought. Once they both finished lunch, they left the restaurant and headed towards a bus stop. By the way, what are we doing at this place? Desmond simply followed Maiko, not expecting her to lead him to a bus stop. We'll wait for the bus that will take us to the outskirts of the city, and then we'll walk, Maiko said, wanting to guide the way as an expert in the area. Although she always felt scared in such situations, curiosity overcame her fear this time. I was planning to go alone, but if you want to join, I don't mind. Besides, we won't be taking the bus. Upon hearing this, Maiko noticed a motorcycle appearing when Desmond extended his arm. How did you do that? Things you learn when you've been doing this for a while. Although he had just learned it a couple of hours ago. Desmond got on Kuroks, followed by Maiko. She didn't think much about it. Hold on tight, he said with good humor. Wait. Before she could finish speaking, Maiko clung to Desmond as if her life depended on it, and in fact, it did, as he accelerated with demonic energy, starting with a burst that would have made other racers envious. After a while, they reached a large mountain, and unlike the previous ones, Desmond felt a rejection towards this place, as if it didn't welcome him, which didn't happen with Maiko. With a big smile, Desmond used Kuroks to move around the mountain, almost as if it were an all-terrain vehicle, as even the trees were destroyed when they collided with it. Maiko was the most affected by this, leaving her reason aside, at least for today. At the top, they both got off and started walking on foot. Following the force that wanted to reject him, Desmond went in that direction, and after about 5 minutes, they stopped at a rock formation, revealing a somewhat hidden cave, as the path they took was a kind of labyrinth. Even if tourists came to this place, they would never find the cave. So, this is the place where something is cursing the city? At first, I said it without thinking, but it seems I was right, he said proudly. Maiko trusted his words, and fortunately, Desmond was right. Then it's time to end this, Desmond said confidently. But when he tried to enter, some sort of barrier prevented him, as if rejecting his demon nature. Maiko held back her laughter. Desmond feeling like a fool after saying that and then looking like an idiot. Even so, she wanted to try, and she passed through the entrance of the cave without a problem. This is. I have no idea, but if I've learned something, it's that when something blocks your path, all you need to do is destroy it. A barrier specialized in blocking access to demons. Even demons would have to fight for hours to try to destroy it, only to find that their efforts were in vain, and the barrier would only grow stronger over the years. It was a shame that such a barrier was destroyed with one kick from Desmond. A small tremor shook the place, but after a few seconds, it stopped. Are you sure that was okay? I have no idea. Desmond was honest. He thought it would take him more than one attempt, but the barrier was destroyed on the first impact. They don't make barriers like they used to. He mocked himself internally. Unbeknownst to them, inside the cave, the figure of an old woman opened her eyes. She was awakened from her long slumber to fulfill her mission, to protect the seal at all costs. Without further ado, they both entered the cave, walking through a long, dark tunnel. Maiko used her cell phone to light the way, although Desmond found it unnecessary as his eyes could see perfectly in the darkness. After passing through the tunnel, they were greeted by a huge room, circular in shape. In the middle of the room stood a statue surrounded by chains and papers, like a seal to prevent whatever was there from being released. As soon as they stepped into the room, various torches illuminated the large space. Both of them noticed the striking statue in the center of the room and walked towards it. So, this thing is what's cursing the city? Maiko felt curious, sensing a strange aura emanating from the statue. All we need to do is destroy it to find out. With that, he would finish his job. As Desmond was about to destroy it, a large blue flame struck right where they were standing. "That was close," he said with good humor. The figure of Desmond carrying Maiko in the air was visible, and just 1 second before the massive flame hit, Desmond lifted her and jumped to dodge it. "What was that?" Maiko asked in surprise. "Let's ask her." As Desmond landed, both of them noticed the elderly woman standing several distance in front of them. She wore a white robe, but her figure was translucent, showing that she was just a remnant of what she once was. "Should we have knocked before entering, or maybe brought cookies?" Desmond couldn't resist mocking. Unlike the magic used by demons, this elderly woman used something unfamiliar to him. "I won't allow you to destroy the seal," the elderly woman said. "I guess I should have paid more attention to the dictionary." Desmond lamented for not being able to understand the language. "Maiko, translation?" "She said she won't allow us to destroy the seal." "I see. So this old lady is like the guardian of this place." "Well, in the end, the result will be the same. No matter if she was an old lady or the grandmother of the devil, Desmond would deal with her. By the way, can you put me down?" Throughout this time, Maiko had been in Desmond's arms. For him, the sensation of Maiko's body was the best, and since she didn't complain, he just kept enjoying it. He might be a demon hunter, but his human side was 17 years old. It's obvious that he felt attracted to the opposite sex. "I don't mind fighting like this," he said with a teasing tone. Maiko responded with a pout while looking somewhat annoyed. "I guess it will be a bit dangerous." Desmond put Maiko down and indicated that she should step back. The elderly woman summoned several shikagimis that spread throughout the area. These humanoid-shaped papers had different writings on them. "Your biggest mistake was trying to destroy this seal," the elderly woman declared. After saying this, the shikagimis glowed. A horde of 40 wolves, 10 cyclopes, 30 crows, and 20 humanoid soldiers who were mages of various elements appeared. An army led by an ancient exorcist. On Nodo magic could use different seals to have a large army at hand. It was also the minimum requirement to become an exorcist, those who once fought demons in ancient Japan. "There's nothing worse than uninvited guests," Desmond said, his expression unchanged when facing an army of supernatural beings. These creatures emitted the same sensation as the specters. In short, they were incomparable to a demon army. "Just to be cautious." Desmond leaped back to where Maiko stood. "Kurox." Kurox responded to the call, materializing. Additionally, Desmond unsheathed Alistair, stabbing it into the ground next to Maiko. Extra security measures. Maiko didn't understand why he did that, but when she saw the other monsters observing her, she understood that they could attack her. However, being surrounded by devil arms, their attacks would be meaningless. "Thanks. Sorry for the trouble." If she hadn't come, Desmond would have taken care of them without worrying about anyone else, but he could handle it even with his eyes closed. "I'll take care of them now. I'll be right back." He said this and started moving toward the army of monsters. "Attack." Following the order, the entire army mobilized. The mages took the rear and started with long-range spells, while the crows and wolves took the front, attacking together, and the cyclopes were left to guard the mages. It was a formation that would make anyone retreat, but unfortunately for them, Desmond was not just anyone. "Let's dance." Desmond imbued his hands and feet with demonic energy. The wolves aimed for his vital points, but they were easily destroyed upon contact with Desmond's body. His fists were faster than the wolves. Desmond started moving as if breakdancing, using his hands as a base while his legs delivered kicks in various forms, destroying the wolves and crows that approached. His movements were fluid, and his limbs destroyed the monsters with a simple touch. Having fun, he continued to destroy the shikagimis in this manner, even evading the attacks of the mages with style. Feeling overwhelmed, the wolves and crows attacked all at once. He couldn't destroy them all with a single move, a grave mistake. Desmond put his hands on the ground and started spinning as if he were the blades of a blender. His hands were the motor while his legs were the blades. He completely destroyed everyone who attacked him. Before they realized it, the elderly woman lost her front line. At first, the elderly woman thought that overwhelming Desmond with sheer numbers would work, but that didn't yield any results. If she had helped, maybe things would have been different, but she was saving her remaining energy for her secret weapon. Still, she summoned some flames that sought to impact Desmond, but he simply destroyed them with his hands. It seemed unreal. For a great exorcist in her years of life, this was embarrassing. "Don't take it personally, but I'm in a bit of a hurry, so I lend this." Desmond advanced toward the cyclopes. They tried to hit him with their fists, but they were destroyed by the force of Desmond's blows. The mages continued their attacks, but no matter how much effort they put into them, it was child's play for Desmond. "Now it's my turn." After finishing off the last of the cyclopes, Desmond pointed his hands toward the mages, mimicking the shape of pistols. The elderly woman anticipated what was coming and threw herself to the ground. Bang, 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 bang. The mages were indiscriminately shot down by these men. Not having guns was not a problem when dealing with specters or monsters. With ease, these men took care of the army, as if it was just another day in the field. The elderly woman got up to try to use her magic to attack him, but before she could do so, she was hit by a wave of close-range demon energy shots, and she fell to the ground. To Desmond's surprise, the elderly woman withstood that point-blank attack, but now she was on the ground. I see you're quite tough, but I don't like dealing with old ladies, so behave while I take care of this. Desmond started heading towards the statue. A strike with demon energy should be enough to handle it. The elderly woman considered the pros and cons of using her secret weapon. She was sure she could handle the boy, but her mind couldn't control it in its current state, and it might go out of control, attacking the city, or, in the worst-case scenario, breaking the seal. But as she saw Desmond about to destroy the seal, she remembered the reason her companions had given their lives hundreds of years ago during that invasion, as well as the terrified expressions of the people. If the thing were released and joined with its other half, hell would return to Japan, and, in the worst-case scenario, it could spread to the whole world. And this time, the legendary Knight Sparta wouldn't be there to help them. For the memory of my friends, family, and all the victims that thing brought to the country, I won't let you release it, no matter if I have to give my life for it. The elderly woman took out a black shikigami, and the written kanji on it were grotesque, as if it contained an abomination. Desmond stopped when he saw the elderly woman. He was curious about what she would do. Inverted exclamation mark, stop. But before the elderly woman could finish her chant, Maiko's voice caught their attention. Maiko walked up to the elderly woman. Desmond didn't understand why she was doing this, but he remained vigilant in case the elderly woman tried to do something to her. I think there's a misunderstanding, or at least that's what I think from the words she said. Desmond-san, please don't destroy that statue. As Maiko was his employer, Desmond stepped away from the statue and approached them. The elderly woman calmed down when she saw the 17-year-old monster step away from the statue. At that moment, Maiko felt admiration for the incredible way Desmond destroyed the shikigamis, but after hearing the elderly woman's words, she understood that they were the ones in the wrong. They were the invaders who interrupted and tried to release whatever was contained in that statue, and they didn't even make sure that the statue was the cause of the city's situation. Excuse me, but I think there's a misunderstanding. Desmond only watched the two of them talking in Japanese, but as he didn't understand anything, he took out his cell phone and passed the time. They continued talking until the elderly woman stood up. Maiko understood that the seal kept the other half of a demon that had nearly destroyed the country hundreds of years ago. Releasing it would bring calamity to the city. But luckily, they stopped just in time. Desmond-san, we were mistaken. Maiko explained the true nature of the statue to him. Wouldn't it be easier to just destroy it? I could take it as a charitable job. As he said this teasingly, the elderly woman became annoyed. She couldn't understand him, but his mocking tone indicated that this boy didn't understand the true danger that thing represented. Are you an idiot for not fearing death? The elderly woman began insulting him, but Desmond only heard different words that he didn't understand. He doesn't understand Japanese, so he won't be able to understand you, Maiko offered to translate, even though she might not fully understand some words. I see. If that's the case and helps this idiot understand me, in the old woman's hand, a seal appeared with kanji characters representing oral communication. Hey, kid, put this on your forehead. The old woman tossed the seal at him. She says to put it on your forehead, it will help you understand her. Maiko assisted as a translator. Desmond caught it and placed it on his forehead without hesitation, doubting that anything could affect him. After a few seconds, the seal vanished from his forehead. Now, do you understand me? The old woman asked, slightly annoyed. This is a pleasant surprise, I can understand you. Desmond replied. That's good. The old woman said with a big smile. So, you little bastard. Maiko was astonished by the plethora of insults the old woman hurled at Desmond. She certainly had an extensive repertoire. Desmond, on the other hand, found the situation amusing. He was more surprised that he could now comprehend her than by the insults. After a few minutes of calming down, the old woman felt better. So, can I destroy that thing? Desmond asked. I'll kill you, she replied. Calm down, he's joking, there's no need to go that far. Maiko had to exert herself to prevent the two from fighting again. The old woman just sighed to compose herself. As a foreigner, you may not know this, but inside that statue lies half of a powerful demon that almost destroyed Japan centuries ago. Even with the help of other exorcists, we couldn't stop it. It was a miracle that during our final attack, we found the demon greatly weakened, so we took advantage and sealed it into two halves. Its power resides here, while its body is in another city. If one of the parts is set free, it will seek its other half, and if both reunite, hell will be unleashed again. The old woman clenched her fists as she spoke, having lost her family during that time, all killed by demons. I'm a demon hunter, so I don't have a problem with it, but I don't have much time right now. Perhaps I'll come back another time. Desmond said mockingly. A demon that hunts other demons, how amusing. The old woman remarked. Maiko lost count of how many times she had been surprised today. However, the idea of Desmond being a demon wasn't so far-fetched after witnessing him decimate that entire army. Times change, Granny. It's not like Desmond wanted to be born as a half-demon. The old woman ignored that and continued with her words. If you didn't come to destroy the seal, then why did you come? She asked. It's simple, this city is plagued by specters for some reason, so I thought it must be cursed, and destroying that curse would be enough. Desmond said disinterestedly. The old woman pondered for a moment. In fact, you're right, that seal also attracts the specters. What? Maiko gave up on solving her problem, but upon hearing that the statue was the reason her life was difficult, she couldn't remain silent. With the great power sealed in this place, a barrier was placed around the city to deter any demon from coming near. That's because of the vast amount of energy emitted by the specters. Maiko fell to her knees upon hearing this. There was no escape, it was either specters that would bother without causing harm or demons that would mercilessly kill anyone. I suppose there's no other choice. If I had to choose, specters are less dangerous than those things. She said resignedly. By the way, girl, you came to this place to get rid of the specters, right? The old woman asked. Maiko simply nodded, feeling disheartened. If you hadn't stopped us, things might have turned into hell. So, as a token of gratitude, I'll give you this. The old woman conjured a bracelet and handed it to Maiko. Maiko put it on quickly but felt no immediate change. It's a bracelet that attracts good luck. It will also help you cope with your emotions better. Good luck. The old woman said with a joyful expression. Maiko gave up, she hadn't achieved anything today, but at least the bracelet was pretty. Throughout all my years as an exorcist, I've only seen one aura as great as yours. Could she be? No, it's impossible. After all, I saw my son die in front of me. The old woman dismissed the idea, but unbeknownst to her, perhaps that idea wasn't so far-fetched. Well, if that's all, we'll take our leave. By the way, how long does that seal you gave me last? Desmond inquired. Until the moment of your death. The old woman replied indifferently. That works for me. Desmond responded with good humor. Not every day can you learn to speak a language in less than 5 minutes. Once Desmond and Maiko left, the old woman started repairing the barrier. It would take her a long time, but for some reason, seeing that girl put her in a good mood. She hummed a lullaby as she worked. Perhaps if she had known that Maiko knew that melody, things might have taken a different turn. This would have repercussions much later, on an occasion where all of Japan would be in danger. After a long ride on Kuroks, Desmond stopped for Maiko to get off. They arrived at the same cafe where they had met that morning. It was already 6 in the evening, and the sun was starting to set. I must say it was a pleasant experience. Desmond remarked. I'm not sure what to think, but I guess I learned a lot. Replied Maiko. Though today wasn't productive in achieving her goals, Maiko's mind expanded more than she could have imagined. Maybe she could tell the Madarina about it. Desmond-san, I thank you for today. Maiko gave a slight bow sense. Without him, she would have been burned by the old woman's attack. Don't mention it. Besides, I was the one who benefited the most from this. Desmond said. After exchanging a few more words, Desmond bid farewell and continued on his way. Maiko also began to walk home while looking at her bracelet. Desmond checked his phone. There was a new message indicating the address of the restaurant where his employer would be waiting at 7. He had an hour left for a journey of about 3 hours. I have no other choice. He imbued Kuroks with demonic energy to accelerate. With that, he should be able to arrive on time, barring any inconvenience. Several police patrols chased him through the city, but he managed to escape in the end. I should remember not to exceed the speed limit in cities since I don't have money to pay a fine. Having said that, he continued his journey toward the city of Chiba. Chapter 4, A hectic night at a certain ramen restaurant. A black-haired woman sits, waiting for her companion. She's dressed in a formal outfit, resembling an office worker, but she's wearing a cream-colored coat. Normally, she would wear a white coat, but since she's meeting someone important today, she decided to appear as professional as possible. Hiratsuka Shizuka, a teacher from Sobya High, glances at her wristwatch. It's already 7:15, and her scheduled meeting hasn't arrived yet. However, knowing that this person is coming from another country, she's understanding. Another 15 minutes go by without any news of her companion. Shizuka starts to feel annoyed. She was even considering treating her guest to dinner for the inconvenience, but now she's the one getting frustrated. Desmond can't be blamed, as he forgot to slow down when entering Chiba City, resulting in another chase by the police. A little more and his face would be on wanted posters. After losing the police, he chose to walk, completely forgetting that he's now half an hour late. Time is subjective. He mentally excuses himself. Once inside the restaurant, he scans the place, and coincidentally, their gazes meet. Shizuka is growing impatient. If her companion doesn't arrive in the next few minutes, she'll leave. Of course, she's the one who needs that person's help, so she can only continue waiting. During this time, a young man enters the establishment. They exchange glances, but Shizuka ignores him. Desmond senses that she might be his employer since Morrison told him it's a woman, and Shizuka is the only one alone in this place. Without hesitation, he moves to her table and takes a seat. "Let's keep this simple. What do I need to do?" he says in his usual tone. It's obvious that this job won't cover even 5% of his debt, so the quicker he finishes here, the sooner he can return to take on more jobs, and hopefully, Dante would return by then. To Shizuka's surprise, a young man who could be the age of her students sits across from her. His Japanese is excellent, so she dismisses him as the person she's looking for. "I'm somewhat busy right now and not in the best mood, so I kindly ask you to leave," she responds curtly. Shizuka doesn't hesitate to dismiss the young man, mainly due to his insolent manner. Perhaps on a normal day, she would think he's flirting with her, but her thoughts are elsewhere currently. Desmond sighs at her response. "Just to confirm and not come off as foolish, you're Shizuka Hiratsuka, right?" Shizuka is surprised when he mentions her name. "Yes, I am." "Then I didn't mistake the person. I'm Desmond, the one you requested to handle your problem," he says proudly. "You're him?" "If I remember correctly, I spoke to someone with a deeper voice who also mentioned that Japanese wasn't their native language, and you speak it quite fluently. Thanks for noticing. I had to battle an old woman and her army to learn it, you know, nothing out of the ordinary." Desmond shakes his head with a cheerful expression. Shizuka raises an eyebrow, unsure whether to believe this, as what he's saying sounds too surreal. "Setting aside my Japanese-speaking achievements, tell me what I need to do. I'll try to finish today, at the latest tomorrow, so I can leave." Shizuka didn't provide many details when contacting Morrison, only mentioning that she saw strange figures, or simply put, demons. "So, you're that person?" A small vein appears on Desmond's forehead. He introduced himself a while ago, yet she still doubts him. "Does age not let you hear properly? If that's the case, I recommend buying a hearing aid." As usual, he doesn't hesitate to jest with the people he talks to. Whether it's a demon or the Prime Minister of Japan, Desmond couldn't care less about rank. "That was quite rude, and I didn't give you enough confidence to. You know, Shizuka, we both have things to do. Personally, I don't mind spending all night here talking and debating about why you're not getting to the point. But if I attribute it to your lack of interest in it, I guess this job is just a bad joke." Part of Desmond's interest in going to the other side of the world was because it involved demons. If that weren't the case, he would have thought twice before accepting. Shizuka just sighed. She couldn't contend with this guy. "Fine. I'll explain things to you on the way. For now, let's have dinner." "That works for me," Desmond said with good humor. After enjoying a large bowl of ramen, they left the restaurant and headed towards the parking lot, where a red sports car caught Desmond's attention. "Is that yours?" he asked excitedly. "That's right, it's my pride. Don't underestimate a teacher's salary," Shizuka said with arrogance. During dinner, they talked about simple things, so now she's not as defensive as at the beginning. "Can I drive it? I promise I'll return it by sunrise." "In your dreams." I had to try. Like any 17-year-old, a sports car piqued his interest, even though Desmond has Kuroks, which can easily surpass the speed limit of the best car in the world. Once they both got into the vehicle, Shizuka pulled out a cigarette, but before she could light it, Desmond took it and tossed it out the window. "That was rude. I'm not going to wait 15 minutes for you to finish smoking, so step on it or I will." "You really are a headache, have you been told that?" "Many times," Desmond replied with a smile. Without further ado, Shizuka started the car and headed towards Sobuhai. Although in her mind, she thought about smoking once they were done with this. "So, what's happening at your school, since you mentioned you work at one and we're heading there?" "It happened a week ago. It was already a bit late as I stayed to review some exams, but before leaving, I decided to make sure no students were left behind, as it's more common than it seems." "So, while you were patrolling, you saw demons?" "I'm not really sure if they're demons. But as I passed by one of the gyms, I noticed two figures talking. At first, I thought they were students trying to pull a prank, but as I got closer, I noticed that one of them was covered in a shadow, their whole being was darkness, while the other was over 2 meters tall and had an amorphous humanoid form." They could be specters. I've had my fair share of those today. Anything else? As I tried to get closer to hear what they were saying, one of them noticed me. Our gazes locked. I felt a fear I had never experienced before. It was as if my body wanted to flee as far away from that place as possible. At that moment, the big one started moving in my direction, so I ran away. Its footsteps and roars are still etched in my mind, but when I left the gym, they stopped. Filled with courage, I went back, but there was no one there anymore. That rules out them being specters, so they must be demons. Better for me. The big guy she mentioned must be under the other's orders, that's why it stopped chasing her. But why would it do that? Wouldn't it be better to kill her to prevent something from leaking out? Although Desmond thought about it, he couldn't come up with an answer. In any case, once he's at that place, he'll extract that information from them forcefully. By the way, what's with the guitar? Shizuka noticed Desmond entering the restaurant with a guitar on his back. He still holds the instrument in its case. A mysterious tool that will come in handy later. He said with a teasing tone. Are you planning to sing to them like in a children's movie? I'm sure you'll see in due time, so just wait, as a magician never reveals his tricks. During his flight, he watched some magic videos, so he found it entertaining to compare what he does with that of a magician. Whatever you say, Mr. Magician. That Mr. is unnecessary, but I suppose for you, it might apply, right, Miss Customer? You really know how to be annoying. Shizuka raised an eyebrow at Desmond's way of speaking. Being referred to as a miss is the worst thing he could say to her. I put in more effort than you think. So, this is how schools are in Japan, they're quite big. Desmond remarked as his eyes scanned the surroundings. They both got out of the car and walked up to the front of Sobu High. Where you come from, aren't they that big? Shizuka asked curiously, wanting to know what schools are like abroad. I have no idea, but putting that topic aside, where are we headed, Shizuka? In case you didn't know, only close people call each other by their first names. In Japan, it's more common to refer to others by their last name, so call me Hiratsuka. At first, Shizuka ignored him addressing her by her first name, but the tone of voice Desmond used made her feel strange when he did so. I'm not Japanese, and besides, I'll only be here today, so Shizuka is good enough for me. Shizuka just sighed, though she would like to convince him otherwise. She's sure Desmond won't change his mind. We need to head to one of the gymnasiums, but since the school is closed at this hour, we'll have to go around and enter through a small opening on the other side. I see, going all the way around instead of jumping over the fence. It's 10 feet high, I don't think anyone can do that. Fortunately, I'm not just anyone. After saying this, Desmond moved towards Shizuka. Wait a moment, what are you doing? Desmond lifted Shizuka in his arms as if she were a princess, surprising her and making her nervous. This is faster than going around. Effortlessly, Desmond jumped over the fence. For Shizuka, it was surreal that this guy could jump over 10 feet high as if it were nothing. One moment, her view was at ground level, and suddenly she was several feet away. You see? This way is faster. He said with a smirk of mockery and arrogance. I won't ask how you did that, as I feel you won't know how to answer. Shizuka felt curious, but due to Desmond's attitude, he'll likely just make a joke in response. I simply used my legs to jump, nothing out of the ordinary. No one can jump such a great height as if it's nothing. I told you, I'm not just anyone. He said confidently. So, Shizuka, lead the way. I will once you put me down. She turned her gaze lightly, as this is the first time someone has carried her like this. It's not that her interactions with men always end in failures. By the way, you're quite heavy. Desmond moved his head to dodge Shizuka's punch. Let me go already. As you wish. Without hesitation, Desmond released his grip, causing Shizuka to fall on her rear end, emitting a cute and amusing yelp in the process. Kaya. That was cute. Desmond teased. You're a. Shizuka stood up in irritation. Let me hit you. With those words, she attempted to strike him, but Desmond effortlessly dodged it. It was a habit she had with her troublesome student, but unfortunately for her, Desmond didn't fall into the troublesome category. Maybe in another 100 years. TCH. Calm down, Shizuka. If you keep playing his game, you'll go crazy. Just breathe and guide him to that place. After taking a few deep breaths, she calmed down. Alright, follow me. Let's get this over with. With that said, they began to make their way to the gymnasium where Shizuka had seen those demons. But as expected, they found nothing out of the ordinary, no matter how much they searched the area. If there was anyone, they're not here now. Are you sure? I'm quite perceptive. Besides, if they can talk, it's likely they abandoned this place after being discovered. You're quite involved with this topic, aren't you? Shizuka pondered how a human could be a demon hunter, but considering movies and legends, this seemed more believable. The title of Demon Hunter isn't just for show," he said with a wide grin. Seeing that their search was unsuccessful, there was nothing more to do in this place. Is there a chance they might have chosen another classroom? As long as there was a possibility those things were still in the school, she would do everything she could to remove them. After all, she had even called a demon hunter she found through internet forums. As a teacher, her duty was to ensure the safety of her students. Even though this wasn't related to being a teacher, she cared too much about her students. She couldn't forgive herself if something happened to them and she could have done something about it. Desmond leaned against a wall, looking thoughtful. "I can't say for sure, but it's a possibility. Though the most likely scenario is that they fled upon being discovered." Desmond thought somewhat disappointed, as his journey had been in vain, though he did learn a new language. "Can we walk through the entire school?" Shizuka wanted to be sure there weren't more of those creatures. "I don't have a problem with that." In that manner, they began their patrol. While they were at it, Shizuka decided to bring up a conversation topic to make the walk more pleasant and also to learn more about the young demon hunter she had hired. "By the way, Desmond, how's school? It must be challenging to balance work and studies." Shizuka thought that Desmond chose to come on a Saturday because it was the weekend and it wouldn't affect his studies. From what she could tell, the person beside her shouldn't be older than 18. "School?" Desmond looked up at the ceiling as if trying to recall the last time he went there. "The last thing I remember is stopping going at the age of 12. He replied. "Are you kidding?" "I have no reason to lie." For a boy his age not to attend school was strange. She hadn't considered that the person accompanying her only worked. What about her parents? She thought his parents had given him too much freedom. "My mother is dead, and my father is missing," he replied casually. Desmond's words made Shizuka pause. "I'm sorry." Shizuka quickly apologized. She hadn't thought that Desmond's life was like that. She felt somewhat guilty for making Desmond say that. It's a topic from the past, and that's something that can't be changed. Besides, my father will come back sooner or later, and when he does, I'll be ready to stab him. Desmond smiled in a macabre way. Although he was sure that Dante could easily dodge it. "I see." Shizuka thought that Desmond's father had abandoned him years ago, and he still held the false hope that he would return. She couldn't have been more wrong. "So, Shizuka, are you a teacher at this school?" Noticing Shizuka's downcast expression, Desmond changed the topic. He disliked seeing people with such expressions. He had seen enough of that when he was a child. Luckily, that question changed Shizuka's expression. "I'm a modern Japanese teacher, as well as a student counselor and also an advisor for a club." "You must have it tough. Doing so many tasks daily must be exhausting." "It's not quite like that. Over time, you get used to it and find the fun in it." "I feel the same way." Similarly, Desmond began to enjoy demon hunting over time, even though he initially did it out of revenge. They chatted about random topics until they reached the school's entrance, finding nothing out of the ordinary during their patrol. "At least this way, you're sure there are no more demons left here?" Desmond was disappointed. He thought it would be fun to hunt demons in another country, and though the reception he received was enjoyable, he expected more from this job. "That's a good point, although I would have preferred to find those two to be more certain." After accepting this, they had no choice but to leave the place. Of course, Desmond ended up carrying Shizuka again, and even though she expected it and tried to avoid it, Desmond was faster. As they left, they completely ignored a certain insect that had been observing them all this time. There was nothing unusual about its form, except for its intensely black eyes. "Even if we didn't find anything, at least you helped me make sure there wasn't any left." "I didn't really do anything." He shook his head. After getting into the car, Shizuka offered to drive him to Tokyo Airport. Who would refuse a free ride? Although Desmond could also do it with Kuroks. "I made you come from so far away, so I feel somewhat guilty." It wasn't unproductive for my part. Desmond gained Kuroks, and he also learned another language. His journey wasn't as bad as he expected. "By the way, regarding your compensation, I'll still pay you." That's music to my ears, as I have a huge debt to repay. For someone who's in debt, his tone of voice doesn't show any concern. Shizuka thought. While they talked, Desmond glanced back and then upwards. "By the way, Shizuka, does your car have insurance?" "It does." "Why do you ask?" His question confused her, but she got over it when she realized who asked it. Without answering, Desmond broke Shizuka's seatbelt, then promptly leaped out of the passenger's door, dragging her along. Her mind couldn't follow the events that unfolded. From one moment to the next, Desmond asked her a strange question and then forcibly pulled her out of the vehicle. Afterward, she witnessed her car being completely crushed. If they had been a second later, she would have died. Shizuka had been driving through a neighborhood before her vehicle was destroyed. Desmond managed to land while holding Shizuka in his arms. His swift reaction prevented his employer from dying. "That is a demon." He finished her sentence. In front of them stood a dog-like creature about 14 feet high, its fur reddish-gray color. Its fangs and wounds all over its body made it appear as if it were undead. Luckily, it only had one head. Shizuka experienced a whirlwind of emotions, but anger predominated. She had bought her car less than a year ago, and now it was destroyed. "I hope your insurance covers demon-related accidents," Desmond said with good humor. As if it would. But she merely expressed her displeasure. The demon realized it had failed to kill its targets, but quickly located them with its gaze. "It seems it wants to play with us." Desmond said this when he noticed a sort of barrier preventing them from escaping. It was as if someone wanted only one of them to emerge alive, and that someone was the demon. But the good thing was that the barrier moved them to another plane, where there would be no human victims, one less thing to worry about. "I thought this day couldn't get any better, so it's time to earn my paycheck." Desmond gripped the guitar case he had. "Are you going to sing it a lullaby?" Shizuka had never seen a demon hunter at work before, and upon seeing Desmond's guitar, she thought he might be some kind of tamer. "I told you, it's a mysterious tool that will come in handy later, and luckily, that moment has arrived," Desmond said. Desmond pulled Alistair out of its sheath, revealing the sword for which he had to make monthly payments. Shizuka looked amazed at Desmond's weapon. She hadn't expected him to have a sword in that sheath. It was also the first time she had seen such a weapon in real life. Japan mostly had traditional swords like katanas, so museums mostly displayed swords of that type. "Are you really going to fight with that thing?" Shizuka saw the young man in front of her as a minor, someone who still needed to be protected by their parents. But she couldn't do much in this situation. "I highly doubt that giving it some croquettes will let us go." Desmond smiled as he approached the demon. When facing it, their gazes met. "All right, Fido, you've been a bad dog for wrecking Shizuka's car, so I'll have to give you a punishment." The demon growled in response. "I see you don't like being called Fido, but Rocky is already too cliché," he teased while holding Alistair over his shoulder. Desmond agilely dodged the demon's attack with a jump. Even though it was a giant dog, it remained nimble in its attacks. While airborne, the demon tried to bite him, but a kick to its snout from Desmond made it recoil. "I'm not that tasty for you to want to eat me, though I warn you, you'll get a stomachache if you do." After landing, Desmond didn't hesitate to speak. The demon rose after being knocked down and dazed for a few seconds. Despite the immense size difference, it was brought down without much difficulty. Without stopping, the demon continued its attacks, but Desmond evaded and repelled them. He also made several cuts on the demon's body. He even climbed onto its back, exploiting the blind spot to execute a massacre, jumping away when the demon attempted to crush him but failed. The demon had a very predictable pattern, something Desmond quickly noticed, making dealing with it even easier. "Come on, Fido, are you already worn out?" For Desmond, this was just another day in the park. Even the guy who tried to kill him upon arrival was more interesting. The demon's movements slowed down as it received numerous wounds from Alistair. But it didn't stop attacking. Shizuka, on her part, was fascinated by everything she was witnessing. It seemed straight out of a shonen manga. Even though Desmond was smaller, he was giving the demon a beating, something she hadn't anticipated. "Well, I have things to do, and you're not on that list." After saying this, Desmond decided to finish the demon. The demon attempted to bite him upon realizing its hind legs were no longer responding, but that was its mistake. Desmond dodged back and buried Alistair in its snout. The demon howled in pain as its blood spilled everywhere. It tried to remove the sword from its snout but couldn't. This was exploited by Desmond, who jumped onto it, retrieving Alistair in the process. "Nothing personal, you know." Without hesitation, Desmond drove Alistair into one of the demon's eyes, causing it to rear up on its hind legs due to the pain of losing an eye. In a favorable position, Desmond leaped to cut the demon in half using Alistair, accomplishing it without much trouble. Its rotted flesh was easy to slice through. A demon that posed no real threat, especially considering it was weakened even before the fight, was merely a sack of flesh to cut. After landing, the demon's body followed. The large gash Alistair had made covered its entire body. Desmond was lucky Alistair did cleave it in two. The strange barrier also disappeared once the demon was defeated. Seeing that the demon no longer posed a threat, Shizuka approached Desmond. Her expression was anything but that of someone who had narrowly escaped being crushed by a gigant dog. "That was astounding, the way you evaded all its attacks and counterattacked, just like in." Shizuka transitioned from a composed master to a girl who loves shonen manga and anime, which was probably why she struggled to find a partner. "Who is this guy, really?" she thought after witnessing his first exchange of blows. His strength, displayed when he kicked the demon back, was immense. But the more she watched the fight, the more excited she got, relating it to the action manga she typically read in her free time. She never thought she'd have the chance to see something straight out of fiction. It's part of my everyday life. Aizen responded as he walked towards Shizuka. That doesn't change how incredible you looked. Now reunited, their gazes turned towards the remains of Shizuka's vehicle. Just a night in the workshop, and it'll be good as new. At this point, I don't know if it's true or if you're just mocking me. She sighed, unable to determine if Aizen's words were sincere. Perhaps the second option, although if I had been driving, the outcome would be different. Aizen responded. Don't keep talking, or a part of me will start regretting not taking your words seriously. The way of speaking with Aizen had become more familiar due to him saving her life. If it weren't for him, she would have died. She couldn't thank him enough for this. Whatever. Now it's you who needs a ride, and luckily, I can take care of. Before he could finish speaking, they heard a certain sound that interrupted them. The sound of flesh being destroyed and repaired simultaneously. The demon's body began to grow and merge, having previously been split in two, becoming much bigger than before. While they were conversing, they hadn't noticed a butterfly larger than usual, blood red in color, approaching the dying demon's head, merging with it and making it stronger. Its fur turned completely grayish, its claws grew larger, its previously destroyed eye regenerated, and its tail became sharpened. Aizen smiled faintly, as it seemed his fun wasn't over yet. So, Fido, round 2? Chapter 5, Taking Fido for a Stroll in Chibiso, Fido, round 2? Aizen said with an arrogant smile. After saying this, Aizen advanced towards the demon, using his sword to stab one of its paws. To his surprise, his weapon failed to penetrate the demon's tough flesh. What are they feeding dogs these days? Aizen luckily evaded the demon's claws, now its movements were much faster, contradicting its enormous size. Alistair failed to pierce the demon's tough flesh, its fur had become extremely resilient. Of course, if they were more synchronized, the story might be different. Shizuka began to worry as she watched the battle. She had initially considered the fight a game for Aizen, but now he was being pushed to the edge. You're truly annoying. Aizen attempted to strike, but his sword was repelled by the demon's claws, creating an opening in his defense. In that moment, neither of them could take advantage of it, except for the fact that the demon had a tail. Its tail, now resembling a spear's tip, pierced through Aizen's chest, lifting his impaled body and sending him flying against a nearby wall, demolishing it in the process. Shizuka's expression shifted from concern to fear. She couldn't believe that Aizen had been impaled in such a manner out of nowhere, he might even be dead. But as she approached to assess his condition, debris was flung aside. Aizen leaped up, dusting himself off. Shizuka's gaze went to his chest, where his shirt had been torn apart, revealing a large circle on his shirt. But his chest remained intact. If not for the blood around, she would have doubted that the guy before her had just been impaled. "What are you?" she asked in astonishment. Regardless of his strength, surviving and emerging unscathed from that situation was humanly impossible, his regenerative abilities were unfathomable. To which Aizen responded with a smile. A demon hunter. Returning to the fight, Aizen advanced toward the demon, exchanging blows. However, there was no difference. Alistair only caused minimal damage while Aizen barely managed to dodge attacks. At this point, I can try that, it worked once. Aizen used the walls of the houses as support to elevate himself. Now higher than the demon, he descended with an attack. His plan succeeded as Alistair embedded itself in the demon's snout, causing it to howl in pain. "You're not so tough now, huh?" He felt satisfied to have wounded it, as the fact that his attacks didn't cause damage had bothered him. However, his smile faded when he tried to pull out Alistair, it was stuck. "I didn't expect that." Saying this, he leaped back to evade the tail that aimed to impale him again. Without his weapon, he could still fight with his body, but the sound of people peering from windows and emerging from their houses due to the noise caught his attention. In their first encounter, they were fortunate that a barrier prevented bystanders from being involved, but currently, there was no such protection. One wrong step, and innocent lives could be lost. Aizen was aware of the destruction demons caused, thus he tried to avoid fighting in densely populated areas. Although their previous encounters had taken place in isolated spots, the present circumstances had them in a neighborhood filled with sleeping families. Children anticipating their parents' arrival at midnight. "Shizuka, do you know of any large, deserted places?" She also noticed the commotion from neighboring houses. Involving others wasn't something she desired, but the current situation was complex. At least, that was what she thought before Aizen posed a question. She recalled every possible location. Luckily, one came to mind, a stadium where she had watched a baseball game a week ago. Though it was quite far from their current location, it met all the criteria. "There's a stadium, but it's several kilometers away. Do you know the way?" She nodded in response. That was enough for Aizen. "Sorry, Fido, We'll have to change our playground. Without hesitation, he advanced toward the demon, evading its claws and tail that tried to strike him. He launched himself beneath the demon's snout, using his hands as a base, and delivered a double kick to the lower part of the snout. While this might not have inflicted any damage, he managed to lift the giant, multi-ton dog into the air without difficulty. Cracks were left as marks under his hands. However, he achieved his objective, leaving the demon on its back on the ground. It would take a few seconds for it to recover. These men returned to Shizuka. Kurox. In response to his call, the motorcycle appeared before them. Shizuka wanted to act surprised, but at this point, she gave up. Even if these men told her he was a demon, she would believe it. These men got on first, gripping the handlebars. Get on already, we've got a long journey ahead. Shizuka climbed on as the passenger, holding on tight. But these men didn't move. In fact, he was holding something in his hands. I can't decide. What music do you think would be good for a chase? You know, there has to be music in these situations. Does that really matter? That's how. While these men explained why he wanted to get in the mood, the demon managed to recover and focus on them, then started charging. Just pick one at random. She was startled as he noticed the demon advancing towards them, intent on destroying them with its jaws. Daisman pressed a button that selected a random piece of music. Looks like luck is on our side. Daisman, you idiot. The demon's jaws were about to close on them, promising a painful death. But Daisman poured his demonic energy into Kurox, causing the motorcycle to accelerate and evade the demon's jaws. They quickly left it far behind. So, where am I headed? He said calmly, as if he hadn't been on the verge of being devoured and mutilated by the demon moments ago. I really wish I had your composure. She had abandoned all rational thought being beside him. Just keep going straight until you reach a park. Then take the right road onto the highway. As a driver in Chiba, she knew the routes well. I think they won't let us. Upon hearing this, Shizuka noticed a shadow covering them. Looking up, she saw the demon's figure descending upon them. Daisman turned right, avoiding the attack that should have crushed them. But this took them off the route, entering residential areas once again. Shizuka didn't have a moment to breathe, as before she could tell him which way to go, Daisman abruptly turned left, narrowly missing a car that was hurled at them. This caused them to enter people's yards, crashing through several walls and fences. Surprisingly, Kurox had no issue with this, plowing through everything like they were made of glass. Because of this, Shizuka pressed her body against Daisman, as debris flew towards her. Daisman could feel two soft things that were comfortable to the touch, but he sensed that if he said anything, Shizuka might throw him off Kurox. So, he kept it to himself for now. After exiting the residential area, they reached the highway with the giant demon still in pursuit. That thing is really persistent. Are all demons like this? For Shizuka, having the demon still chase them was annoying, but it was better than it causing havoc among innocent people. It's normal for it to give up after being beaten, but it must have its reasons. Like you calling it a name it doesn't like? Fido is a good name. Daisman responded as he veered to the right, dodging the demon's tail. He would usually try to cut off that tail, but Alistair was currently embedded in the demon's nose. Are we there yet? I don't like just limiting myself to dodging. They had spent over 5 minutes merely evading Fido's attacks, and even though this dog was gigantic, its pursuit speed exceeded any expectations. We have another 5 minutes. By the way, shouldn't that thing be split in two? It really knows a lot of tricks. These men grinned. Let's switch. The demon's tail split into two. If it was easy to dodge before, now it would be a sure death to try that. With a swift move, these men rose from his seat, switching positions with Shizuka. She was now the driver. You know, if you slow down, we're dead, right? Don't tell me that after we switched positions. Someday, you'll tell your kids that you drove a motorcycle while being chased by a demon. As if that's something to brag about. These men stood up on Kurox, something impossible at the speed they were going, but on Kurox, he had full control. Come on, Fido, don't make this ride boring. The demon's tails moved towards these men, intending to pierce him, ensuring his death this time. Though they didn't achieve their goal, these men managed to deflect them with a kick. Come on, that's not all you've got, right? The demon roared, causing its attacks to become faster. Do you always have to provoke it? It's fun. He said with a smug smile. With that, Shizuka focused on driving while these men deflected the tails that would have pierced them at the first opportunity. For the other drivers on the road, they witnessed something surreal, a motorcycle with a person atop it repelling whips coming from a giant dog. But obviously, this couldn't be real. It must be special effects for some new movie they're shooting. Most of them chose to ignore it. However, among them, a single person pulled out their phone to report the situation unfolding in Chiba. Daisman and Shizuka were already nearing their destination, but as they got close, One of the tails changed its attack pattern, sweeping towards Kurox. TCH. Unable to dodge or deflect this, Desmond jumped onto the tail, using it to impede its movement, but now he was an easy target. Shizuka might have tried to stop to help him, but before she could do anything, Kurox abruptly stopped, pivoting on its axis to face the demon. What the hell? Kurox advanced without slowing down toward the demon. Its tails, as well as its jaws, were waiting for him. Unfortunately for it, and defying the odds, Desmond managed to dodge its piercing attack, grabbing onto the tail and using it to launch himself backward. As he fell to the ground, he would have been an easy target, but Kurox caught him, skidding in the process and passing through the demon's legs. Does this thing have a mind of its own? She complained. The entire time she had tried to steer Kurox, but it seemed Kurox was driving itself. I have no idea. He replied with his usual disinterested tone. Though they had managed to escape that predicament, the demon now blocked the only entrance to the highway. Desmond, wait, you're not thinking of doing what I think you're thinking, are you? Seeing how he was doing things, it reminded her of action movies, and in their situation, she had an inkling of what Desmond was about to do, something she really didn't want to happen. I'm not psychic to read your mind, but if I had to guess, I'd say you're on the right track, he said with a tone full of confidence and a big smile. Desmond extended his arm towards the handlebars, imbuing Kurox with demonic energy, instantly accelerating to a speed that would usually only be reached after several seconds at top speed. Meanwhile, the demon also began to run in their direction. If this happened, they would crash into each other, with the demon coming out victorious. But Desmond had a plan in mind, something Shizuka would hate. If you'll excuse me, Desmond lifted Shizuka, carrying her in his arms while standing on Kurox. You were really going to do it? Seconds before the collision, Desmond leaped over the demon. Its tails tried to pierce them, but he used his legs to deflect them. He even gained some support from them, reaching its jaws where he timed a perfect step to avoid being devoured. He then leaped over the demon. Kurox passed underneath, intercepting them before they could crash into the ground. Desmond was seated on Kurox, holding Shizuka in his arms. It was quite a romantic sight if anyone else saw it, but if they examined Shizuka's face, they wouldn't see the expression of a smitten maiden, but that of a woman who wanted to smack the guy carrying her. Feeling secure, they continued on their way, pursued by the demon. Once inside the stadium, they descended and waited for their guest. By the way, when do you plan on letting me go? Shizuka still held Desmond in his arms, frustrated by being treated like a helpless maiden. Desmond put on an amused smile, understanding Shizuka's words. How much longer do you plan to keep me in your arms? I'm going to use that sword of yours to run you through the chest. That's probably why you're single, he remarked, gallantly helping Shizuka down. I'll ignore that. She would get back at him later. Do you have a plan? It doesn't look like you are dealing damage to the demon with your blows. I thought of one on the way here. It's really annoying to do, but I don't have much of a choice. By the way, you'd better step back, as the demon is after you too. What do you mean? Before Shizuka could finish her sentence, the demon leaped into the stadium. It's time to settle the score, and you also have something that belongs to me, though I'm still paying for it, Desmond declared. Desmond started advancing toward the demon. I hope there's a fountain in a nearby park, Desmond thought as he sped forward. Desmond leaped over the demon, evading its tails and claws. After several dodges, he adapted. Landing on Fido's nose, he used both arms to pull Alistair out of the demon's flesh. Alistair came loose, causing a significant hemorrhage in the demon. However, at this point, it didn't feel as much pain. Fido, the first test subject for that. With Alistair in hand, he used the strength in his legs to make a great leap, rising up and gaining significant distance from the demon. The view from up here isn't bad at all. The demon also leaped, aiming to crush him with its fangs, but this time that's Desmond's plan. As the momentum waned, Desmond began descending. In Shizuka's view, she was about to witness him being devoured. Desmond smiled before he hurled Alistair in a spinning motion towards the demon's snout. As Desmond passed through its jaws, Alistair prevented the demon from closing its jaws around him. Just before entering the throat, Alistair was retrieved. Shizuka witnessed it all. The boy she had called for a simple task was devoured. However, even though the situation dictated that it was now her turn to die, a part of her believed this was all part of his plan. After dealing with its initial target, the demon shifted its attention to Shizuka, slowly advancing toward its prey. She, on her part, didn't budge, perhaps out of fear or the confidence she had in him. When the demon was close to her, it started writhing, its howls echoing through the nearby streets. It was a cry of pain. It tried to shake it off, but nothing changed. Gradually, its expression transformed, its paws losing strength, and it collapsed to the ground. As Desmond entered the demon's stomach, he began cutting everything in sight, whether intestinal walls or destroying any organs he encountered. Upon dying, the demon started to disappear, its body turning red before vanishing completely, revealing the figure of a certain demon hunter who had been devoured moments before. Normally, he would have been proud of this, but now he was completely covered in blood and fluids from the demon's organs. If they're tough on the outside, they're soft on the inside. That's what he thought before letting himself be devoured. You're truly amazing. Shizuka approached to see his condition, which was nothing out of the ordinary. I know. Desmond's smile faded after saying this, catching Shizuka's attention. I have two pieces of news, one good and one bad. Which one do you want to hear first? I'll go with the bad. She said, somewhat exhausted. Your entire school, as well as your students, are in danger. I can't tell you when, but that place will become a feast for demons. I can't assure you how I know, but call it intuition after today's events. Shizuka's cheerful and tired expression changed in an instant. She wanted to ask if he was joking, but Desmond's serious expression told her he wasn't. But don't worry, there's still good news, and that is, I won't charge you for today, as my job is still unfinished. Desmond carried Alistair over his shoulders. It's not a coincidence that thing pursued us after leaving your school. It's likely that one of those two demons you mentioned ordered an end to us. Although Desmond said he would take care of it, it's not easy to process the fact that at any moment, her school and students could be slaughtered by demons. Today, she witnessed how dangerous they are. How will you do it? She asked, somewhat dismayed. I'll stay in Shiba until those demons are dealt with. After all, my job involves handling the demons you saw, so I can't charge you until it's done. Desmond sighed heavily. And here I thought this job would be short and turns out it's an indefinite one. If he left at this moment, he would simply be evading the situation and leaving Shizuka and her students to their fate. A school being massacred by demons is something he won't allow to happen again. Can you really do it? There was a hint of fear and doubt in her voice. Who do you think you're talking to? I'm Desmond, a demon hunter. If you have a problem with them, call me, and I'll take care of them for you. That's my motto. He said with a lot of pride and arrogance. Thank you. She bowed. When Desmond initially delivered the bad news, she had thought of doing anything to make him stay, whether it meant selling all her possessions or taking out a loan. She would have done it for the sake of her students. However, to her surprise, Desmond treated it as part of his initial job, without charging her more. Now all that's left is to find a nearby park or a bridge to spend the night under, and if I'm lucky, a fountain to clean up. I really reek of demon. He smirked mockingly as he said the last part. What are you saying? You can stay at a hotel. I'll give you the money up front. I told you, I won't accept it until the job is done. That's something my mother taught me. Besides, I have experience sleeping in unpleasant places, so it won't be an issue. And from what I see, this city has better conditions than I thought. It'll be like a 5-star hotel. Shizuka clenched her teeth upon hearing this. How could someone so young say that with a smile? She wondered, but she didn't find an answer. She definitely wouldn't allow someone who saved her life and helped her with her problem to do that. Until you deal with the demons, you can stay at my apartment. It's not very big, but you can use the couch to sleep, and you'll be able to take a shower. If you're making such a generous offer, I don't have much choice but to accept, as it's better than sleeping on the streets. Alright, then let's start walking, as it's a bit far from here. We can use Kuroks? No way. You're covered in blood and smell bad. It's for that very reason that you can't find a partner, even inviting a stranger to stay with you. I really want to hit you. And so, they began heading towards Shizuka's apartment. After several minutes, a group of people arrived at the scene, but they found nothing. Are you sure about what you saw? I am. I saw a demon, one of those from the books. If that's the case, we'll have to increase surveillance. You also mentioned seeing a boy fighting against that thing? Yes, I'm certain. I even took a picture. He took out his cell phone and showed them the picture, depicting a white-haired young man in a black trench coat battling some sort of whips coming from a giant dog. We need to meet with him. After finishing their conversation, everyone dispersed. Underestimating the demons was one of their mistakes, and the worst one was treating Desmond as one. But they are still not aware of this fact. Omake, sword. After arriving at Shizuka's apartment, Desmond cracked a few jokes before heading into the shower to take a bath. Meanwhile, Shizuka went to her room to find a change of clothes for him. She didn't have anything in his size, but she found some sweatpants that Desmond could wear. Once she found them, she headed to her living room to go to the bathroom and leave the change of clothes for him. But on the way, she got distracted by Alistair, who was by the side of the couch. Since its sheath was lost during the fight, it's currently on full display. She imagined herself wielding a sword and cutting down demons while wearing a red trench coat. But she quickly dismissed that idea. Her curiosity got the better of her, and she started getting closer, noticing Alistair's details perfectly. "I were you, I wouldn't do that," Desmond said as he emerged from the shower. "I was just curious about." She couldn't finish her sentence. In fact, she couldn't form any words at all. She had left a towel for Desmond to dry himself, but he was currently using it to dry his head, leaving his body entirely exposed. Shizuka's gaze roamed over the upper part of his body. His figure was defined, he didn't have massive muscles, but they were sculpted to complement his physique. There was no trace of the injury he had received during the fight, indicating abnormal regenerative abilities. Her gaze continued downward, but at that moment, she wondered something. "I'm sure he doesn't have his sword with him." Her gaze remained fixed in that area. For someone who was single and had never even been kissed, seeing something like this left her in shock. Of course, as an adult, she had found ways to provide herself with affection during lonely days, but none of the adult videos she had seen had prepared her for this moment. She wasn't so innocent as to believe that babies were delivered by storks, but what she was witnessing shattered one of the notions she had. Since when do men have an elephant down there? Her mind, as well as her face, finally comprehended the situation. Desmond had entered the living room naked. "I guess I should say something, but I'm not ashamed of my body." Desmond shifted a certain part of his body as if to boast. "Get dressed, you damn exhibitionist." Shizuka threw the change of clothes at him, which Desmond caught before retreating back to the bathroom. He did so with a mocking smile. Once Desmond was gone, she covered her face. She never expected to see something like this. Are all foreigners like this? She's really mistaken because she should be asking herself if all those who have the blood of the legendary Sparta Knight possess such attributes, and the answer to that is a resounding yes. Chapter 6, Sobuhai and Service Club. After his little incident last night, Desmond took Shizuka's sofa as his temporary bed until he faces the demons that threaten the school. If they were to ask him which couch is more comfortable, the current one or the old, beaten-up one at Dandy's place, the answer is obvious. That's why Desmond is sleeping soundly, forgetting the massive debt in his name, or rather, that was put in his name. Desmond. A few hours past sunrise, Shizuka took the trouble of preparing breakfast, but her new roommate didn't seem to be getting up, so she began calling him. "Desmond. Just 5 more minutes," he said before going back to sleep. "Get up already, or you miss breakfast." Yesterday was an emotional roller coaster for Shizuka. Meeting the demon hunter she hired only to find out nothing was happening at her school was a relief. But a few minutes after leaving, she was the target of a demon's assassination attempt in the form of a dog-like creature. She saw the boy she met getting impaled, a certain death, yet he got up as if nothing happened. They were part of a chase scene that could only be from an action movie. And in the end, Desmond decided to be swallowed by the demon, only to destroy it from the inside, an audacious decision with high chances of going wrong. But he exceeded all expectations. For all of this, Shizuka should feel a lot of respect and gratitude toward the young man who saved her, but his snobbish, arrogant, and mocking attitude tells her he doesn't deserve it. "You shouldn't get angry, it'll only give you wrinkles." Desmond got up, did some stretches, then headed to the dining area. "And whose fault is that?" she complained as she returned to her seat. On the table, there are 2 bowls of ramen. Since it's Sunday, Shizuka went the extra mile to transfer the ramen from its packaging to bowls, as the usual practice is to prepare and eat it immediately. Desmond sat down at the table and started eating without objection. Free food is free food. "By the way, have you thought about how you'll do the surveillance at the school?" Yesterday, Desmond mentioned he'd take care of monitoring and protecting the place, but he didn't mention the method he'd use. Staying close and observing, hiding on the rooftop or in empty classrooms. That's what a stalker does. Shizuka face-palmed in stress. "Maybe pretend to be a new teacher? Are you good at any subject?" "Demon hunting class," Desmond said proudly. "I shouldn't have relied on you for these matters." Shizuka gave up. But luckily, she thought of something overnight. "I have an idea." "I'm listening." Desmond continued eating. "How about enrolling as a transfer student? That way, you can be inside the school without drawing attention and monitor the whole place." "Going back to school, huh? I'm not really interested, but if that's the only way, I guess it's our only option." Shizuka felt somewhat sad knowing Desmond left school out of necessity, someone who couldn't enjoy their student days, though he probably couldn't care less. "School is fun, isn't it, Desmond?" A brief memory crossed his mind, but quickly vanished. "So it's settled, and I have the form to complete your transfer," Shizuka said. "This was decided from the beginning, right?" "Not at all," she replied with a smile. For her, young people should enjoy their student life, develop relationships, and interact with peers their age. Shizuka stood up to fetch a sheet of paper and a pen. She filled in most of the blanks, leaving a few. "By the way, what's your last name?" "I don't have one," he said as he finished eating. Shizuka had finished a few minutes ago. What do you mean you don't have one? It's impossible for someone not to have a last name. I stopped using my mother's a long time ago, and I won't use my father's, so during this time, I've just used my name for everything. I don't have the right to ask you why since it's a personal matter, but not having a last name is a problem. It's too suspicious. If it was your idea, don't you think you should come up with something, Shizuka? You're really a... Wait, I thought of something. An idea illuminated her mind. What if you use my last name? I'm too young to get married, so find someone else. Though I think that's impossible. Desmond shook his hands in a gesture of refusal. Some veins of anger appeared on Shizuka's forehead. She didn't say it with that intention, but being rejected for no reason annoyed her. It reminded her of her multiple failures in dating. Desmond moved his hand, catching the pin that had been thrown with enough force to hurt someone. It's that attitude that's keeping you from having a partner, he said mockingly as he returned the pin to its original place. Shizuka wanted to hit this guy, but she felt like her hand would suffer more than his face. I wasn't referring to that. I wouldn't be interested in you in my dreams. She coughed to calm herself after saying this. What I meant is for you to take my last name and pretend to be a relative of mine. I see, a grandson. He moved his fingers to catch the pen again but this time stopped inches from his face. I'm not even close to 30, so having grandchildren is impossible for me. Shizuka exploded. She could endure jokes about not getting a partner and nearing 30, but being called a grandmother was too much. What a temper. So, a nephew or cousin? Desmond decided not to tease her about being a grandmother. In this case, it's most convenient to say you're the son of a distant cousin who went abroad. What do you think? She took a deep breath to regain her calm. He really knows how to get on my nerves. That sounds fine, as long as it makes things easy, I have no problem. With his affirmative answer, Shizuka started filling in the remaining personal spaces, making up the rest. Alright, this should be enough. Tomorrow, you'll introduce yourself as a new student, but first, you'll accompany me to the teacher's room to finish the procedure. With one thing down, Shizuka could feel relieved. If that's all, I'll go back to the couch. Desmond stood up and headed back to the couch. I forgot to mention, you'll need a uniform. Shizuka halted him with her words. Isn't how I'm dressed enough? Desmond turned around. He wore a black leather coat, a white polo shirt that Shizuka lent him because his had a hole in the chest, and blue jeans. I want you to blend in, not stand out. Can I at least keep the coat? For some strange reason, I feel comfortable wearing it. With no way to object, Desmond surrendered, more because Shizuka was right. There's another guy who wears one, so I don't see why not. She recalled a certain strange second-year student, even in summer, he always wears a coat. I'm fine with that. Without further ado, Desmond returned to the couch. Where do you think you're going? We have to go to the mall to buy your uniform. How are we getting there, in your car? Desmond went back to sleep after saying this. On her part, Shizuka moved behind the couch and without hesitation, gave it a strong kick, causing Desmond to fall off the couch. I get it, no joking about your car and that you're a grandma, duly noted. Desmond got up. Let's go already, so we don't have to wait in long lines at the mall. You're the boss. With this decided, both of them left the apartment. Desmond left Alistair on the couch since it would be a short trip, and he managed for many years with just his body, it wasn't a vital necessity. Although battles were easier since he rented Alistair. Once outside the building, Desmond called Kurox, ready to head to the mall. Let me ask you this, since I didn't get a chance yesterday, do you have a driver's license? You don't need one to drive a devil arm, he said nonchalantly. Explain that to the police, we'll take the train. In that case, you just need to lose their trail, besides, I escaped 3 chases yesterday, so I'm used to it. I feel like if I ask more about that, I'll get a huge headache, so I'll skip the fact that you're a wanted criminal. The police are fast, but Kurox is faster. Don't say that proudly. We're taking the train, no complaints. Shizuka started pushing him from behind, to which Desmond relented and made Kurox disappear. Monday, 7 a.m. The moment when most of Japan's working population commutes, whether by driving their own vehicles or taking the train. While all of that was happening, in a certain apartment located in a residential complex, Desmond was still asleep. But not for much longer. Get up already, or we'll be late. Shizuka didn't hesitate to kick the couch, causing Desmond to fall to the floor, though this time he put his arms out to prevent hitting the ground. That's not the appropriate way to wake someone up. Using the strength of his arms, he pushed himself to his feet. I called you several times, but you ignored me. I'm a heavy sleeper. As if that's true. During the night, Shizuka got up to get some water, and while in the kitchen, out of curiosity, she threw an empty can at Desmond, But he caught it while asleep and also told her it's bad manners to attack someone while they're sleeping. I like sleeping in late. I'll ignore that since I don't want to argue first thing in the morning. Put on your uniform, we need to have breakfast and head to school. You should have started with that. He responded in good spirits. Shizuka headed to the dining area to serve breakfast while Desmond put on his school uniform. It feels strange to wear this thing again. Yesterday, Shizuka bought the uniform at the mall. Luckily, her friend owns a tailor shop, so they had Desmond's uniform adjusted to ensure it offered enough mobility. With preparations complete, they spent the rest of the afternoon walking and looking at things, which also helped Shizuka become more familiar with him. They would have to live together indefinitely and maintain the aunt-nephew relationship at school, so it's normal for them to get along. Desmond dressed in black pants, a white shirt without a tie, and his coat. The initial plan was to not draw attention, but his appearance and clothing do the opposite. Once ready, he headed to the dining area and proceeded to have breakfast with Shizuka. And to no one's surprise, breakfast consisted of instant ramen. Perhaps considering her diet, Shizuka should gain weight, but before heading to school, she usually goes jogging in a nearby park, which helps her maintain her slim figure. Desmond isn't picky about food, so he didn't say anything about eating the same thing for several days. In fact, not having to pay for it is already a great deal. Once they finished breakfast, they got ready to leave. They still have an hour, but the train journey and completing additional paperwork at school takes time. Do we have to use the train again? Outside the apartment, Desmond didn't hesitate to complain, recalling how crowded the train was yesterday. It's normal. Under normal circumstances, I'd drive to school, but my insurance doesn't cover demon attacks. She sighed, remembering her poor car. Yesterday, the police called her after finding the remains of her vehicle. It's impossible for the police to have believed her story about a demonic dog attacking her. So, she made an excuse, saying her car was stolen and she lost track of it. At this hour, very few people are out and about since most are either on their way to work or catching the train, right? What are you getting at? I'm sure it must be annoying to be in a crowded train car, so I have a better plan. Desmond manifested Kurox. I told you yesterday, it's very troublesome. She sighed. It's troublesome if you get caught. Or do you want to repeat what happened yesterday? As he said, yesterday was uncomfortable heading to the mall. There was an event, so everyone decided to go, making the train too crowded for their comfort. Shizuka weighed the pros and cons. She really hates using the train to get around, which is why she got a car in the first place. She's also a bit of a fan of motorcycles. On one condition, I drive. It's better than being packed like sardines. With everything decided, Shizuka got on Kurox first, followed by Desmond. Remind me that I need to buy a helmet online. I'm sure that even if it were a concrete wall or another vehicle, Kurox would smash right through upon impact. I saw it, but the police will penalize us if we don't wear a helmet. You really pay a lot of attention to laws. He said disinterestedly. You're the weird one for not following the laws. With their conversation over, Shizuka set Kurox in motion, or rather, Desmond let her do it, as he can control it just by thinking and doesn't need to hold the handlebars. After several minutes, they reached the vicinity of Sobuhai. Shizuka managed to drive while obeying traffic laws, although Desmond kept urging her to go faster. It didn't help that Desmond would make Kurox accelerate out of nowhere. Desmond put away Kurox as they got close to the school. It would be strange to arrive on a motorcycle and then make it disappear in front of everyone's eyes. Inside the school, Desmond followed Shizuka to the teacher's lounge, where she introduced him to the other teachers as well as the principal. The teachers and the principal had no trouble believing that he was a distant relative of Shizuka. Given Desmond's perfect command of Japanese with all arrangements in place, the only thing left was for Desmond to go to his assigned classroom and join the others. From now on, you're part of Class J, second year. It's the only section with an available seat. By the way, do you plan to go in like that? Shizuka pointed to Alistair, who was inside a new guitar case. I can deal with those things using my body, but this way is easier and quicker. Just try not to let others see it. Also, don't go around calling others by their first names, use their last names. She emphasized the latter point. Consider it done. Desmond responded without much emotion. Now go to your section, as I'm busy with planning for the trip to Kyoto in a few days. And so, Desmond began his search for his classroom, fortunately not taking long to find it. Remembering the manner Shizuka explained, he proceeded to knock on the door until the teacher gave him permission to enter. Once inside, the teacher handed him a piece of chalk to write his name and give a brief self-introduction. But when he was about to do so, for some reason, he had no idea how to write in Japanese. This was because the old woman granted him the ability to speak Japanese fluently, not to comprehend it. Thus, he couldn't write it. Extending this wouldn't make sense, so he went straight to the introduction. I'm Daisman Hiratsuka. My hobbies are sleeping, having fun, and passing the time doing things I like. He thought about what else to say, but nothing came to mind. I guess that's it. Oh right, you can call me Daisman, I don't mind the use of my name. Hiratsuka-kun, that was quite an unusual introduction. Please take a seat. For the teacher, it was an odd introduction, but knowing Daisman was a foreigner, he let it pass. Already in his conveniently located seat next to the window, he proceeded to fall asleep, as he didn't understand anything the teacher explained. The hours passed until lunchtime. Daisman opened his eyes upon hearing the bell, but he also noticed that he was surrounded by several girls. Luckily for him, his class had more than 80% female students. Which country are you from? Are you a relative of Hiratsuka-sensei? Do you have a girlfriend? You play the guitar. Would you dedicate a song to me? Several girls asked in unison. The normal reaction would be to feel pleased with so much attention, and Daisman is no exception. I'll leave those questions as homework for you, but right now I'm hungry and need to talk to Shizuka about something, so let's save this for another time. He said with a smile. After saying this, he took Alistair and made his way without much difficulty. Though his stay is temporary, not being able to write can be bothersome. Once in Shizuka's office, he took a seat in front of her. What do you think of the classes? I didn't understand anything. He said it in a bored tone. That's normal. A few review classes should be enough to help you adapt. Shizuka is happy that Daisman is attending school again. As a teacher, she believes someone his age should be studying and not just focusing on his demon hunting work. There's actually another problem, I can't write in Japanese. Are you kidding? I told you on the day we met. An old woman granted me the ability to speak your language fluently, but not to write it. I thought you were joking. Shizuka thought for a moment, but quickly came up with a solution. No problem with that. In fact, it doesn't interfere with what I had in mind. She nodded to herself. Once classes are over, come and I'll explain what you'll do. Works for me. By the way, can you give me some money to buy something? Shizuka just sighed and pulled out her wallet, giving Daisman some yen. It's her responsibility, so she doesn't have much of a choice. Don't worry, I won't be a freeloader. In a few days, I'll start taking on jobs, and whatever's left will be for my expenses. So, what you said about being in debt is true. It's the truth, it's difficult when I leave debts in your name. He sighed wearily. With that, Daisman headed to some vending machines he saw along the way and went to the rooftop after getting his food. After finishing his meal, he lay on top of the water tower, completely forgetting he had classes to return to. After taking a long nap and hearing the bell signaling the end of classes, Daisman headed to Shizuka's office. Since today was his first day, he only brought Alistair with him. Shizuka would provide him with materials in a few days. So, he didn't bother going back to his classroom. Once in her office, he sat down while yawning. What do you think of your first day of classes? Shizuka asked curiously. Boring, and I don't understand most of it. He was honest. While he knows the basics, much of what was taught in the first hours was completely unfamiliar to him. Come with me. We're going somewhere that will help you with that. And so, Daisman followed Shizuka to a certain classroom that functions as a club. Yuki no Shida, I'm coming in. Without hesitation, she opened the door, entering the classroom. Upon entering, Daisman noticed 3 students in the room, 2 girls and a boy. Yuki no Shida Yukino, the most beautiful and intelligent girl in the school, Uegahama Yue, another of the prettiest and most cheerful girls, and lastly, Hueco Pokemon, self-proclaimed king of loners. The 3 of them are part of the service club, which is dedicated to assisting students with various requests. Hiratsuka-sensei, I told him several times to wait until I give him permission to enter. Well, you see, this is my nephew. He recently came from abroad. Shizuka ignored Yuki no Shita's words. It's part of her routine. Seeing that Daisman was just staring, she elbowed him, though it hurt her more. I'm Daisman Hiratsuka, but just call me Daisman. I hate formalities. As you can see, this boy is quite peculiar, which is why I'd like you to lend him a hand with his studies and learning various writing kanji. Shizuka explained. I see. But as you may know, we help people who want to be helped. She focused her gaze on Daisman. Your nephew slept through the first half of classes, and he didn't show up for the other half. As they share the same class, and this new student has the same last name as their teacher, Yuki no Shita grew curious, but Daisman showed complete disinterest. Shizuka turned her gaze back to Daisman, who just looked away while whistling a tune. We'll talk later. She addressed Yuki no Shita again. That's why I want help so he can adapt. Uegahama-san, Hikagaya-kun, what do you think? Yuki no Shita turned to the other 2 members of her club. If he's a relative of Hiratsuka-sensei, I think we should help him. What do you say, Hiki? Uchiha said with her usual enthusiasm and energy. The gazes of Hokage and Aizen met, and while there was nothing out of the ordinary, something told Hokage that this boy wasn't normal. His jaded eyes were skilled at assessing people, and they were telling him that this boy didn't fit the category of a regular person. But lacking a basis to confirm this, he let it slide. If it's something Hiratsuka-sensei is asking for, I have no reason to refuse. Shizuka nodded approvingly. That makes me happy. So, Yuki no Shida, I'm entrusting these men to you. She headed toward the door. I hope you pay attention and don't cause them trouble. With that said, she returned to her office. So, Hiratsuka-kun, in which subjects do you need help? Yuki no Shida's plan would be tailored according to the subjects he needs to prepare for. Call me Desmond, and I guess it would be from elementary school subjects. He said in his usual tone. Minutes later, the service club would realize that Desmond was a lost cause. Chapter 7, Calcium and Yumiko. The following days passed without surprises. Of course, Desmond was an incredible pain in the neck for Shizuka and the service club. In the last few days, Shizuka had to chase Desmond all over the school since he kept skipping classes and was often seen wandering around during school hours. Despite her efforts, she could never catch up to him. Nevertheless, Desmond didn't escape getting scolded by Shizuka during dinner. As for the service club, the most affected was Yuki no Shida, who reprimanded Desmond daily because he wouldn't pay attention to her explanations. They couldn't really blame him for not showing interest in learning, especially since once his job was done, he'd return to his country, though that date remains uncertain for now. And so, the days went by with Desmond as a student at Sobya High. Nevertheless, the day before the Kyoto trip, two boys approached the service club, where Desmond couldn't help but notice the boy who entered the room. One of them was Hayama Hayato, accompanied by his best friend, who had a request for help with confessing to a girl, something quite common among young students. After those boys left, the girl one of them mentioned came looking for help to prevent the confession from happening, a contradiction in terms of assistance, but this didn't bother Desmond since he wasn't part of the club and instead focused on how to promote his next business venture. As expected, Desmond was still in debt, and being a student wouldn't free him from the million he owed Lady. That's why Desmond made a few calls to Morrison, informing him that he wouldn't be returning to Devil May Cry for a while. Since it was a demon-related matter, his absence wasn't an issue, but he'd still need to earn money while in Japan. He considered starting his own DMC, offering services like problem-solving and assistance, an idea he got from the concept of the service club, though he planned on charging for his services. Doing it for free would be foolish. But he decided to put that idea on hold until after the Kyoto trip. After all, who would turn down a free trip? As for the demons, there hadn't been any signs of them since the attack, but he remained on high alert. Returning to the present, Desmond is at the train station with all the other students, about to board a bullet train that will take them to their destination. Before that, he headed to a nearby store to buy something to eat. He's a fan of sweets. After purchasing a chocolate bar, he thought about heading back to the train before it left him behind. But then, his surroundings changed drastically. A barrier with strange symbols appeared all around the area, separating him from the people and leaving him alone. I thought they were taking their time. From the ground, several demons started to emerge. They had the appearance of skeletal beings with scythes, covered in tattered rags. Haven't you been taught not to interrupt others while they're eating? Desmond said, taking a bite of his chocolate bar. Without hesitation, the skeletons lunged at him, aiming to slice him in two. But Desmond effortlessly dodged the attacks with ease. This is pretty sweet. I can see why it's so expensive. In his mind, the only thing he was focused on was the taste of the chocolate, completely ignoring the demons desperately trying to cut him down. At that moment, as Desmond mockingly evaded their attacks, one of the scythes managed to slice through the chocolate bar, sending it to the ground where it was stepped on by one of the demons. Alright, now I'm pissed. That cost me 300 yen. He reached out and grabbed the skull of the skeleton that stepped on his chocolate, slamming it into the ground, then grabbing it by the leg to use it as a weapon against the other demons. Which one of you is going to pay me back for that chocolate? Comically, Desmond started moving, swinging the skeleton like a weapon as he tore through the rest of the demons. Watching a guy use a skeleton to beat up other skeletons was a surprisingly amusing sight. Quick and efficient, Desmond began wiping out the demons. There were many, but they weren't durable enough to withstand more than a couple of hits. I have to admit, you're pretty sturdy. He complimented his makeshift weapon before continuing to obliterate the demons. Even though more demons kept appearing, it was in vain. They were nothing more than fodder for Desmond. Grabbing the skeleton by both legs, Desmond began spinning in place, turning himself into a kind of human buzzsaw that annihilated any demon foolish enough to approach. Well, that was fun, he said with a grin, tossing the skeleton into the air. The poor demon was decapitated by a kick before it could even land. With the last demon destroyed, Desmond dusted off his hands. That should be all. He stretched briefly, getting ready to head back to the others. However, to his surprise, the barrier that had been keeping him trapped still hadn't disappeared, so he began walking, searching for the demons that must still be hiding. Come on, don't be shy. I'll destroy your skulls gently. After a few seconds of searching, he found the last 2 demons. Let's finish this quickly. I don't want Shizuka scolding me for being late. Usually, he would have dispatched the demons and continued with his day, but he stopped when he saw a large blood-red butterfly flying near one of the demons. The demon caught it and devoured it without hesitation. The demon's body started convulsing, growing larger and changing shape within seconds. Now it was more than 3 times its original size. One of the demon's arms grabbed the other demon beside it, transforming it into a new, much larger and deadlier scythe. The blade of the scythe gleamed with an otherworldly purple hue. An artificial version of one of the demons from hell was created, a demon known as the God of Death, Soul Reaper. However, being artificial, this demon is not as resilient as the original. I see. That butterfly is responsible for Fido's transformation. You learn something new every day. Desmond said cheerfully as he drew Alistair from the guitar case on his back. The previous demons hadn't been worth the effort of drawing Alistair, but the one in front of him seemed like it would be more entertaining. With a joyful grin, he closed the distance between himself and the demon, Alistair clashing against the scythe, causing both weapons to repel each other. You're tougher than the others, but I don't have much time to play. What's more terrifying? A huge demon with a scythe or a woman in her 30s who's still single and probably going to scold him if he's late? The answer is obvious to Desmond. He sidestepped the sharp scythe attack and advanced on the demon, but just then, the demon vanished, avoiding Alistair's strike. The place fell silent once more. Oh, come on, the party's just starting, and you're leaving already? Without a word, the demon reappeared behind Desmond, ready to cleave him in 2, but with quick reflexes, he spun around, intercepting the scythe with Alistair. Both weapons clashed again, repelling each other once more, but Desmond attacked again, and the demon disappeared for the second time. Is this some kind of twisted game of cat and mouse? The pattern repeated several times, with attacks dodged and weapons clashing until both reached a stalemate. Desmond deflected each surprise attack while the demon vanished before being struck. You were really getting on my nerves. Desmond found the situation amusing yet annoying. No matter if he dodged or deflected, the demon disappeared before Desmond could land a decisive blow. Given the circumstances, I'll try this. He thought, recalling the situation up to this point. His battle experience grew with every fight. When their weapons clashed again, Desmond attacked without hesitation, making the demon disappear, but in one of those exchanges, the demon attacked again. Desmond dodged and struck back, returning to the same deadlock. So, Desmond began to wonder what would happen if their weapons kept colliding. The demon reappeared to strike from behind. Desmond deflected the attack with Alistair, but this time he waited for the demon's follow-up swing, deflecting the scythe once again with Alistair. The sound of their weapons clashing echoed through the area, the rhythm repeating over and over. With perfect timing, Desmond managed to intercept every attack. After a minute, cracks appeared in the scythe, and Desmond continued the process. Let's finish this, he said excitedly, realizing his plan was working. A scythe made from some random demon or a devil-armed Dante found many years ago. Which weapon would be stronger? Desmond gripped Alistair with both hands before repelling the scythe once more. On impact, the scythe shattered. The clear winner, Alistair. Taking advantage of the demon's stunned state from losing its weapon, Desmond hurled Alistair, impaling the demon and embedding it into the wall. He then leapt forward, grabbing the demon's skull with both hands and delivering several knee strikes. If Shizuka scolds me, I'll be coming for you in hell. With a mid-air flip, still holding the demon, Desmond showcased immense strength, throwing the demon against the wall where Alistair was lodged. It would have finished the demon off had Alistair's blade pierced it, but the sword was stuck in the wall, causing the demon to simply crash into the weapon's hilt. Even so, before the demon could recover, it received a double kick that sent its skull slamming into Alistair. What are you eating that your bones are so tough? Desmond grinned as he began kicking the demon's skull repeatedly into Alistair's hilt. If there was a demon protection organization, they would surely sue Desmond for excessive force. Did that butterfly have calcium or what? He complained, growing impatient. With one final kick, harder than the others, the demon's skull finally cracked, and Alistair's hilt pierced through it. With its skull destroyed, the demon's body dissolved into red particles before disappearing entirely. The barrier vanished as well. Demons must drink a lot of milk. With those last words, everything around him distorted, and he returned to the train station. The people at the station didn't notice his figure appearing out of nowhere in another location. Desmond walked back to his train, but upon arrival, he noticed that the place was empty. He sighed when he realized the train had left without him. As he pulled out his cell phone, he noticed several missed calls from Shizuka. Inside that thing, there must be no signal. He muttered to himself as he called Shizuka. Hey, Shizuka, you'll never guess. Where the hell did you go? The answer is in your words. Desmond said calmly. What do you want? She stopped to think for a second. Are you okay? No problem, just took too long to deal with them, and I missed the... Just need to catch the train. An irrational thought, but not when it comes to Desmond. While he was conversing with Shizuka, footsteps were heard coming towards him. Kaya. Desmond looked away, noticing a girl in his own uniform, her most distinctive features being her blonde hair and jade eyes. She had a slim figure and good proportions. She collided with Desmond as she ran while looking at her cell phone, and since he didn't move from such a light blow, the girl ended up backing away and falling to the ground. It seems there's a girl who had the same luck as me, Desmond said, focusing on that girl. To then extend a hand to help her up. Desmond's mother taught him to be friendly with girls, although he usually does so in his own way. That must be Mira Yumeko. Her friends said she wasn't on the train during attendance. Shizuka explained. Yumeko's attention was on Desmond, who was speaking on the phone nonchalantly. She had heard from her friend that the new student was Hiratsuka-sensei nephew, and he had quickly caught the attention of most of the girls at Sobya High. You both can wait for the next train, which will depart in about 2 hours. Until then, avoid getting into trouble. Tell that to Mira as well. It was the best Shizuka could come up with. You know I can easily catch up to them, right? Desmond said with an arrogant and confident tone. Don't you dare do that. Shizuka began to say. Before Shizuka could finish speaking, the call was cut. That boy is really going to give me wrinkles. She clenched her fist at the thought of what Desmond was about to do. Meanwhile, back at the train station, Desmond and Mira stood side by side. Hey Blondie, do you prefer waiting for the next train or catching up with them? Desmond said, hoping for Mira's positive response. Huh? I have a name, you know. That doesn't answer the question. Of course, I want to catch up with them. I was going to chat with you and spend time with Hayato. Mira had a great plan for this trip, but it all fell apart when they missed the train. That's what I wanted to hear. After hearing that, Mira started thinking about what Desmond had said. Is it really possible to catch up with them? Then follow me, we have a train to catch. Desmond started walking toward the outskirts of the train station. Shizuka warned him not to cause any trouble, so doing so inside would cause surprise and a future scolding from her. Mira didn't know much about him, other than Yuma mentioning that he's very peculiar, but since he's the nephew of one of her teachers, she didn't pay much attention to it. Once outside, Desmond walked toward an alley where no one was around, and to Mira's surprise, when she arrived, she noticed Desmond had a motorcycle by his side. Is that yours? Like any girl, it was impressive to see a guy with something so eye-catching. You could say so get on already to catch up with them. He said with a tone of disinterest. Desmond got on, followed by Mira. By the way, where are the helmets? Mira didn't even finish speaking before Desmond took off. I don't have any of those. He replied cheerfully, using Kuroks again in the city since Shizuka had forbidden him from doing so. With a speed far exceeding the established limit, Desmond headed for the train tracks, which were 1 kilometer away. At his first opportunity, Desmond noticed that Kuroks could use demonic energy to reach incredible speed, but this would stop once he stopped supplying demonic energy. But what if he didn't stop? After several minutes, they reached the train tracks, where Desmond began gathering demonic energy into Kuroks. Why are you stopping? For Mira, the journey was calm, strangely enough. Although she could tell they were going at an incredibly high speed, there was no turbulence. It was as if those riding on Kuroks were unaffected. The truth was that Desmond bore all the brunt of the wind pressure. It's time. After saying that, the rear wheels started spinning at an intense speed, but they still didn't move from their position. A bullet train has an average speed of over 300 kilometers per hour, so if they want to catch it, they have to go faster. Before Mira could wonder what he meant by his words, she suddenly felt a drastic change in her surroundings. Her survival instincts kicked in, so she clung to Desmond as tightly as she could. In less than a second, they left their original position. What the hell is going on? Although Desmond's body protected her from the wind pressure, her instincts told her that letting go would mean her death. So she held on for dear life. They were now traveling at a speed of over 600 kilometers per hour. Not even 10 minutes passed before a train appeared in their line of sight. Inside it, Shizuka was lost in thought. He won't do something as foolish as using Kuroks to catch up with us, right? She shook her head. Though if I think about him, this could happen. She shook her head again and simply looked out the window. It's very dangerous, and he's with Mira, so I'll trust that he'll wait for the next train. She cleared those doubts from her mind and focused on the landscape. Right now, They were on the tracks over the sea, so she took in the beautiful ocean view. She also noticed a clear sky, a sign that today would be a good day, but something entered her field of vision. She thought that nothing would surprise her after her first encounter with a demon, but seeing her nephew matching the speed of a bullet train was something she had never considered. Both their gazes met for a brief second, and in that moment, Shizuka noticed Desmond's arrogant smile. He's someone accustomed to danger, and doing something like this couldn't possibly be on his list of dangerous things to do. Shizuka was already thinking about how she would scold him, but then she heard a certain characteristic sound of trains. Since it was a double track, Desmond used the one that was free to go at full speed, without considering the possibility of encountering another train head-on. But even so, the smile on his face didn't change. Shizuka got up from her seat and moved toward the last car, which fortunately was empty. She knew that something like this wouldn't kill him, she had gotten used to it after spending some days together. However, the same couldn't be said for Mira, who was just an ordinary human. She located one of the hatches on the roof and began to unlock it. How did she know what Desmond was planning? It's simple. Last night they watched an action movie together. There was a scene where the protagonist climbed on top of a moving bullet train just before getting shot off by the air pressure. This could have gone unnoticed if Desmond hadn't mentioned that he could do it too. And that was the case. Before the second train crashed into them, Desmond got up and carried Mira, using Kirox as a platform to jump to the other train. Mira wanted to scream, she wanted to tell him that what he was doing was insane. However, fear and other emotions prevented her from doing so. Her mind was in chaos as she focused solely on holding on to her teacher's nephew. She was surprised when he lifted her into his arms, and they soared several meters. Fortunately, they landed on the train they were originally supposed to board, but to their misfortune, Desmond had forgotten something important, that the base he was standing on wasn't the most stable. Moreover, the air pressure only threw them backward. Well, I didn't think of this. He quickly turned around so that his back took the brunt of the wind pressure. The force of the wind sent him flying towards the last car of the train, and though he tried to use the strength of his legs to stop, without a sticking point, he couldn't do anything to stop his trajectory. Luckily, as they were about to be thrown off the train, he noticed one of the hatches opening. Without hesitation, he used his legs to stop himself at the edges of the hatch, but they still didn't have much time. First, he lowered Mira, who was received by Shizuka. Shizuka caught her and entered the car with her. Mira lost consciousness due to the shock of thinking she was about to die, and the wind pressure during the jump had also hit her. But since it was only for a few seconds, the damage was minimal. Once Mira's safety was prioritized, it was time for Desmond to board as well. But before doing so, he shared a look with his teacher. If I don't tell her something now, she'll be annoying for the rest of the day. So, before entering, he was going to apologize. However, he could not because he had not considered that the train tracks had signs. Unfortunately, before he could enter, he was hit by one of these signs. His body was sent flying after hitting and destroying a large advertising sign, and when you add the air pressure, his body was ejected as if it were a pressurized chamber. Desmond's figure disappeared on the horizon as he traveled at over 300 kilometers per hour. Shizuka watched as Desmond was struck and then disappeared from her field of vision, but he'll be fine, she said to herself. Shizuka had seen him impaled and eaten by a demon, so being thrown through the air at a speed that would kill anyone shouldn't be a problem for the demon hunter. She stopped thinking about her roommate and worried about Mira. Mira. Shizuka shook her a bit as she checked her for any injuries or damage to her body. I'll really punish him for doing such a stupid thing. A few seconds later, Mira opened her eyes. She didn't remember what had happened in the last few minutes. Her mind had blocked that near-death experience. Once she saw that Mira seemed to be okay, Shizuka sighed in relief. Meanwhile, on one of the tracks, Desmond could be seen lying there. I'm sure there were no signs that came out of nowhere in that movie, he said to himself as he got up and dusted off his clothes. The impact wasn't strong enough to hurt him. In fact, the only time he had been seriously injured was in his first encounter with Dante. To say that Dante beat him up is an understatement. As Desmond wondered whether he should continue his journey or return to Chiba, his cell phone vibrated. To his surprise, the sender was someone he didn't particularly like. Let's go back a few minutes to another place, specifically in the local called Devil May Cry. Lady came in to kill some time. Inside the place, she noticed Trish sitting at the desk eating pizza. I thought I'd be the only one here, Lady said casually as she sat on the desk and grabbed a slice of pizza. Bad luck, Trish replied. Both of them enjoyed the quiet moment, although they missed the demon hunter who used to constantly complain about debts and having essential services cut off due to non-payment. Hey, Trish, don't you want to take a job in Japan? I was assigned one, but I really have no interest in traveling so far. Japan? I'll pass. I figured as much. Why did you accept it if you didn't want to go so far? It was a government request. Apparently, in the city of Kyoto, there have been reports of children disappearing. Some witnesses say they saw a very tall woman taking them, but I don't really think it's a demon, more like a kidnapper. So, I don't have high expectations, but the pay is good, so I decided to take it. A tall woman, you say? Trish pulled out a small notebook she had next to her and started flipping through it. Maybe it is a demon. Trish said. Why do you say that? I've been reading about Japanese folklore and demonology. Since Desmond asked me about it. Regarding what I found, there's a legend about a woman over 8 feet tall who usually wears a white suit and kidnaps children. She's known as Hikishaku. If that's true, I guess I have no choice but to go. By the way, why did Desmond ask you about it? Hasn't he returned from his previous job? Desmond usually avoids Lady, as her calls are only to remind him of the large sum of money he owes. Something came up, and he'll be staying there for a long time. And I think you'll be glad to hear this, but today he should be arriving in Kyoto because of a school trip. Desmond's demeanor towards Trish, in comparison to Lady, is like night and day. Lady had a big smile upon hearing this. She could collect the money without having to travel there herself. It was a good decision to come here, she said. After saying this, she took out her phone and dialed the number of her number one debtor. Back to the train tracks, Desmond took out his phone and answered. He would normally avoid answering, but it was rare for Lady to call him so early. She usually bothered him more at night. However, this was due to the time zone difference. Tell me, what do you need from me? If it's about the money, I'm working on it, although it'll take some more time, he said tiredly. Fortunately, it's not about that. I have a job for you. Trish told me you're in Kyoto, and I happen to need you to deal with a demon in that area. It's not a request. Lady shared some more details and the demon's appearance with him before ending the call. I guess I'll have to go to Kyoto. Desmond sighed wearily, especially since Lady had assigned him a new job now. Desmond sighed as Kurox appeared by his side. But then an idea struck him. I wonder what expression Shizuka will have if I wait for her at the train station. He formed an arrogant smile and hopped onto Kurox, with his goal being to surpass the speed of a bullet train for the second time. Chapter 8, Is Kyoto City fun? In all honesty, what were you thinking when you did that? At Kyoto Station, as the students were getting off the train, Shizuka spotted a cheerful Desmond already waiting for her. I didn't arrive late. Besides, that train is way too slow, he replied, amused. You're the only one who would call a bullet train slow. Shizuka felt a vein in her forehead ready to burst. Don't pay him too much attention. So, where's the hotel? I wanna sleep. For Desmond, it was just another day. Missing the train, I can understand. There was nothing else we could do, but putting Mira in danger is crossing the line. She glared at him. Who's Mira? Ever true to himself, he tilted his head in disbelief, brushing off any responsibility. You don't even remember. She's the girl who was with you. Desmond's mind suddenly clicked. Oh, you mean the blonde? Well, she's fine, so no big deal. There's no point talking to you. For the first time, Shizuka felt like she was having the most one-sided conversation ever. Worse, her usual discipline methods for problematic students had no effect on the demon hunter. If you stay mad, you'll just get more wrinkles, which will lower the percentage of guys who want to date you. Although. Desmond paused, thinking, is there something less than zero? His words stabbed at Shizuka's pride like spears. Alright, you asked for it. She clenched her fist and threw a punch straight at Desmond, but he sidestepped effortlessly. Even though Shizuka followed up with a barrage of blows, not a single one managed to touch him. Are you done yet? He teased. One day, I'll wipe that smug grin off your face. Shizuka was breathing heavily from punching the air so much. That'll only happen if I let you, and for now, that's not in my plans. With that, he continued walking alongside the other students. TCH. That boy drives me crazy. Cursing under her breath, Shizuka joined the other teachers to lead the students to their hotel. The other teachers felt a bit sorry for her, as they understood what it was like having a troublesome nephew. Why do I have to go? It's part of the schedule for these 3 days. I don't want to. Let me sleep, I'm tired. Right now, Shizuka was in one of the hotel rooms, with Desmond being the last to get ready for the planned tour. It's 11 in the morning. How are you still tired? Maybe I was so excited for the trip yesterday that I couldn't sleep? Why are you asking me that? Shizuka grabbed his wrist and tried to drag him out, but there was no way she could overpower him. Just go without me. I'm not interested in visiting those places, or whatever it is you're doing. I gave you the schedule. Did you at least read it? I made a paper airplane out of it and threw it out the window yesterday. You should have seen how far it flew. He said proudly. What did I do to deserve this? Shizuka sighed deeply. Memorize this, I'm not repeating it. Today, the students will move as an entire class to the designated locations. Tomorrow, you'll be with your respective groups and can visit different tourist attractions. Lastly, on the third day, you'll have total freedom to wander around the tourist areas, and you can even group up with students from other sections. Got it? The view's pretty nice from here. Shizuka's entire explanation was ignored, as these men gazed out from the room's balcony. The view from the 10th floor was breathtaking. Alright, that's it. I didn't want to do this, but you leave me no choice. Shizuka's gaze turned sinister. If you don't cooperate, I won't give you any money, and forget about me paying for your lunch. Another reason why these men came to Kyoto was also because Shizuka told him that the sweets they sell are delicious. Are you trying to kill me with that? Desmond muttered under his breath. I saw you get impaled and crash into a sign at full speed while riding on top of the bullet train, and you're still here. So don't give me that I'm going to die nonsense. Shizuka retorted. TCH. And that's why you're still single. He mumbled to himself. What did you just say? Nothing. He quickly avoided her gaze. You're way too much of a hassle. Shizuka pressed her fingers to her temple, clearly trying to keep her composure. Don't blame me. I was taught I could do whatever I wanted, as long as I kept a good sense of humor. And who taught you that? Who in the world would give such irresponsible advice? A mercenary. It was a few years back. There was a time when a younger Desmond wore nothing but a stoic expression, accepting jobs just to survive. He mostly hunted thieves or took on contracts to eliminate certain targets. The reasons didn't matter. Desmond completed every job. That was until he crossed paths with an unusual mercenary, someone who, unlike others who only cared about themselves, tried to reach out to him. Over time, things gradually changed for Desmond. Eventually, he chose to continue his path, but with a more carefree and fun-loving attitude. Though, that's a story for another time. I want to ask more, but I feel like I'll just end up giving into your whims if I listen to all of that. Is that so? Desmond tilted his head slightly. There's no point trying to reason with him, and threats don't work either. If you stay here, you miss out on those sweets I mentioned. That's low, even for you. It's called persuasion. Shizuka said with pride. So, what will you do? Fine, I'll go. But I'm offended. As if I care. After their brief negotiation, Desmond reluctantly obeyed Shizuka and joined the rest of the students. The group split up by sections and boarded different buses. At least for today, Shizuka didn't have to worry about Desmond wandering off or causing trouble, though on the third day, she knew she'd have to stick by his side. Is it time to investigate? Desmond got out of bed. He left his room and made his way to the hotel's main entrance. Being nighttime, it was the perfect opportunity to look into the supposed demon responsible for the disappearance of several children. Of course, another reason was that he hadn't had a chance to sneak off earlier, with Shizuka keeping him tethered to the class activities all day. Not to mention, the promise of sweets in the morning was a hard offer to refuse. As he reached the hotel lobby, he noticed Shizuka, Hikagaya, and Yukinoshita getting into a taxi. Good, more freedom for me. Desmond felt much more at ease, knowing Shizuka wasn't around to breathe down his neck. Desmond-san, are you heading out? Before he could step out the door and set off, someone called out to him. I got bored, so I decided to take a stroll. He responded in his usual laid-back manner. By the way, who are you? The person who caught his attention was none other than Uchiha Yue. She was dressed in a simple beige jacket, underneath which she wore a deep red sweater. She paired it with blue jeans, giving her a casual and comfortable look. However, something about her seemed different tonight. You're so mean. I'm Uchiha Yue, your clubmate from the service club. Oh, you're Yue, Desmond said as if he'd just uncovered one of the world's great mysteries. You didn't recognize me? She asked, a bit embarrassed. With your hair like that, you don't look like yourself. You can't blame me. He shrugged casually. Uchiha smiled brightly. Yumiko wanted to give me a new hairstyle because she was bored. It's clear she doesn't mind. I see, it suits you. He said, sincere as always. Thanks. By the way, have you seen Yukinon and Hiki? Who are they? You're doing this on purpose, aren't you? I have no idea who you're talking about. The other two members of the service club. We've spent several afternoons together lately. Uchiha pouted, thinking Desmond was teasing her. If you mean those two, I saw them leave a while ago and get into a taxi. Maybe they're off to have fun. Ah, youth is so beautiful. Don't say it like you're not young too. While scolding him, Uchiha finally processed Desmond's words. They were together. She said, sounding less energetic than usual. Shizuka probably dragged them along, so they're just victims. He nodded, pretending to sympathize with them. Hiratsuka-sensei took them? You should have led with that. Uchiha started playfully hitting Desmond with her fists, but instead of dodging, he just let her, knowing that she was as strong as a kitten. You didn't ask. Desmond-san. Uchiha let out a long sigh. She finally understood why Yuki no Shito had been more stressed than usual lately. If you see Shizuka, tell her I went to buy something just before she asked for me. See you. He waved nonchalantly as he walked toward the front door. Desmond-san, it's a bit late for a walk. Shizuka had asked the entire service club to try and stop Desmond if they saw him doing anything questionable. Normally, Yuki no Shito handled that, but without her around, Uchiha felt that responsibility now fell to her. More than a walk, I'm going for a little tour of the city. You know, this is when the fun begins. Desmond was hinting at the demons and spirits that were more common at night. Where you're going? Is it going to be fun? You asked innocently. You could say that. He replied with a big smile. Can I come? With Hikage and Yuki no Shito gone, Uchiha thought it was a little unfair to be the only one stuck at the hotel. Sure. He answered without hesitation. Yay. Uchiha smiled, happy to be joining in on the fun, or whatever Desmond's version of fun was. Then let's go. With Uchiha following, the two left the hotel. Are we walking or taking a taxi? Uchiha looked around, excited to be out at this hour. I'll drive, hop on. Wait. Where did you get a motorcycle? In just a few seconds, while Uchiha had looked away, Desmond was suddenly sitting on a motorcycle that appeared as if by magic. You know, movie magic. That makes no sense. You're a wizard. No one knew how she reached that conclusion. It can be kind of cute how naive Uchiha is. It's a secret. He winked at her. Really? Of course not, are you stupid or something? He didn't hesitate to tease her. I'm not stupid. If you keep whining and asking questions, I'll leave you behind, so hop on already. You're so mean. Pouting, Uchiha climbed onto Kurox, wrapping her arms around Desmond's waist. Make sure you hold on tight. If you fall, it's not my fault. Like this? She held on tighter. There was almost no chance Uchiha would fall, but Desmond just said that because he enjoyed the pleasant sensation against his back. It's like having two big marshmallows pressed against me. He's still a teenager, after all. Without another word, Desmond started driving. This time, he kept the speed at a more reasonable pace, so to speak. After about 10 minutes, Desmond stopped near the area where Lady had told him the last child disappeared. Alright, let's walk. We're here already? Uchiha enjoyed the ride. It was her first time on a motorcycle, and it was much more relaxing and pleasant than she had expected, though that was probably because it wasn't a normal motorcycle. You could say that. Uchiha hopped off first, followed by Desmond. She did a few light stretches while looking around the neighborhood where they stopped. It didn't look much different from any other place. By the way, Desmond-san, where are you going to park? Like déjà vu, when she glanced back at Desmond, the motorcycle was gone. Alright, let's walk. Wait. How? Where? Her words were ignored, so she followed Desmond in silence. If you see anything strange, let me know. What do you mean by something strange? A really big woman. Is that strange? Let's just say she's 3 times your size. Oh, she must be really tall. Uchiha couldn't tell if Desmond was being serious or just messing with her. Are you joking? Maybe. With their brief conversation over, the two walked through the neighborhood for several minutes, but nothing seemed out of the ordinary. This isn't fun. Uchiha couldn't help but yawn. She had walked quite a bit throughout the morning and afternoon, and now, doing it again at night, her body was starting to show signs of exhaustion. You're right, I thought this would be interesting, but I guess I'm out of luck. Still, I'd rather not work tomorrow, so let's keep looking. Was Lady wrong? I doubt it. That woman might be a terrifying witch, but I don't think she'd lie about this. Somewhere else in the world, Lady sneezed. They walked for another 20 minutes, passing through several neighborhoods, but there was still no sign of what Desmond was searching for. My legs hurt. Are you a little kid to be complaining all the time? Desmond was starting to get tired of Uchiha's constant whining. You should have told me we'd just be walking. If I'd known, I would have stayed at the hotel. She pouted. Will you be quiet if I carry you? As Uchiha kept complaining about being tired, Desmond thought about carrying her on his back. You're not going to tell me I'm heavy or anything, are you? Normally, Uchiha wouldn't agree to this so easily, but after being on her feet all day, not walking sounded very tempting. I could carry an elephant, no problem. Are you calling me fat? Maybe. He replied with his usual attitude. With Uchiha agreeing, Desmond crouched down, motioning for her to climb onto his back. Just this once, because I'm really tired. With Uchiha on his back, Desmond continued walking. I'm not heavy, am I? I'll refrain from answering. Desmond's mind was focused on the soft contact his back could feel. You're so mean. And so, with a beautiful girl on his back, he walked for another 20 minutes. This is pointless, there's nothing here. Desmond let out a long sigh, realizing he'd have to head out again tomorrow. Let's go back. There was no response, only the soft, steady sound of her breathing. She had fallen asleep. I'm starting to think you're really just a little kid. With nothing left to do around the area, Desmond summoned Kurox, sitting sideways since Uchiha was still on his back, and let Kurox carry them back to the hotel. After a few minutes of travel, they arrived at the hotel. Alright, we're here. Wake up. He shook her a bit, but she showed no signs of waking up. I should have just gone alone. Desmond got off Kurox and quickly dismissed it. If I remember correctly, she said her room was on the 9th floor. During the first few minutes of their walk, Uchiha had shared several thoughts with Desmond. Of course, he only responded by nodding. Desmond's eyes scanned the hotel's floors until he spotted the balcony on the 9th floor. It's obvious what he's planning to do, but there's a reason for it. He had caught sight of their teacher at the hotel reception, and her expression was far from that of a cheerful teacher waiting for her students. Shizuka had originally gone out for a few drinks, but after running into Hikage and Yuki Noshita, she bought their silence by treating them to ramen. She then planned to head to a bar, but hadn't accounted for spending more than expected, thanks to a certain guy who had asked for too many sweets earlier in the day. After the ramen restaurant, she only had enough left for a taxi, so she had no choice but to return to the hotel with her students. And much to her surprise upon returning, she found Mira at the reception, who asked if she'd seen Uchiha. After speaking with the receptionist, he mentioned that he'd seen the girl leave with a white-haired guy. So, Shizuka was doubly pissed. She didn't get to drink tonight, and now she had to wait for Desmond to return. I think I'll die if I run into her. Shaking off that thought, Desmond leapt between the hotel's balconies, reaching Uchiha's room in a matter of seconds. Excuse me. Without the slightest care, he slid open the door to the girl's room, where the rest of the group lay fast asleep, except for one of them. Miro Yumiko, dressed only in pink pajamas, stared in shock and confusion as Desmond entered, laying a sleeping Uchiha down on one of the futons. As he set her down, their eyes met. If Shizuka asks, you didn't see me. With that, Desmond retreated to the balcony, jumping up to his room a floor above. Mira had countless questions racing through her mind, but she couldn't utter a single word. In that moment, a brief flashback flickered, though she couldn't quite grasp the memories. What are you doing with that guy? She asked a sleeping Uchiha, poking her cheeks. Uchiha mumbled in her sleep. Tomorrow, I'm definitely scolding you, she said with a smile. Now more at ease with her friend back, Mira was able to fall asleep. As for the demon hunter, upon entering his room and seeing his roommates already asleep, Desmond found a free futon and lay down. Unfortunately, he was only able to delay the scolding, as the next morning at breakfast, he had to endure the full wrath of his teacher. Chapter 9, Night for Demon Hunting. I'm pretty sure I should be the one keeping an eye on others, not the other way around. Hiratsuka-sensei asked me to keep an eye on you and make sure you don't cause trouble, Yuki Noshita said calmly. Isn't that a bit unfair? I just went for a walk yesterday, and besides, you all went out too. Though Desmond hadn't caused any issues when he took Uchiha along and returned late at night, Shizuka had already planned for Yuki Noshita to keep an eye on him on the second day. The day students are divided into groups. Unlike you, we were dragged along by Hiratsuka-sensei. We can't disobey an order from our teacher. Yuki Noshita let out a slight sigh, still recalling the ramen she ate with Hikage and her teacher, a taste far too intense for her refined palate. You just wanted to go somewhere, didn't you? Desmond accused, having nothing else to say. Think whatever you like, she replied without further interest in the subject. For Desmond, interacting with Yuki Noshita was a hassle, mostly due to her personality. At this moment, Yuki Noshita, Desmond, and a couple of other girls were strolling through the Kyoui-Uchi temple, a place of zero interest to Desmond, but he couldn't resist after Shizuka had scolded him earlier. Inside the temple, they climbed several stone steps, eventually reaching their destination, the Kersensui Garden. This garden primarily uses rocks and other minerals without water, with white sand representing water, designed in such a way that it resembles ripples across the surface. After the group's tiring walk, they entered the Zen garden and took their seats. Desmond, the only one not tired, seemed rather bored. Meanwhile, Yuki Noshita noticed Hikage nearby, so she went over to chat with him. The other girls in the group murmured among themselves, surprised to see Yuki Noshita talking casually with that guy. She was someone popular, at the top of the social hierarchy, so seeing that kind of interaction was unusual for them. They could be considered Yuki Noshita's followers. Desmond looked around, not sure how to entertain himself. Is watching white sand supposed to be fun? As he wondered if this white sand could turn into quicksand, a girl approached him. Desmond-san. I didn't expect to see you here. Desmond barely heard her words, as he only had one question in mind. Who are you? Are you kidding me? You're doing this on purpose, aren't you? Yua complained, frustrated that her classmates seemed to forget her every time. I have vague memories. Did we meet a few years ago? Desmond tilted his head, digging through his memory to identify the mysterious girl. We see each other every afternoon in the service club, and we went for a walk last night. Oh, you're Yuki. How could I forget? I'm not Yuki. My bad, your name is Yumi, right? You forgot my name? Yua might have understood if Desmond called her by her first name casually, but he didn't even remember that. Yoni? Why are you giving me a boy's name? Tears seemed ready to well up in Yua eyes. Don't worry, Yoshi, everyone makes mistakes. With that, he went back to staring at the sand. It's true. My name is Yoshi. My name must be that forgettable. Yua mumbled, as if falling into darkness. Yua-san, what are you doing? Noticing the commotion and her friend's cries, Yuki Noshita decided to step in. I'm Yoshi. Nice to meet you. Yua-san, what are you talking about? Yuki Noshita rubbed her temple, as if she was getting a headache. Takagaya-kun, could you take Yua-san somewhere to calm her down? I'm on it. Takagaya began leading Yua away as she continued muttering the name Yoshi with a vacant expression. Once the two of them left, Yuki Noshita's icy gaze focused on the one responsible for all this. Is there a limit to how much you can bother Yua-san? Desmond looked at her in disbelief, as if wondering what he did wrong. Is this guy really related to Hiratsuka-sensei? She already found it suspicious that Desmond didn't know how to write Japanese and lacked distinctive features, but now she doubted her teacher's words even more. The other girls in the group were also staring at Desmond, ready to punish anyone who upset Yuki Noshita with their sharp gazes, but as usual, Desmond ignored them. Shall we go? I'm bored now. Letting out a long sigh, Yuki Noshita and the group left, as they'd already spent quite some time in the Zen garden, and there were other places to visit. Desmond-kun, just to confirm, you're not planning to take that statue, are you? There was a hint of irritation in Yuki Noshita's voice. I think it'd make a great pet. A few minutes earlier, Yuki Noshita's group had moved to another temple, where two lion dog statues stood at the entrance, a common feature in such temples. The thing was, Desmond had started staring at one of the statues intensely, as if genuinely interested. Yuki Noshita thought he'd developed an appreciation for the architecture and craftsmanship, but was surprised when Desmond seemed intent on taking one with him. These statues are believed to protect temples from evil spirits, but Desmond's curiosity stemmed from feeling that these weren't just motionless figures. A dog or a cat? Unless that dog has 3 heads, Desmond would find them boring. But having a pet lion dog in extra large size would be interesting. Of course, having a kind of wolf would be exciting too. It's a crime, and disrespectful to the culture, to even think about taking one. One more thing on my record wouldn't hurt. I'm ignoring that you just implied you're a wanted criminal. You can't take the statue. TCH, you're no fun. After being scolded and finding nothing else to do, he gave up, moving away from the statue and following Yuki Noshita. Once the demon hunter walked away, a soft sigh echoed through the place. Statues tasked with guarding against evil spirits would be powerless against Desmond if he decided to take them, so the statues offered Yuki Noshita their blessing. The rest of the trip went smoothly, as Yuki Noshita managed to keep Desmond from slipping away and causing trouble. Later that evening, after dinner, Desmond was resting in his hotel room. Let's hope tonight goes well, he said with a yawn. With nothing left but to carry out the task assigned by Lady, Desmond gathered his things, this time remembering to take Alistair along. Alright, time to head out. Knowing that some teachers were watching the hotel entrance to prevent students from sneaking out for nighttime adventures, Desmond approached the balcony and leaped down to the ground. Not his first time jumping from great heights, Desmond landed without a sound. Perfect landing. I'd give myself a 9.5, could have bent my knees a little more. He said to himself with a wide grin. Before I forget, I need a map. Failing to locate the demon the previous night, he'd called Lady to complain about the lack of precise directions, to which she called him an idiot and suggested he buy a map, mark the places where disappearances had been reported, and form a pattern to predict the next spot. Another child had been reported missing in the news just yesterday. Kyoto isn't a small city, so Desmond couldn't be everywhere at once, but tonight, he'd make sure to finish off that demon. He headed to the nearest convenience store, but as he approached the entrance, someone bumped into him, causing that person to fall backwards. Is greeting people like this your usual thing? The person was a girl with blonde hair and jade green eyes, dressed in a pink shirt under a blue jacket, black jeans, and brown boots, a comfortable and casual outfit, ideal for Kyoto's chilly night. The girl was Miro Yumiko, muttering a quiet curse as she felt a twinge of pain from the fall. "Watch where you're going," she said irritably as she stood up. "You're the one walking while reading a magazine, clearly, it's your fault." Desmond picked up the magazine that had fallen at his feet and handed it to Mira. "Don't think I'll thank you, and by the way, you still haven't explained what happened yesterday. Ask Yoshi to explain it to you." "Yoshi? You're the one who made you feel down. Earlier that morning, Mira saw you muttering softly, her face completely blank as she absent-mindedly responded with the name Yoshi." Thankfully, after snapping her out of that trance, she was back to her usual cheerful self. But for some reason, she developed a certain fear of a video game franchise. "I'm busy. We'll talk another day." Without giving Mira a chance to respond, Desmond walked into the store, leaving her alone on the street. "That guy is such an idiot," she muttered, deciding to head back to the hotel. It wasn't worth ruining her mood. "What does he mean I have a habit of greeting people that way?" Pondering Desmond's words, she continued on her way. Inside the store, Desmond began browsing city maps. As he rummaged through various items, creating more work for the staff, he sensed someone's gaze. "I know I'm handsome, but I'm not interested in guys," he replied casually. "Ugh. You're the only one who'd say something like that with such confidence." Ikagaya Hukaman, dressed in a green hoodie and brown pants, responded to Desmond's words. "Do you know where to find maps of this city?" "I need one." "Turned into a geography fan?" he replied with some sarcasm, knowing Desmond's carefree attitude in school earned him the title of idiot. "As if I'd be interested in something that boring. I just needed to find my way around." Desmond continued sorting through the city maps of Japan. "Are you planning to go out? Hiratsuka-sensei has forbidden students from wandering at night. By the way, how did you even get out of the hotel?" A fair question, considering Hokage also had to sneak past their teacher's watchful eye. "I have my tricks." "She's going to scold you." "No worries. She thinks I'm still in my room. Besides, I won't be gone long," he replied nonchalantly. "But if you happen to see her, don't mention you saw me." Hokage frowned. He didn't like getting involved in others' issues, especially when he could be dragged in as an accomplice and get scolded. "Forget it. I gain nothing from this. I'll tell you what color Shizuka's underwear is on the days she doesn't go to work." "Got it," he said cheerfully as he finally found a detailed map of Kyoto. Hikageya's expression shifted to one of shock. He hadn't expected Desmond to say something like that. Since they lived together, Desmond had occasionally seen Shizuka wandering around the house in her underwear. He found it hard to know how to respond. "They're black. I'm counting on you, otherwise, I'll tell Shizuka I told you." With a sly grin, Desmond left Hikageya behind as he headed to the checkout. TCH. Being a young guy, his mind raced, picturing Shizuka based on Desmond's comment. That guy is such a headache. Trying to push those thoughts away, Hikageya made for the exit, but the shopkeeper stopped him. "Excuse me, your friend said you'd cover his purchases." The shopkeeper handed him the receipt. Sneaking out, Desmond obviously didn't have any money, so he was lucky to run into Hikageya. Shouldn't have looked at him. He inwardly regretted glancing his way for even a second. Leaving Hikageya to grudgingly pay for Desmond's items, the demon hunter checked that no one was around and summoned his black motorcycle, Kurox, climbing onto it. "I'll leave the rest to you." Those simple words were enough for Kurox to start moving. "Mark here. Trace the path in this area." According to yesterday's news, it was around here. Bit by bit, the map filled with scribbles, and by correlating all he knew, he managed to narrow down the search area. "All right, I've got the spot. Although it's on the other side." "Oh well." Kurox came to an abrupt stop, lifted onto its front wheel, then pivoted to change direction. With the location set, it took only a few minutes for Desmond to reach his destination. An aerial view would be more practical. He decided to leave the streets and climb onto nearby rooftops for a better vantage point. After dismounting, Kurox, the devil arm, vanished. With a jump, he reached the roof of a house, moving across the rooftops, aided by his phone's GPS. After a few minutes, he spotted a young kid wandering out of a house aimlessly. Most parents worked late, leaving kids alone for much of the day. "I think I found a clue," he said with a smile. Desmond decided to follow him. Fortunately, it didn't take long before he spotted a figure in the distance. The figure belonged to a tall woman in a white dress and straw hat. But since she had her back turned, Desmond couldn't see her face. "Hey, kid, you'd better head home." Desmond stopped the child and snapped him out of his trance, placing a hand on his head after channeling a bit of demonic energy. It seemed that children were leaving their homes as if they were hypnotized. Where am I? In a dangerous place, so get back home, he said calmly, though there was a hint of irritation in his voice. That demon was exactly the kind of demon Desmond despised most. The child quickly turned around, thanked Desmond, and headed home. All right, now that there's no one to interrupt us, we've got things to discuss. Desmond spoke in a calm tone as he approached the woman in white. But to his surprise, she turned around, and what he saw was not the face of a beautiful woman. I see. I guess those fangs aren't for eating vegetables. Standing before him was a tall, slender woman with long, disheveled black hair. She wore a tattered white dress that looked like an ancient morning gown. Her face was shrouded in shadow beneath a wide hat, and a sinister smile stretched across it, as if carved grotesquely from side to side. Her skin, pale and almost translucent, and her rigid, angular arms gave the impression of a being that didn't belong in this world. Her eyes, hidden under the hat, seemed to harbor a deep, disturbing darkness. That woman, or rather demon, known as Hueco, specialized in abducting and devouring children. She glared at the one who had interrupted her meal. Realizing her prey had escaped, she let out an ear-splitting roar and closed the distance with Desmond, driving her long claws into his abdomen. A lethal attack that had killed many of her victims, but Desmond didn't flinch. At least buy me a coffee before stabbing me, he replied with a grin. The demon tried to pull her claws back, but Desmond gripped her wrists. It's rude to stab someone and then try to leave. He narrowed his eyes. Though the demon exerted a tremendous amount of strength, she couldn't overcome Desmond's grip. Lucky for you, I'm in a bad mood today. Or maybe unlucky? With a swift move, Desmond tore both her arms off. The demon staggered back, howling in pain, but her expression changed when she met Desmond's gaze. As a demon with a certain level of reasoning, she understood that Desmond was about to exterminate her. The situation had completely shifted. The demon now felt fear, as if she were the prey before the hunter. Then, following her instincts, the demon chose to flee. So, you stab me and then run away? Should I take that to mean I'm not good with girls? Desmond began pursuing the demon, whistling a chilling tune that signaled death's approach. He could be quite terrifying at times. The demon's speed didn't require Desmond to use Kuroks, his own legs were more than enough. During the chase, they left the streets and entered open ground, miles of farmland stretching before them. Oh, come on, if you're just going to run, this chase is pointless. Tired of the cat-and-mouse game, Desmond drew Alistair and threw it ahead of the demon, the sword embedding itself in her path, signaling there was nowhere left to run. The demon could only back away, keeping her eyes fixed on him as Desmond reclaimed Alistair from the ground. Approaching slowly, Desmond prepared to finish his hunt, but at that moment, a spear shot toward the demon at high speed. The attack was so fast it even made Desmond raise an eyebrow. The spear pierced through the demon's chest, pinning her to the ground. Still alive, the demon's face contorted with pure terror, as if she had encountered something far worse than Desmond. One of the figures stomped on the demon's head, crushing it and ending her life, then extended a hand to absorb an eerie energy from her. Desmond, meanwhile, focused on the unexpected guests who had arrived unannounced. The reason was clear, the aura these two emitted was unmatched by any demon Desmond had faced. They were, in short, extremely dangerous. Even so, that was no reason to back down. In fact, he couldn't have been more thrilled. Didn't your mothers teach you not to steal others' prey? Although, seeing those ugly faces, I doubt you even had mothers. He taunted, resting Alistair on his shoulder. The guest's eyes locked onto Desmond, making the air feel heavy, a prelude to what was about to unfold. Looks like I'll be running a little late. Chapter 10, Halloween Special. Halloween, a celebration where kids typically dress up to go trick-or-treating, while teens and young adults put on costumes to attend various parties held on this day. And as expected in Tokyo, you can see people in costumes heading to friends' houses or parties to enjoy the night. An ordinary day, right? It's said that on this particular day, supernatural activity increases, including that of spirits and demons. The reason, many believe, is that the boundary between the living and the dead grows thin, making it easier for these creatures to cross over. But for now, let's return to the main point, the costumes and the people eager for a night of fun. Among them, there's one person who's been looking forward to this specific day more than anyone else. His name is Riku Saito. A 30-year-old man, owner of a successful business with multiple branches recognized nationwide. So, why would such a successful man await this day with such eagerness, his eyes practically gleaming? Is he a fan of fancy millionaire parties? Does he long to see others in costume? Or perhaps he just enjoys dressing up himself? In his case, it's the third option. Now, wearing a simple yet striking suit with bright colors and decorations, along with a cheerful clown mask, He steps out of his sleek car and starts walking through the bustling streets. Some people laugh at his outfit, while others are too absorbed in their own activities to even notice him. How I love this day. As he ponders all the possibilities, he walks into an alley and takes out his tools of amusement. Nothing out of the ordinary for a clown, just a knife, a silenced gun, and various torture instruments. Isn't that what a regular clown carries? Well, in his case, it's what he brings with him on this day. In the past 5 years, over 30 murders have been reported, with victims including women, children, teenagers, and the elderly. The police have put in great effort, noticing the common pattern that the murders occur on Halloween, a time when identifying the criminal would be particularly hard. No matter how much they investigated, the leads never pointed to the culprit, as authorities didn't expect just one person to be behind these crimes. The reason was simple: these killings happened all across the city, all on the same night. Who will be the first tonight? He mused cheerfully, humming a lively tune. There's no specific reason for his actions, he's simply a psychopath who enjoys ending his victims' lives and playing with them before they die. That guy looks promising, maybe he's foolish enough to wander into an alley at night. An oblivious young man walked along, chatting happily on his phone. Riku could only catch fragments of his conversation, something about being too tired to go to work in another city. Without hesitation, holding his trusty knife that had claimed many lives, Riku walked casually towards the young man, and once beside him, he drove the knife into the guy's chest without a second thought. An act that should have caused the victim to collapse from lost strength, followed by a brutal series of stabbings, yet, to Riku's surprise, his victim remained standing, not even flinching. "Mind if you don't? I'm on a call," he said, refocusing on his conversation. "Like I was saying, Shizuka, you're way too old to be dressing up as a magical girl." Riku's eyes widened in shock. Had he somehow missed his mark? He checked the angle and depth of the blade. There was no doubt, it had penetrated his victim's skin, and blood was seeping out. This is odd. After a moment's thought, he started stabbing him repeatedly, but the victim didn't react. He continued talking on the phone as if it were just another day. "I'll call you back. There's some troublesome guy here." With those words, the supposed victim ended his call. "What are you?" Riku backed up several steps, utterly shocked as he watched the wounds he'd inflicted heal in the blink of an eye. "I'm Desmond, a demon hunter." "Nice to meet you," said the young man, his tone cheerful and playful. Not fully grasping the situation, Riku drew the gun he had and fired multiple times, but none of the bullets hit their mark. "You should be careful when shooting, you might accidentally kill someone," Desmond said, watching him with amusement. Riku threw his gun and started running. With impressive agility, he scaled a wall and crossed various streets. His speed and climbing skills were remarkable, the kind expected from someone with plenty of experience and escape plans for any situation. What the hell is that guy? Once he put enough distance between them, he stopped to catch his breath. "Took you long enough, I thought I'd grow old waiting for you." A voice from behind spoke casually, and when Riku turned around, he found that same guy standing there again. "Who the hell are you?" "As I said, my name is Desmond, pleased to meet you." Desmond extended his hand for a handshake. "What do you want from me?" "Interesting question." "Maybe. Your head?" Desmond replied innocently, studying him with a playful look. The words were spoken with such a cheerful tone that they almost sounded like a joke, but Riku felt a chill run through his body. "Catch me if you can." He grabbed a few tools from his pocket and threw them at Desmond, who casually tilted his head to dodge them, watching as Riku bolted away again. Some guys are just hopeless. Without much urgency, Desmond began to walk after him, whistling a merry tune. Thanks to his impressive stamina, Riku made it to his sports car, climbed in hastily, and sped off, putting as much distance as he could between himself and the city. After driving at top speed for several minutes, he finally relaxed. Who the hell is that guy? No. What the hell is he? How is he still moving after being stabbed so many times? That makes no sense. He pounded his steering wheel in frustration. It doesn't matter. It just delays my plan for tonight. I'll head to another city and carry on. Trying to calm down, he convinced himself this was just a setback. Unfortunately, that thought didn't last long as he heard a faint tap on his car window, something impossible given the high speed he was going. Slowly, he turned his head and spotted that same guy, apparently unfazed by being stabbed. No vehicle could keep up with Kurok's, Desmond's devil arm specialized for speed. Riku pressed down on the accelerator, trying to put even more distance between himself and the psycho chasing him, but it was no use. Desmond kept up without difficulty. Their eyes met briefly, and Desmond said something, though Riku couldn't hear it over the noise of the speeding car. An easy fix for Desmond. Now, can you hear me? Riku had thought the door would keep him safe, but Desmond ripped it clean off as if it were made of paper. Get away from me. Distracted by Desmond, Riku lost control of his vehicle, causing it to veer off a slope and tumble down until it crashed near a beach. The car rolled over several times, fracturing Riku's bones and causing severe injuries, yet, gathering every ounce of his strength, he crawled away from the flaming wreckage just before it exploded. Why is this happening to me? Lamenting his misfortune, Riku tried to drag himself further, but Desmond stopped right in front of him. I'd finish this myself, but I'm last in line, so they'll handle the dirty work. Without a hint of emotion, Desmond kicked Riku, sending him flying into the sea. In the vast ocean, where Riku struggled to stay afloat, various emotions surged through him. Just minutes ago, he was about to carry on with his usual routine, and now he was in the water, fighting to survive one more day. What did I do wrong? Why is this happening? This is unfair. Thoughts like these echoed in his mind. But there was one thought that Riku couldn't shake. I'd finish this myself, but I'm last in line, so they'll handle the dirty work. Those were the last words he heard from the psycho chasing him, and though he tried to make sense of it, the words seemed nonsensical. But seconds later, he discovered the answer as he felt an unnatural hand emerging from the depths below. That lone hand multiplied, then doubled, and then quadrupled. In seconds, something began to pull him down into the ocean's depths. Let me go, let me go. He tried to speak, but it only made him swallow more water. In that moment of desperation, he understood Desmond's words. Various shadows, belonging to the souls of those he had killed, were dragging him down to hell, a dark, deep hell. Riku's eyes gradually lost their spark as more of those shadows completely devoured him. This can't be the end. His efforts to escape grew weaker until he went completely still. The last thing he saw were the twisted expressions on those shadows. And so, in the ocean's depths, the figure of a serial killer met his end. An end for his body, but his soul was about to experience a complete hell. In one of Tokyo's bustling streets, where young and old alike enjoy this Halloween night, a high school boy in a simple costume walks through the crowd. The party with his friends had been so much fun that he lost track of time, and now he needs to head home. Along the way, he notices the strange figure of a woman. It wouldn't be odd in itself, given that tonight is for people to go out and have fun. This kind of encounter felt natural. But the woman didn't exactly choose the best costume for the night. She wore only a dark trench coat, and with her towering height and pale skin, she was a striking beauty, marred only by a mask covering the lower half of her face. In short, a Halloween costume that's far from original. As they crossed paths, close enough to brush shoulders, the woman spoke softly. Am I beautiful? The boy, who looked at this beautiful woman, didn't quite understand why she asked, but without thinking too much, he figured maybe she was flirting. Yes, you're. But before he could respond, a hand landed on his head. Hey, kid, it's way too late to be flirting with older women on the street, leave that to me. The voice of a stranger joined the conversation. The boy turned to look at him, noticing a tall man with white hair, a black trench coat, and what appeared to be a sword strapped to his back. Only on this night could you stroll through the city with a sword on your back. Who are you? He asked with a dismissive tone, annoyed at the interruption. Desmond. I handle pest control, and right now, I need to chat with this lovely lady here, so off you go. Shoo, shoo. With his usual manner, Desmond waved him off. Annoyed, the boy decided to leave, since if his parents got home before him, he'd get an earful. With one last glance at the two of them, he continued on his way. Now, where were we? Desmond turned his attention to the seemingly normal, beautiful woman. Am I beautiful? I'd say so. Desmond looked her over. After hearing his answer, the woman slowly removed her mask, revealing a mouth torn open to her ears. Her wide grin was anything but beautiful, it was utterly terrifying, enough to send chills down anyone's spine. And now? She asked, her tone menacing, as if ready to attack the person who'd answered her. Desmond raised an eyebrow, taking in her face before responding with a relaxed smile. I'm a guy with diverse tastes. A bit of makeup here. Some scar cream. Or better yet, a paper bag over the face could do the trick. Without a word, the woman lunged at him, wielding a pair of large scissors. No offense, but I'd rather not have a face like yours, don't take it personally. Desmond moved back just enough to avoid her scissors slicing his face. This left no doubt, the woman wasn't human. Well, I found you faster than I thought. And if I remember right. No, I forgot. Desmond raised one hand, motioning for her to wait, while he searched his phone with the other. After a few seconds, he found what he was looking for. Kuchise Kanna, a troublesome, grouchy lady who gives her victims some fun new cuts, am I right? Also known as the slit-mouthed woman. She's one of the most terrifying yokai. Her legend has been told and retold across various regions of Japan, embodying the form of a vengeful spirit. These kinds of vengeful spirits have physical bodies and an insatiable thirst for blood, indiscriminately attacking their victims. They aren't exactly demons, but Desmond doesn't care about the distinction. Before Desmond can finish speaking, Kusagakure lunges at him again, but this time her scissors clash against something incredibly hard. Without much thought, Desmond drew Alistair, his trusty devil arm. Not bad, but mine's bigger. Exerting more force, Desmond easily knocks the scissors out of her hand. You should probably complain to whoever sold you those, maybe get a refund for the poor quality? Kusagakure glances at her hands, then lets out a terrifying scream and charges at Desmond once more. This time, Alistair meets something equally hard, claws that have grown from the woman's hand, tough as steel. I can only imagine how expensive your manicure must be. Desmond fends off the troublesome woman and begins attacking with various slashes, but she manages to keep up with him thanks to her speed and reflexes. Her claws counter Alistair's cuts as if she understands Desmond's attack pattern, not that his technique is particularly complex. Imagine a kid swinging a plastic sword, and you'd be close. Am I beautiful? Am I beautiful? Kusagakure repeats the question every time she trades blows with Desmond. You've got a serious complex. Ever thought about seeing a ghost therapist? Even as Desmond mocks the yokai, he feels her growing stronger with each passing minute. This is because, as midnight approaches, demons and spirits gain power, and since it's already 11:40, Kusagakure's power is getting closer to its peak. On any other occasion, Desmond could dispatch this vengeful spirit without breaking a sweat, but the timing tonight has cranked up the difficulty far too high. Why do you keep going for my face? Am I that handsome? Should I feel flattered that I caught a spirit's interest? Or disappointed that only crazy women are into me? With a powerful swing of Alistair, he deflects the woman's claws. In my defense, technically, you don't have rights anymore. Before the yokai can regain her balance, he kicks her in the stomach, sending her flying an impressive distance. Maybe I overdid it? Wondering if there are any laws protecting vengeful spirits, Desmond starts pursuing the yokai, who was thrown like a baseball. She lands on train tracks, used mainly for heavy cargo trains that always speed by at high velocity. When Desmond arrives, he finds her waiting for him. I'll give you a big smile, so we can be together forever. Guess she can say more than a few words, that's something. I'm not a fan of having crazies after me, so I'll have to pass on your invitation. Kusagakure lunges at Desmond, and he sidesteps, fracturing her leg with a kick. When she loses her balance, he follows up with a kick to her neck, twisting her head around. TCH. Two light cuts appear on Desmond's face. I'm pretty sure the info online didn't mention this part. Desmond curses the unreliable online source of urban legends for leaving out the fact that this spirit isn't fazed by a few broken bones. Looking more twisted and horrifying, the yokai spins her head back into place, along with her leg. Wonder if I can do that too. Though I'd rather not find out. Without hesitation, he drives his sword into the ground and readies himself to take on the yokai. Desmond ducks, dodging a slash from the spirit. In that position, he grabs her wrists, holding her in place for a moment. Guess I'll go for the all-reliable. He smirks. How about a little haircut, just around neck height? Desmond snapped the spirit's wrists, then delivered a double kick to its face, using the momentum to flip into the air and recover Alistair upon landing. Good night. He closed the distance with the yokai, ready to decapitate her. But in that moment, a strange sound approached swiftly. Teek 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 teek. A large slash appeared at Desmond's waist, a cut he managed to partially evade, otherwise, there would be two of him. The intruder, an uninvited guest, is described as a young woman, beautiful from the waist up, yet without legs. Rather than walking, she drags herself using her arms, making a distinctive teek-teek sound as she moves. This sound signals her presence, tied to her terrifying approach. Her typical act is slicing her victims in half with a split-second strike. These two vengeful spirits didn't even look at each other, they focused solely on the young man before them. Well, this saves me a lot of time, a 2-for-1 deal. He said with a grin. With her characteristic teek-teek sound, also known as the new yokai's name, she vanished from Desmond's sight, only to reappear in front of him. Desmond drove his sword into the ground, using it as a pivot to lift himself with one hand, dodging the attack. Looking at the yokai upside down, he was ready to deliver an axe kick to finish her off, but the other spirit wasn't just watching. I must be quite popular, having two beautiful ladies chasing my body. One wanted to disfigure him, and the other to slice him in two. He must feel like the luckiest guy alive, at least none of them want his head. He pushed off with his hand, dodging the second attack. As he landed, he leaned back, avoiding a slash to his torso, just in time to watch massive claws swish past him. I'll need at least a week off for this job. He sighed, exhausted. Minutes ticked by, nearing midnight, the hour when both yokai would grow even stronger. Normally, I'd love to keep having fun with two lovely ladies, but a grumpy teacher is waiting for me to share some candy, so let's finish this. I'll give you one last dance. With these words, both yokai lunged at Aizen, who, with a playful smile, kicked the Teak in the jaw before she could reach him, sending her flying. She may be quick to human eyes, even more now that she's stronger, but to Aizen, her speed doesn't compare to a certain pizza addict. Now, the dance floor is just for the two of us. Aizen intertwined his hands with Kusagakure, immobilizing her claws the moment she lunged. With her hands pinned, the yokai didn't hesitate to bring her head toward Aizen's neck, aiming to sink her massive fangs into it. It's hard to resist a lovely lady's kiss, but my neck would regret it if I accepted that. Aizen raised his knee, striking the yokai's chin. Gaining control, he moved with her to the side, evading a cut that would have sliced them both in half. It's rather helpful that she announces herself with her name every time she moves. Once the Teak landed, she immediately charged at Aizen. Don't be impatient, your turn will come soon. As if in a dance, Aizen began to lead Kusagakure, who struggled to free her claws and repeatedly tried for his neck, while the Teak lunged at them whenever he dodged. A comical scene, almost like Aizen was mocking these two spirits, though one wrong move would land him in serious trouble. For a while, he maintained this incredible dance between spirit and demon. But all good things come to an end, and that moment came as the clock struck midnight, the peak of the spirit's power. Right on time, so our fun ends here. Kusagakure managed to break free of Aizen's grip as the Teak launched herself at him. It's over. With his limited control over demonic energy, Aizen moved faster than both yokai, channeling energy into his legs. With a confident, playful smile, he greeted the Teak with a kick to the face, strong enough to fracture the spirit's features and send her flying toward the train tracks. Just then, a sound echoed through the area. It was time for the train to come barreling down the tracks. The Teak didn't even notice the train lights approaching, as Aizen's precision kick left her only a split second to react, one she, unfortunately, couldn't take. At high speed, the long freight train tore over the Teak, obliterating it in a blink. Kusagakure paid no mind to the destruction of the other spirit, focusing only on Aizen, who was already waiting with a gut punch that sent her flying into the train's cars. The yokai's body collided, then was repelled by the high speed of the freight train. But as she twisted from the impact, Aizen grabbed the back of her head. Let me tell you this, you're uglier than a kick in the ass. Without a hint of hesitation or mercy, Aizen slammed Kusagakure's head against the train, using the speeding cars like a belt sander. Slowly, the spirit's head began to disappear, releasing an overwhelming, anguished scream. The Teak's end was instant, but Kusagakure's was anything but. A few seconds later, all that remained of the yokai's body fell to the ground, starting to fade away. The sound of the train grew fainter as seconds passed. Another job well done, I think, he said with irony. Why would Aizen be in Tokyo on Halloween night? The answer was simple, work. Lady had called him that morning, saying he needed to head to Tokyo to handle 3 alleged demons or spirits. The first turned out to be nothing more than a psycho who loved to commit crimes on this state, but the other 2 were real yokai that claimed hundreds of lives each year. Witnesses reported seeing them in Tokyo around this time. Hope Shizuka saved me some candy. With that, he summoned Kurox to head to his teacher and housemate's place. Chapter 11, Aizen vs. Guardians of the Gates of Hell. Hell is known as a place beyond human comprehension, impossible to define in size due to its distortions, with realms governed by high-ranking demons and areas controlled by those once considered demon kings. Japan lies within the territory of one of these ancient demon kings, a creature known as Inma, now tasked with judging the souls of the dead and handling demons or individuals who disrupt the balance in his domain. This role was all that Inma could achieve after being defeated by another demon of equal rank. To maintain control of its realm, Inma relies on its 2 most loyal servants, demons known as the Gatekeepers of Hell, dedicated to guarding their master's lands. These 2 demons are named Gazo and Mezu. Both demons have a fearsome appearance. Gazo bears the head of a bull, while Mezu has the head of a horse. They share a muscular, towering physique, their bodies reflecting their roles as fearsome guardians. They wear traditional armor, reinforcing their image as warriors bound to their master's commands. But unlike other demons, each carries weapons. Gazo wields a massive medieval halberd capable of penetrating and slicing, as well as a large shield used both offensively and defensively. Mezu, on the other hand, carries 2 Dao swords, one in each hand. As their weapons suggest, each demon has immense combat abilities and distinct roles in battle, Gazo with incredible strength and endurance, and Mezu with remarkable speed and agility. Together, they cover each other's weaknesses, making them unbeatable as a team. Some might think that an individual fight would be best, but these two are inseparable, and if you manage to kill one, well, no one has yet managed it, though legend has it that defeating one alone would be your biggest mistake. As expected, both demons are feared by lower-ranking demons, who try to flee at the mere sensation of their demonic aura. But if both pursue you, there's nowhere to hide. Unfortunately, this was the fate of Kusagakure, who disturbed the balance in Enma's territory, prompting both Kazu and Mezu to appear in the city to take the demon's essence, representing its very existence. No demon is foolish or brave enough to challenge this duo, but before them stands a guy oblivious to the nature of these two beings. I suppose having animal heads keeps them from talking. Well, that's too bad. Desmond commented, receiving no reply from the demons. Desmond pointed Alistair at them. Though he couldn't sense it, the devil arm seemed eager to confront the two demons. I'll make sure you learn basic manners, don't complain if I'm too demanding. With that, Desmond lunged at them, slashing with Alistair as he closed the gap, only for the blade to be deflected by Kazu's shield. In that brief moment, Mezu disappeared from Desmond's view, and while Desmond was left open after the parry, Mezu appeared behind him and cut him twice across the back. TCH. Desmond felt the slash on his back, yet he didn't back down. Using the strength in his right side, he spun around with Alistair to strike the foe behind him, but by then Mezu was already out of range. Keeping his guard up, Desmond turned fully around, resulting in Alistair being repelled once more by Kazu's shield. Shouldn't its large size slow its reaction time? Not for Kazu, who, after deflecting Desmond's weapon, stabbed him in the stomach with the tip of its halberd. Impaled, Kazu lifted its halberd before slamming it down, giving Desmond no chance to escape. Nice trick. Using both arms, Desmond pried himself off the halberd and rolled across the ground to avoid being crushed by Kazu's shield. But he had no time to recover, as Mezu was already there, ready to strike the final blow. Unable to stop it, Desmond used his hands to soften the impact of the swords. Though pierced, his hands managed to deflect the weapon's paths, sparing him from being stabbed in the head. They make a good team. I'll give them that. As Mezu withdrew the swords, Desmond sprang up and delivered a spinning kick, but Mezu blocked it with both swords. With Desmond left open, Kazu, who had already closed the distance, struck him with a shield, sending him crashing to the ground. TCH, can't you just come at me one at a time? He spat blood from his mouth. That shield blow was powerful enough to seriously hurt him. Mezu exchanged a glance with Kazu, then kicked Alistair, lying on the ground, back toward Desmond, as if saying, pick up your weapon and fight. I'll wipe that smile off your face, horsehead. Desmond swung Alistair, but Mezu intercepted him with its swords. The message Mezu conveyed was clear, a duel between swords. It was also why Kazu decided to simply observe. To them, Desmond was no real threat. Desmond swung Alistair as best as he could, but each move was parried by Mezu with ease. There was no comparison between them. Desmond was like a child wielding a toy sword, while Mezu was a seasoned soldier with mastery of the blade. Desmond had never received any training in swordsmanship, he'd just tried to mimic moves he'd seen in movies. Against lesser demons, that had been enough. His strength and reflexes covered his lack of skill. But against an opponent who excelled in swordplay, he didn't stand a chance. The demon wielded its weapons without leaving openings, while every swing Desmond attempted resulted in a counter-strike from Mezu. Gradually, cuts appeared all over Desmond's body. Sure, he tried to dodge as best he could, but facing a dual-wielding swordsman, it was easier said than done. How the hell does a horse know how to use swords? Desmond cursed internally, realizing he was outmatched by Mezu's skill. When he tried to focus on a horizontal cut, Mezu executed a flawless parry on Alistair, deflecting the blow and leaving Desmond completely exposed. This is gonna hurt. Mezu unleashed a rapid sequence of cuts on Desmond, moving with impeccable precision, each slice perfectly timed. Mezu finished the assault with a cross cut. Desmond's body was flung backward from the impact, a trail of blood marking his path. With the fight seemingly over, Mezu sheathed its swords. Kazu walked up beside it, raising its hand toward where Desmond's body lay. That final flurry of cuts should have been enough to finish Desmond off, so the demons considered the battle over. There was no way any other demon lesser than these two could have survived it. But, to Kazu's surprise, nothing happened. Damn, that hurt like hell. Desmond, battered but alive, rose from the ground. His clothes were slashed and blood-stained, but his wounds had already healed completely. It's pointless. Shaking his head, Desmond planted Alistair in the ground. You know what they say, you have to fight like you know how. He grinned, entirely different from his expression during the sword exchange with Mezu. With his lack of sword skills, Desmond stood no chance. But could he hold his own against both demons? The answer, it depends. When was the last time I actually took something seriously? He began stretching, as if trying to loosen up his muscles. Now that I think about it, I don't think I've ever done it. Haha. But you know what they say, there's a first time for everything. He wiped the remaining blood from his mouth with his thumb, a smug grin on his face. I have no idea how to use this, but it shouldn't be too hard. Aizen focused his demonic energy on his body, though, since he'd never done it before, he could only gather it in his arms and legs. This should be enough. I really need to practice more with this thing. So far, he'd only used his demonic energy on rare occasions, and the best he could manage was to concentrate it in his arms and legs, which was exactly what he needed, as it suited him perfectly. Alright, time for round 2. Noticing Desmond's unusual behavior, both demons watched him curiously as his energy condensed in a way that seemed strange to them. It's said that concentrating demonic energy on a specific part of the body is harder than spreading it throughout, a rule that applies to demons. So when they saw Desmond vanish from sight, both demons went on guard. Mezu was the first to react, drawing its swords and moving to intercept Desmond, slashing with both blades. Desmond dodged by leaning back, slipping under the weapons. Behind Mezu now, he looked at it with amusement. You should aim more carefully, it's dangerous to let someone get behind you. Mezu quickly turned and attempted a vertical slash, but Desmond caught its wrists, preventing the swords from moving. In this moment, their strength was evenly matched, as, despite Mezu's push, Desmond held his ground. With a mocking grin, Desmond leveraged the force exerted against Mezu to make a small jump and deliver a double kick to its face, sending the demon flying to the ground. You should wait your turn. Without giving him a chance, Gazo advanced and swung its halberd vertically, but Desmond stepped back, catching a glimpse of his reflection in the weapon. I should fix my hair, he thought, noticing his reflection in a split second. Seeing this, Gazo swung the halberd horizontally, but Desmond leapt onto the weapon. You two related or something? You're both really ugly. Seeing Desmond perched comfortably on the halberd, Gazo raised its other arm to swing its heavy shield at him. But Desmond gripped the halberd's handle, using it as a base to double-kick the shield. The force repelled Gazo's shield and arm, leaving the demon open. Seizing the opening, Desmond ran up the halberd's handle and leapt toward the demon's head. I'll return this favor. Known for its massive strength and resilience, Gazo spat blood after taking Desmond's kick square to the head. The bigger they are. Still airborne over Gazo, Desmond grabbed its horns. The harder they fall. Showing strength that belied his size against the demons, Desmond flipped forward, yanking Gazo by the head and slamming it violently into the ground. Dusting his hands arrogantly, he smirked. I'm in the mood for meat tonight. Don't you think, pony? From his position, Desmond kicked back in an upward motion, deflecting Mezu's sword. No matter what weapon you use, it's pointless if you can't hit the target. Want me to prove it? Mezu began its sword dance, fluid and perfect movements that left no openings in its guard, yet. Desmond dodged each of its cuts with smooth movements, as if he were dancing. Who would have thought that the advice from a middle-aged guy would be this effective? With a grin, recalling memories from years past, Desmond sidestepped both swords as he closed in on Mezu and struck its wrists. My fists or your swords, which are deadlier? Mezu snorted and lunged at Desmond, delivering 2 quick slashes as fast as the wind, but before the second one landed, Desmond deflected the sword with one hand as he closed the distance and drove his other fist into the demon's stomach, forcing it back. Are we getting started? Mezu and Desmond launched into a rapid exchange of cuts and punches. The demon's strikes were precise, but each one was deflected by Desmond, a risky move, as a single mistake would mean getting cut by the swords. Yet Desmond had ample practice deflecting close-range weapons. Years of training hadn't been in vain. Desmond met every slash with precision, striking the demon whenever he saw an opening, turning it into a battle of endurance, one that Desmond was winning. I must be pretty popular, huh? He knocked both swords aside and delivered a direct kick toward Mezu, using the momentum to leap back, avoiding the halberd. Didn't anyone teach you not to meddle in others' business? Gazo let out a fierce roar, swinging its halberd to cut Desmond. To its surprise, Desmond caught the blade with his hand. And though blood dripped from his grip on the blade of the halberd, he showed no sign of discomfort or pain. Hey, shitty cow, wait your turn. Desmond's gaze was piercing and serious. Desmond grabbed the halberd with both hands, pitting his strength against Gazo, who had also set aside its shield to grip the weapon with both arms. Calling it a tug of war would be inaccurate, as, using the sheer power of his arms, Desmond lifted Gazo, who was still holding on to the halberd. Get lost. Without further ado, Desmond began slamming Gazo against the ground repeatedly until the demon released the halberd and went flying into the sky. Never thought I'd see a flying cow. Gazo's figure disappeared into the clouds. Sooner or later, it'll be back. For now, Desmond ignored Gazo and focused on the new weapon in his hands. The massive halberd, much larger than Desmond, was hard to wield, requiring both hands just to have mediocre control over it. Pointless. It's not my style, he said with a grin as he spun in place, wielding the weapon. Mezu, who had taken advantage of these men's supposed distraction, closed in swiftly with its swords but was forced to block the massive halberd that these men swung toward it. Unlucky for you, pony, mine's bigger. Before Mezu could recover, these men spun the halberd again, making the demon block once more. Not so tough now, are you? He taunted. Repeating this pattern, these men focused on wielding the weapon in such a way that Mezu could only defend. Not so fun anymore, is it, pony? These men changed his attack pattern, tossing the halberd into the air as he closed in on Mezu. Learning from Demon's fighting style, Mezu moved its swords quickly and precisely, preventing the demon hunter from blocking with his hands. But it only took a glance for Demon to track Mezu's sword movements, deflecting both blades with 2 swift kicks. My turn. Demon hadn't forgotten the string of slashes Mezu had aimed at him, so he decided to return the favor in his own style. With the demon off guard, Demon launched a flurry of punches and kicks. Each blow was precise, leaving no room for his opponent to counter. How is it possible for this guy to pull off an attack sequence that's usually reserved for members of a certain country's military? That's a story from one for another time, just like the story of the teacher who taught him that living to hate everything around you is pointless, better to have fun and relax. For the first time, Mezu was treated like a punching bag, receiving synchronized blows and kicks that left no chance to defend or strike back. Let's finish this. With a kick to the chest, Mezu was sent to the ground, and as it tried to get up, Desmond held the halberd in his hands. My parting gift. Without hesitation, Desmond hurled the halberd with all his strength at Mezu, impaling the demon and pinning it against a small mountain. Now, only one left. As Desmond pummeled Mezu, he heard a loud sound nearby, as if something massive had fallen from the sky. Gazo, having recovered from the fall, stood on all fours, glaring at Desmond. I know I'm supposed to say something here, but I don't exactly remember the word. Before he could think, Gazo started charging at full speed on all fours, like a bull. Remembering the word, he did not hesitate to say it. Olay. Desmond sidestepped, dodging the demon's charge at the last second. I don't have anything red, so I'll improvise. Desmond removed his coat, using it to taunt the bull. In response to the provocation, Gazo charged again, even more forcefully. Oh. Even then, the demon hunter managed to dodge at the very last instant. Maybe I should be a matador. What do you say, Kel? The demon charged at Desmond again, this time with much more speed. Swiftly, Desmond put his coat back on and caught Gazu's horns with his arms. TCH. The demon's strength pushed Desmond back, as if trying to overpower him. You want to challenge me? Fine, I accept. Desmond used all his strength to stop Gazu from pushing any further. Now, it was just two beasts testing each other's strength. Tough luck, I win. Using the momentum of the charge, Desmond began to spin in place, holding Gazu by the horns. Like a whirlwind, Desmond whirled around several times before flinging Gazu with all his might toward where Mezu had crashed. See you around. As expected, both demons collided into each other. Really? This job was more of a hassle than I thought. Desmond yawned and began to stretch. Having dealt with both demons, it was time to head home. But after a few steps, he turned back toward where the two demons lay. I'll give it to you, you're tough. But let's end this last round. Both Gazu and Mezu were now on their feet. The stoic expressions they wore as they exchanged glances with Desmond were gone. At first, neither demon saw Desmond as a threat, but now they decided to classify him as one. Demonic energy began gathering within each of their bodies, as if it hadn't been utilized before. They can only unleash their true power when facing an exceptionally formidable opponent, and Desmond fits the bill. A strange purple aura infused their bodies, making their muscles swell, along with their bloodlust. Let's finish this, I have to get back, and I'm already tired. As Desmond said, the situation was about to end in mere seconds. But only for him. Before he finished speaking, Mezu had already vanished from sight and appeared behind him, both swords drawn. Two deep slashes marked themselves across the demon hunter's chest. So fast. Desmond turned to strike, but Mezu was already on the other side. Another deep cut appeared, now on his back. TCH. Desmond's eyes couldn't keep up with the demon's speed. In short, he was in trouble. For a moment, he considered trying to escape, but he dismissed any thought of it. The last thing I'll ever do is run from demons. Desmond focused his demonic energy and prepared to face them, but it was pointless now. He moved towards Mezu, and as he closed the gap, the figure before him shifted. It was now Gazu who stood there. That's new. Before he could react, he was met with a blow from Gazu's shield, and though he blocked with his arms, he felt his bones and flesh scream in agony from the impact. He would have tried to get up after hitting the ground. But Gazu didn't give him even the chance. Gazu impaled him with his halberd, drawing him in and smashing him into the ground with the shield. Daisman's arms made a horrible sound as they absorbed the blow. Right after, Gazu kicked him in the stomach, sending him flying as Daisman coughed up blood, feeling his organs destroyed by the sheer force of the kick. While he was still midair, Mazu intercepted him, delivering quick slashes that shredded his skin in an instant. When Mazu finished, it returned to Gazu's side, watching what was left of Daisman suspended in the air. His body hadn't even hit the ground, and it wouldn't. Not 5 seconds had passed since the last clash began, and it was already over. The dominance of both demons over Daisman was so overwhelming it almost seemed unfair. However, despite being left in such a state, Daisman was still alive. Because of this, Gazu and Mazu readied their weapons, gathering demonic energy into their blades, then sent 3 devastating slashes towards Daisman at blinding speed. "Oh, I'm dead." That was all he could think as he saw the cuts heading his way. The attack's impact thundered across the surroundings, leaving nothing but dust and rubble in its wake. With only debris remaining, Gazu stretched out its hand, gathering something into its palm. This time, everything proceeded as usual. With nothing left to do, the demons aura faded, and they began to withdraw, a strange mist enveloping them until they disappeared completely. Thus, this battle came to an end, with both demons as the absolute victors. Seconds passed, and those seconds turned into minutes, inching closer to an hour with still no sign of the demon hunter. Faced with such overwhelming power, the outcome was as expected. Total annihilation and death. Yet, a hand emerged from the rubble. Skin and wounds were fully visible, though it was clear they were slowly regenerating. Slowly, Daisman emerged from the rubble, his body covered in blood and riddled with wounds that had only just begun to heal. He had been overwhelmed so quickly that he hadn't even had a chance to react or defend himself. He used this time to regenerate his internal organs and the most vital parts for survival. It was a draw. He murmured to himself as he lay on the ground, exhausted, with a pale face. Aside from a certain strawberry ice cream-loving demon hunter, this was the first time Daisman had suffered a complete defeat. His shirt was completely shredded, his coat in tatters. He'd have to buy a new one, his pants were almost completely destroyed too, making him look like some strange, half-dressed vagabond. After several more minutes lying on the ground, taking in the beautiful night sky, he decided to stand up and return to the hotel. Technically, he'd completed his job, so he could afford to call it a successful mission. That is, if he ignored the fact he'd been humiliated by the demons. There was no point dwelling on the beating he'd taken. Instead, he focused on how, in their next encounter, he would make sure to repay that beating double. Having recovered enough, Daisman stood and began brushing the dust off his body, just as his phone rang. Either coincidence or luck that it, tucked in his pants pocket, hadn't been destroyed in the clash with the demons. TCH, I'm really not in the mood to talk to her. But ignoring her would only make it worse. With no other choice, he answered the call. Is something wrong? He said, sounding subdued. Defeat was hard to accept. Strange not to hear your usual tone. Was the job I gave you that tough? Lady asked, mocking. Quite the opposite, it was a resounding success. It was so easy I decided to lie on the ground and stargaze. He tried to sound more upbeat. A half-truth, but a truth nonetheless. Glad to hear it, and to show you just how much I appreciate you handling it, I'll knock 1% off your debt. Am I not incredibly generous? Lady spoke as if she were the most benevolent person in the world. No, you're not. He shook his head to himself. Anyway, moving on, I have another job for you. Don't I deserve a day off? Need I remind you of the massive debt you owe me? He silently cursed his father for saddling him with endless debts. What do you need? With no other option, he reluctantly accepted the job. Tokyo City. Mr. Nakano will give you the details, but it has to do with his 5 daughters. That's all, I'll send you the address later. And try not to destroy anything, or I'll add it to your debt. 5 daughters? They're quintuplets. Lady replied. Now I'm even less keen to go to Tokyo. Just do your job. With that, Lady hung up. TCH, how could Dante ever get involved with such a problematic woman? With nothing else to do, Daisman summoned Kurox to return to the hotel. But before getting on the motorcycle, he noticed something felt off. I must be really exhausted. Daisman ignored the fact that summoning Kurox felt more draining than usual, chalking it up to his fatigue. Without overthinking, he rode smoothly back to the hotel, making Kurox vanish as he approached, before entering the building and heading to his room for sleep. Tomorrow, I'll go find quintuplets. Let's hope it's quick and simple. Leaving that issue for his tomorrow self, Daisman walked through the hotel without a care. Unfortunately, he'd completely forgotten that his appearance was in shambles, looking as if he'd just stumbled out of a crime scene, a walking corpse. The hotel staff went into a panic. "You and I need to have a long talk." A hand rested on Desmond's shoulder, and he felt a chill run down his spine. Like a scene straight out of a horror movie, he slowly turned his head, only to find an angry Shizuka waiting for him. A peaceful night was the last thing he was going to get. I should have just kept watching the stars. Chapter 12, Date with Shizuka, Part 1. On the third day of the Kyoto trip, Sobu High students are given the chance to explore on their own, either solo or in groups of friends. The idea is to encourage students to gain a little more independence while enjoying their youth before they enter their third year, when exams for university admissions will dominate their concerns. With that in mind, students are expected to leave the hotel and make the most of the day, with few exceptions. Naturally, 99.9% of the students plan to have fun, but as always, there's the 0.1% who think differently. And that small percentage consists of just one student. Why do I feel déjà vu? Maybe it's your age? What are you implying, brat? Just let me stay in the hotel. I'm exhausted. With it being breakfast time, most of the students and teachers have already left the premises, except for two people. A teacher, who even on her day off, wears her classic white lab coat, and a student refusing to leave the hotel. It's obvious these two are Hiratsuka Shizuka and Desmond. "How can you be tired?" Shizuka says as she tries to drag Desmond with her, but her efforts are in vain. "Someone didn't let me sleep because she was busy scolding me." "What did you expect me to do? How can you walk into the hotel half naked looking like a walking corpse?" As Shizuka said, the previous night Desmond returned looking like a corpse, as no normal person could be moving with that many injuries and dried blood on them, not to mention his shredded clothing. And since Shizuka is listed as Desmond's aunt in the Sobuhai records, she was the first person who had to handle it. Saying, "Don't worry, he is half demon and just fine, he probably fought a demon and did something idiotic to end up in that state." Though not far from the truth, there's no way the other teachers or hotel staff would have believed her. "You could have saved the scolding for today." He yawned sleepily. Desmond had drained his demonic energy from the severe beating he took, nearly costing him his life, so to recover, he just needs to let time pass, and what better way than sleeping? Shizuka let out a long sigh and stopped trying to drag him. "You should have snuck in another way if you came back in that state." She could understand Desmond to some extent, he hadn't gone out partying only to end up like that. "You want to know what happened, don't you?" he said with a smile. "TCH." Shizuka cursed. As an anime and manga fan, she finds Desmond's stories about fighting demons highly entertaining. She knows firsthand what it's like after experiencing being chased through the city by a demon. So, seeing Desmond in this exhausted state, even without his usual jokes while getting scolded, tells her he faced a formidable foe. "Let's make a deal, you buy me breakfast, and I'll tell you what happened." Yesterday, since Desmond had caused trouble for Yukino Shida, Shizuka had punished him by withholding his breakfast for today, as she's the one who gives him his allowance. What should I do? I gave him that punishment for his behavior. But I really want to know what happened yesterday. Standing firm in her decision to teach him a lesson or giving in to her interests, a tough dilemma. Noticing her hesitation, Desmond cracked a smile. "Yesterday was exhausting. I almost died more than once, not to mention beating up those two huge demons. But I'm too tired to try and remember it all." All right, you got me." She gave in, her curiosity finally winning. "But first, get dressed. How are you still in your pajamas?" Being a student, getting him a new uniform wasn't that hard, as the last one was left in tatters. "You're so grouchy." Ignoring her, Desmond began undressing in front of Shizuka to put on his Sobuhai uniform. Normally, Shizuka would be embarrassed to see a man's body, but after living together for so many days, she's seen him half-dressed more times than she can count. It's been similar for Desmond, who's seen Shizuka walk around in just her underwear or with a towel wrapped around her torso after a shower. Shizuka had to adapt to Desmond's way of living, or she felt she'd go crazy dealing with his logic. "They really kicked your butt, didn't they?" she said with a smirk. "What makes you think that?" The demon hunter glanced away. Always too proud, it's hard for Desmond to admit he was used as a punching bag by two demons. "I've seen your body heal from serious wounds in a flash, but now you've still got some cuts." Shizuka's sharp eye caught the fact that, although most of Desmond's wounds had healed, there were still scrapes here and there, especially on his chest. The demonic energy from the demons had tried to invade Desmond's body, making it harder and requiring more demonic energy to heal completely. "They cut me before I knew it, then threw something at me like a missile." If that fight had happened in an urban area, civilian casualties would have been in the thousands. But since it took place out in the open, away from the city, that wasn't an issue. "That sounds rough. Next time, I'll get my revenge on that cow and pony." "Huh?" Shizuka was taken aback. "Were you fighting demons or visiting a farm?" I don't know their names, but their heads looked like animals. I take my eyes off you for a second, and you're off fighting farm animals. Now that you mention it, maybe that's about right. Desmond finished changing while responding sarcastically. Demons would tremble before a guy in a white shirt and black pants. At least his trench coat gave him a different aura, but it had been completely destroyed. You look strange. Used to seeing Desmond always in his black coat, it was odd seeing him like an average student. Don't remind me. Internally lamenting the loss of the trench coat Trish had gifted him before he left, Desmond knew he'd have to find a similar one to buy someday. But with his debts, that was a distant dream. With Desmond ready, they both left the hotel and headed to a cafe for breakfast. So, you can lose after all, she said, trying to sound serious, but inside she was amused by Desmond's usual arrogance on that subject. It was a draw since they ended up leaving. He replied, taking a large bite of chocolate-drenched pancake. After arriving and taking a seat, they ordered several desserts, and while waiting for the food, Desmond told Shizuka everything that had happened. From what I understood, they thought you were dead, so it was only natural for them to back off after their victory. She took a bite of a strawberry from her parfait. Since she hadn't had breakfast either and Desmond only ordered desserts, she decided to order one too. They didn't make sure I was dead, so they just ran off with their tails between their legs. He began by eating a piece of chocolate cake. Don't be a sore loser, just admit they beat you fair and square. It was 2 against 1. Any way you look at it, I was the winner. He continued with traditional sweets from Kyoto. I don't know what world you're living in where that counts as a win. She dismissed any argument, savoring her parfait. Next time, it'll be my victory, don't doubt that. After finishing all his food, he stole a strawberry from Shizuka's parfait. Hey, you brat. Haven't you eaten enough already? She tried to grab the strawberry back, but Desmond was quicker. Never waste free food. True to himself, he felt satisfied after annoying Shizuka by stealing her strawberry. I think you're the only one who, after being beaten and left on the verge of death, is back to normal with just a few hours of sleep. She regretted that the experience hadn't matured him. No idea. There are all kinds of people in the world, so it's hard to say. He replied confidently. Once they were done with breakfast, Shizuka paid the bill, and they left the cafe. Alright, I've done my part, so I'm heading back to the hotel. He turned and began walking toward his room, eager to hug his comfy futon. At your age, not like an old man. I have no interest in sightseeing or anything like that. Plus, I have to work this afternoon in Tokyo. Upon waking up, Desmond saw a message on his phone from his current client, asking him to meet at a hospital in Tokyo, where he and another person would be waiting to discuss his next job. Until then, Desmond was free. You should at least ask for a day off. I agree, but that woman's a witch, I feel better keeping my distance from her. Meanwhile, Lady sneezed in another part of the world. Is someone talking about me? Back with Shizuka, she found it curious how Desmond couldn't defy that woman named Lady. It wasn't the first time Desmond had shown his dislike for her, describing her as a witch who only cared about money. If you're still going to Tokyo in the afternoon, why not use this time to experience life as a high school student? She tried to encourage him to make fun memories he could cherish later. I'll pass on that idea. He declined, crossing his arms. Shizuka sighed inwardly, but after a moment, an idea struck her. If you don't have plans, why not come with me? I'm not a fan of monitoring other students and all that. As a teacher, Shizuka's job still involved looking after the students at Sobya High, but of all the students here, Desmond is the most problematic. The other teachers are enough, and the other students are way less problematic than you. Why, thank you. You're making me blush. Desmond averted his gaze, pretending to be a shy maiden. That wasn't a compliment. She shook her head quickly. So, what do you say? Want to come with me? I promise it'll be fun, and in case you're wondering, Kyoto isn't just a city of tourist spots. Students are prohibited from straying too far from the designated area during the trip since it could be dangerous, though in Desmond's case, his mere presence is a deterrent. Any thug would regret trying to mess with this guy. Let's go. He replied immediately, with little hesitation. Shizuka shares many hobbies with Desmond. But there's one condition. He sighed in disappointment. It's nothing serious, just that you need to act like a normal student. Shizuka wants Desmond to enjoy himself, but in a way that's typical for a guy his age. But I'm the most ordinary guy you'll ever find. Your idea of ordinary is out of this world. So, what should I avoid doing? Being yourself. That just raises more questions than it answers. Desmond thought about it, but didn't quite get what she meant. Just act normal, without doing all the things you usually do. It's a bit tough, but I guess I can manage. Not that Desmond is some kind of maniac who can't practice restraint. Right? Settled, then. Let's head downtown. There are a few places to check out, like some arcades. Like any other city, Kyoto has some popular spots for young people looking to have fun. You just wanted someone to go with, right? Shizuka, who had started walking, froze, avoiding Desmond's gaze. As if. I just wanted to make sure you have fun. She began to whistle, feigning innocence. She'd already seen a few places she wanted to visit while in Kyoto, but as a teacher, she has a role to uphold. Technically, if she's supervising a student, she'd be killing two birds with one stone. You could have just said that from the start. He shrugged, not opposed to the idea of going with her. She could have just said she wanted to have some fun. Once they'd both agreed, they just needed to leave the tourist area, hop on a half-hour bus ride to a nearby train station, and then take a few more minutes to reach their destination. Of course, that idea didn't occur to the demon hunter. Alright, let's go. I'll drive. Desmond was about to summon Kurox, his trusty devil arm, a sleek black motorcycle, but Shizuka stopped him. What do you think you're doing? Using Kurox to get downtown. He said innocently. What part of acting like a normal student don't you understand? Is it weird? Of course, it is. No one just makes a motorcycle appear out of thin air. So, how are we going? We'll take a bus and then a train. Desmond's expression turned to one of distaste and boredom, but then he broke into a grin. In that case, I just need to blend in like a normal person, right? Exactly. Shizuka nodded, noting Desmond's cooperation. Alright, give me a few minutes. I'll be right back. Desmond started to walk away, turning the corner and disappearing from Shizuka's sight. What's he up to now? She wondered to herself. In the short time they've lived together and from their interactions, she knows Desmond isn't the kind of guy who breaks his word, so he wouldn't run off or do something stupid. With nothing else to do but wait, she started scrolling through some manga and anime news on her phone for about 5 minutes. After that short wait, a blue motorcycle parked in front of her. Alright, problem solved. Desmond, with a cheerful smile, hopped off the bike. I told you that. Her words stopped as she realized that Desmond hadn't just painted Kurox another color. He was riding a different model entirely, a Honda GB350. Did you steal it? Hey, why is that your first assumption? Desmond protested. As if someone would just hand you a motorcycle because you asked. No sane person would lend or rent a motorcycle to a student. Actually, that's kind of what happened. What went down was, as soon as Desmond left Shizuka, he started wandering through the neighborhood, thinking of ways to avoid an uncomfortable, slow trip. But as time passed without any ideas, he gave up and was about to return to Shizuka. There's no way anyone would just lend me a vehicle if I asked. Walking back after coming up empty-handed, he noticed a guy stepping off a blue motorcycle, pulling on a balaclava, and pulling out a gun before hurrying into a store. Even an idiot could tell what was about to go down. But the sight only brought a grin to Desmond's face. Bingo. Inside the store, the owner threw his hands up the second the robber entered, gun aimed at him. All the money, no tricks, or you're going straight to hell. Under threat, the shopkeeper started emptying the register, cursing his bad luck. I'll be borrowing your ride, I'll return it later. When all hope seemed lost for the poor man, a third voice startled them both. But as the robber turned around, he was met with a headbutt straight to the face. The robber's eyes rolled back from the impact, and he dropped like a sack of bricks, his body twitching on the ground. I heard in Kyoto this is how you greet people. Well, never mind. Ignoring the situation, Desmond searched the robber until he found the motorcycle keys. You might want to call an ambulance. It took a few seconds for the store owner to process the words of the student who had walked in and saved him from being robbed. You mean the police? Right? Maybe I went a little overboard. Desmond said, nodding toward the guy on the floor. The robber's body was still twitching, as though the headbutt had done some internal damage, not enough to kill him, but enough to leave him with a lesson he wouldn't soon forget. With nothing left to do, Desmond headed out with his newly borrowed vehicle. He might return it someday. But just as he was leaving the shop, the man he saved called out to him. Can I at least know your name? It would be rude not to thank the person who saved him, but it took the man a while to really process what had just happened. I'm just a regular student. With that, he walked out of the store, whistling a happy tune. The shopkeeper, left stunned, called an ambulance and the police. From now on, any student will get a discount at my store. That was his decision as thanks to that mysterious boy. A happy ending, all thanks to a guy who just wanted to act like a normal student. And that's what happened. So, in summary, you stopped a robbery just because you wanted to borrow a vehicle from a thief? Correct. Shizuka let out a long sigh. I want to scold you for this, but morally, I just can't. We got a free ride, I don't see the downside. He tilted his head. You'll return that motorcycle to the police, obviously. I have no problem with that. He shrugged. With both in agreement, they could finally head toward the downtown, plus Shizuka wasn't exactly a fan of taking the bus and train to get there. But before Desmond could get on the motorcycle, Shizuka stopped him. You know, Desmond, students don't drive, especially not without a license. And do you have a license? He asked mockingly. Shizuka did have a driver's license, but it was for a four-wheeled vehicle. Don't underestimate me, brat. She pulled out a new license she'd gotten just before going to Kyoto. I'm not handing over Kuroks to you. That wasn't. Forget it, I'll drive for now. She dropped the topic and climbed on first. Since she drives Kuroks to school every morning, she decided to get a license to avoid any issues with the police. Are you sure you're okay with this? Don't underestimate me, I'm a great driver. If you say so. Without further debate, Desmond sat behind Shizuka. Hey. Where do you think you're putting your hands? Desmond's arms wrapped around Shizuka's waist, a bit too close to her chest. I have to hold on, don't I? He said teasingly. Don't take advantage of the situation. I'm just following traffic rules, it's what any ordinary student would do. TCH. Shizuka cursed at him. If your hands move, I won't hesitate to throw you off mid-ride. It's a risk I'm willing to take. With both on the same page, Shizuka began to drive. Chapter 13, Date with Shizuka, Part 2. If you were going to drive that slow, I should have just done it myself. Desmond got off the motorcycle and stretched his arms, looking a bit bored since Shizuka drove like a grandma. There's something called a speed limit, you know. She also got off the motorcycle once they parked. If no one sees us, there's no proof we broke the speed limit. Don't use such simple excuses. It's true. The cops have chased me a few times, but they never catch me. Don't confess with a smile that you're a wanted criminal. She sighed. For just going over the speed limit? I don't think the police are going to put in much effort to catch me. He said proudly, with a smirk. Just as Desmond said, he's been chased down highways and through city streets more than once, but they've never caught him. A female traffic cop even tried to catch him once, but she didn't succeed either. Don't blame me when the police ask for my testimony about your crimes. She wouldn't hesitate to cooperate with law enforcement. I doubt a cell could hold me. He cracked his knuckles as if to prove his point. And that's the scariest part. It would be pointless for the police to catch Desmond. How could they possibly contain him? Superhuman strength, inhuman reflexes, and terrifying regeneration abilities. Even if they managed to get him to prison, it would only be a matter of time before Desmond got bored and decided to stroll right out. After all, it's not like there's an organization in Japan specifically for dealing with demons, right? Setting aside the fact that I'm a wanted criminal. Where to next? Currently, downtown Kyoto stands out from other Japanese cities. Here, modernity and tradition coexist in perfect harmony. Its various streets are constantly alive, with fashion shops, boutiques, and shopping centers filled with all kinds of products, inviting people to explore and discover. Amid the modern options, there are also numerous recreational spots, like arcades, batting cages, and golf centers, popular hangouts for high school and college students. These lively places reflect Kyoto's youthful energy. Yet tradition is still present in the heart of the city. Just steps away from modern businesses, temples and shrines attract both foreign tourists and locals, reminding them of the city's rich spiritual heritage. There are still tea shops, traditional bookstores, and small corners that invite people to immerse themselves in the local culture, many of which have been managed by generations of families, preserving the essence of Kyoto through the decades. In this way, Kyoto remains a city deeply connected to its history, yet dynamic, a unique blend of old and new. But all this information, which Shizuka took care to explain to Desmond, was completely ignored by the young demon hunter. I'm starting to think my explanation was pointless. She lamented silently. Since it's still only 11 a.m., let's go hit some balls. In high school and middle school, Shizuka had visited this kind of place more than once, so she had plenty of experience. That sounds interesting. Seeing that Desmond seemed on board with the idea, Shizuka led the way, and after just 5 minutes of walking, they arrived. Once inside the facility, she paid for both of them, and they entered the batting cages, where they noticed the sound of the pitching machines and bats striking the balls. They weren't the only ones there. Crowds weren't a problem, thanks to the nets that separated each space, preventing any accidents between players. Plus, these nets ensured that the balls didn't go flying off in other directions. I thought the place would be empty. Desmond looked at the bats and the machine that pitches the balls with curiosity. It's pretty common for places like these to be busy, actually. We're lucky it's not completely packed. The batting cage isn't very big, but it's well lit, and the floor is covered with a rubber-like surface to prevent slipping, like all the other safety measures to reassure users there won't be any issues. Well, For normal people, at least. With such durable materials, even top baseball professionals could use this place to practice. How does this machine work? You just set the speed and the number of balls, it's not that hard. Having more experience, Shizuka took charge of setting up the machine. Desmond watched the other young people having fun with their friends, a kind of experience he'd never had. Do you want to start? You go first. I've never done anything like this. He sat back to watch, relaxed. If Desmond messed up, Shizuka would tease him, so he preferred to get a better sense of how to do it. His pride had already taken a hit yesterday and was still recovering. I don't mean to brag, but I'm pretty good at this, so I won't miss a single pitch, she said confidently. Without further ado, Shizuka grabbed a wooden bat and positioned herself to begin. Desmond might be good at a lot of things, but I doubt he can beat my years of experience. She nodded to herself. Once the time Shizuka set was up, the machine sent a fast pitch her way, but with ease, she hit the ball, sending it flying to the farthest edge of the net. I'm just getting started. With enthusiasm and skill, Shizuka played perfectly over the next few minutes, not missing a single ball. Phew, that was relaxing. Shizuka walked over to Desmond, resting the bat on her shoulder as if to show off her skill. Was it that fun? At first, Desmond watched her, but after a while, he couldn't see the appeal. Of course it was. You're honestly strange. If you say so. Desmond's expression showed some doubt about the whole idea of hitting a ball with a wooden stick. Desmond got up and took the bat Shizuka extended toward him. Don't worry if you miss, just give it your best. Words of encouragement from a teacher to her student, though in seconds, she would regret saying them. Desmond positioned himself correctly, holding the bat with both hands, imitating what he'd seen, ready to swing. A totally normal situation, but the result was anything but. Wait a minute. Did I just tell him to give it his all? As the ball zoomed toward Desmond, Shizuka's mind spun, realizing what she had just set in motion. It was already too late to stop him. What would happen if someone with his strength hit a simple baseball? Desmond's senses picked up on the speed of the ball, and in his mind, there was no way to miss. With all his strength, he gripped the bat with determination, and, with a powerful swing, the ball collided with the bat. It was as if time stood still. The impact was so strong that the ball seemed to momentarily warp before shooting toward the horizon. The sound of the hit echoed with such intensity that the ground seemed to shake. Not even a professional player could have pulled off a feat like that. The action caught everyone's attention, but before they could process what had happened or understand the source of the booming sound, another noise tore through the air, capturing their focus. Everyone's gaze fixed on the origin of the sound. The safety net, straining to its limit to keep the ball from escaping, began to give way under the projectile's overwhelming force. And as if the situation wasn't intense enough, a thin stream of smoke started to rise due to the friction between the ball and the net. After a few seconds that felt like an eternity, the noise faded away. The net had warped, and the ball had heated up so much that it had fused to the net. See, Shizuka, you were right. This is fun. Now, for the next one. Desmond readied himself, now intent on making the ball pierce through the net and fly as far as possible. Meanwhile, Shizuka's was the only face showing panic, while the others looked on with curiosity and surprise. We're leaving. She grabbed Desmond's hand and quickly dragged him out of the place. Why the rush? I haven't even gotten through the net yet. You're not supposed to break through the net with the ball. Once they were far enough from the place, she felt calmer. What's the goal, then? I want to believe you're joking, but it doesn't seem like it. She shrugged and sighed. You're weird. I don't want to hear that coming from you. How does he use all his strength just to hit a ball? And his common sense? You told me to give it my all, so I did. Desmond looked at her like she was the clueless one. I didn't but still. In the end, she didn't know how to respond. After all, she did tell him those words. I guess I'm the only fool here. So, shall we go somewhere else? I don't think they'll let us back in. Desmond started walking, showing little interest in the incident. It's obvious they won't let us back in. Calm down, Shizuka, you knew from the start that dealing with this guy would be trouble. After calming herself, she began leading the way to other places she had in mind. This time, remember to hold back. I don't want you causing more problems. You're no fun. Just act like a normal person. Fine, fine. He nodded reluctantly. With Desmond's agreement, they both entered a large arcade filled with both retro and modern games. This place is huge. The lights and video game machines captured Desmond's attention. And you haven't seen anything yet. We can also play bowling, billiards, darts, and more. She said excitedly, like a teenager. Shizuka had already planned on coming to this place, where she'd be like a kid in a candy store, though at her age, it'd be a little odd to see her having fun here alone. So, with Desmond as company, It was the perfect setup to avoid standing out too much, though that plan had already failed back at the batting cages. Let's start with some arcade games. You'll be amazed by the huge variety and types they have here. I'm starting to think you're enjoying this more than I am. Haha, as if. Shizuka avoided his gaze and quickly walked over to the arcade area. A large hall housed an impressive array of video game machines, from retro classics to more modern simulators. Japanese technology should never be underestimated. Shizuka, care to compete against me in a race? He asked arrogantly. True to form, Desmond quickly found some racing simulators, hopping onto one that looked like a motorcycle. Don't cry once I leave you in the dust. She, on the other hand, climbed into a car racing simulator. With both machines linked together, they could race in a single game. Here, don't think it's free. Shizuka tossed him a 100 yen coin, which he caught without even looking. After quickly selecting their vehicles and track, the race between them began. It turned into an intense competition, with both players giving it their all, ending in what seemed like a photo finish. Or so it would have been, if reality hadn't played out with Shizuka scoring a crushing victory over Desmond, who repeatedly found himself plummeting off cliffs, crashing into walls on curves, and bumping into other vehicles. Haha, you really suck at this game. She puffed out her chest in victory. I guess Kurox is an exception. He lamented to himself. With his devil arm linked to him, his driving with it was flawless, allowing him to pull off maneuvers even pros wouldn't dare attempt. But if he tried the same with a conventional motorcycle? Well, the game's results spoke for themselves. I'm just glad I was the one driving us here. Don't say it like I'm terrible at driving. But you are. She patted Desmond's head, as if consoling a little kid. I want a rematch. You won't win, you know, I'm an expert. She said proudly. If she wants me to take things seriously, then I'll give her just that. He thought with a sinister smile. Chapter 14, Date with Shizuka, Part 3. Desmond's gaze wandered around, finally landing on something that caught his eye in the distance. Let's play a round of ping-pong. I give up. She raised both hands, and if she could, she'd wave a white flag. Desmond scored an instant win just by suggesting the game. You're not even going to try? I value my life too much to play against you. She shook her head quickly. The memory of the safety net nearly snapping from the force of Desmond's swing still lingered, so playing ping-pong with him was out of the question. And here I was planning to go easy on you. Your face says otherwise. Since Shizuka had started bragging, Desmond's expression was anything but cheerful. Games involving strength are banned, so skill-based games it is. It might be considered cheating to pick games where Desmond has little chance of winning, but Shizuka wanted to show him there were things he couldn't do, as he was always overly confident, assuming he could win any challenge. However, after hearing about what happened the night before, Shizuka realized Desmond had truly been close to death, only surviving by sheer luck. So, if he were ever to face a powerful demon he couldn't defeat, he'd rather fight to the end than try to escape, a choice Shizuka would never allow if she had a say. Then let's compete in that. Desmond pointed to the retro fighting games where two players could go head-to-head. You can't even win at home, and now you want to try here too? She replied with a smirk. In her apartment, Shizuka had a console with various games, so Desmond would occasionally play with her, mostly racing or fighting games. As expected, Shizuka always came out on top. There's a first time for everything. Have you even practiced since last time? Am I sensing fear? Grandma. His tone was designed to get under Shizuka's skin, and it worked. She clenched her fist as a vein pulsed on her forehead. Alright, brat, let's go. I'm going to beat you to a pulp. Shizuka said, her voice dripping with competitiveness. I'll show him just how scary I can be. Shizuka inserted the tokens, and after choosing their fighters, they started. They played 3 rounds, as they ended up tying, but in the final round, Shizuka's gaming prowess shone through. She perfectly parried Desmond's full combo, finishing him off with her special move. Is it even possible to react that fast in a game? Don't be a sore loser, Desmond. She flashed a huge smile. I don't even know how I pulled off that move. Shizuka herself was surprised at the flawless timing. How about we switch games? How about bowling this time? Noticing Desmond looked a bit down, she chose the next game to give him a chance to shine. I've heard of that. You're supposed to knock things down with a ball, right? It's something like that. Shizuka explained the basics while they walked, leaving the arcade and heading down a floor to the bowling alley that took up the entire level. Want something to eat? It was already noon, and after hours of activity, being hungry was to be expected. If you're paying, I won't complain. He replied with a grin. Who else would pay if not me? I'm broke. Not my fault. I've heard that more times than I can count. Since she was the one who invited him, she took out her wallet and paid for their game time, along with ordering some food. Don't forget to put on the shoes. What a hassle. Once they had their bowling shoes on, they headed to the resting area and started choosing the balls they'd use. Just curious. Can you lift that one easily? Shizuka pointed to the heaviest ball, typically used by experienced players who needed a lot of strength. Piece of cake, he said smugly. Desmond picked up the ball with ease and even started spinning it on his finger like a basketball. You don't have to show off, but it's a bit unreal to watch. You've seen crazier things, and this surprises you? The day they met, Shizuka nearly got killed multiple times, encountered a demonic dog, and then drove through Chiba with a demon chasing them. Just because I've seen weird things doesn't mean I think they're normal. Is this really that weird? It is. Excuse me, here's your food. A staff member brought their order, only to find Desmond casually spinning the heavy bowling ball with ease. I was starving. Desmond put the ball back to eat comfortably. Shizuka watched him with interest before she started eating too. Later on, that same staff member would attempt to replicate Desmond's trick, only to end up with a sore finger. They should put up a sign that says humans only, don't be a sore loser, Shizuka. Desmond teased as they left the arcade, laughing. After lunch and once they got started, the score between them was close, until Desmond started hitting strike after strike. He managed to adapt his throws perfectly, holding back just enough to avoid punching through the walls, and ended up achieving a perfect score. I'm not a sore loser, I'm just saying it's a bit unfair. She yawned as she said this. Tired? Not really. Well, maybe a little. She stretched lightly as she walked. After hours of moving around, any regular person would feel tired, with Desmond as the exception. It's getting late, and I still have to go all the way to Tokyo. Let's head back to the hotel. I guess you're right. Shizuka had already had plenty of fun, even more so because Desmond's company had made her day more enjoyable. Once they were out of the public eye, Desmond summoned Kurox. Hey, I told you to. You told me to act like a normal student to accompany you, but technically we're already on our way back. His tone was serious, like a lawyer defending his case. Unbelievable that you'd go to such lengths to find loopholes. Thanks for the compliment. Plus, you're tired, and letting you drive would be dangerous for me. Since when would a simple car accident be dangerous for you? You know, I'm just an ordinary, everyday student, hee hee. Desmond playfully tapped his head, sticking his tongue out. This guy is just too much. Come on, hop on. I don't have all day. Desmond got on Kurox, waiting for Shizuka. By the way, what about the motorcycle you borrowed? If the police here are doing their job, it won't be long before they find it and tow it away, so there's no problem. I can't tell if you're respecting the police or just mocking them. Maybe a bit of both. With Desmond answering her questions, Shizuka had no choice but to climb onto Kurox. Shizuka, watch where you put your hands, or I'll have to toss you off along the way. He said with a teasing tone. Unlike you, I doubt I'd come out of that unscathed. Ignoring her complaint, Desmond started driving. Didn't expect today to be this strange and fun. Shizuka thought as she felt incredibly comfortable. Unlike any other vehicle, riding Kurox smoothed out the road's roughness, making the trip peaceful and relaxing. Shizuka's arms wrapped around Desmond's waist as her head rested on his back. Should I thank you for the cozy feeling? He asked with a cheerful tone, noticing two soft things against his back. But Desmond didn't get the response he was hoping for from Shizuka. Hey, Shizuka, did you hear me? I feel like an idiot if you don't answer. Still, there was no response, only the sound of her steady breathing. You should be more honest. She had fallen asleep, and though Desmond couldn't see it, Shizuka had a peaceful, happy expression. I guess I can take the long way. Desmond made sure Kurox kept a steady speed so Shizuka could rest until they reached the hotel. In a certain simple, old apartment complex, two girls could be seen inside. Friends? Or maybe sisters? Whatever the answer, it didn't fit the situation. One of them was gripping the other tightly by the neck. The victim struggled to break free, but the hold was too strong. Slowly, panic and fear began to take over as she struggled to breathe. In the desperate eyes of the poor girl, a single word reflected. Why? She wanted to scream, call for help, or beg her sister to stop, but she couldn't. Her struggles weakened, and tears started streaming down her face. She felt her mind clouding, unable to think or do anything to stop it. Yet, in the last moments of her life, the image of someone special appeared in her mind. Chapter 15, Prelude. Hey, Shizuka, wake up. We're here. 5 more minutes. She remained far too comfortable leaning on Desmond to even consider getting up. Desmond didn't mind the situation, but since he had to meet the client, he decided to handle things quickly. Huh? Half asleep, Shizuka suddenly felt her body lose its support, as if she were falling into a void. The sensation lasted only a fraction of a second, but it was enough to jolt her awake. It's morning already. Why are you carrying me? The first thing she noticed upon opening her eyes was that Desmond was holding her in a princess carry. I made Kurox disappear, but letting you fall would have been too much, so I caught you. Genius move, right? He said smugly. Passers-by glanced at the cheerful pair, smiling at the sight. Can you put me down? The situation was enough to shake off Shizuka's sleepiness, returning her to her usual demeanor. If you say so. But don't drop me. TCH. Were you planning to let me fall again? This wasn't the first time something like this had happened. When they first met, Desmond had intentionally dropped her. No. She let out a sigh, realizing Desmond was still the same as always. Hiratsuka-sensei, what are you doing? The voice of a third party caught their attention. It was none other than Uegahama Yue. What should I say? An unusual situation, Shizuka being carried like a princess by Desmond. As a teacher, she needed to respond carefully to avoid any misunderstandings. Shizuka enjoys being carried like a princess. Desmond replied. I didn't know Hiratsuka-sensei had that kind of hobby. Before Shizuka could respond, Desmond answered nonchalantly. I don't have such hobbies. She protested, struggling to free herself from Desmond's firm grip. I'll drop you if you keep squirming. He teased with a smirk. I'll punch you if you do. You two get along so well. I'm glad it was Uegahama who found us. It was either a compliment or an acknowledgement of her student's lack of perceptiveness. Don't you have somewhere else to be? Mentally exhausted, Shizuka decided she had enough of Desmond for the day. I've got plenty of time. Probably. Just go already. Alright. Noticing she was irritated, Desmond carefully set her down. Going out to have fun again, Desmond-san? Uegahama vaguely recalled accompanying Desmond the previous night, supposedly to have fun. In reality, they had just walked around until she got tired, at which point Desmond carried her. She fell asleep and woke up the next morning in her hotel room. I wish, but I've got work to do. Do you have a job here in Kyoto? She tilted her head like a curious little animal. It's in another city since my jobs are on site. But if you've got the money, you can hire me for a modest fee. And since it's you, I'll even give you a discount. What kind of work do you do? I'm a hunter of. He's a bargain hunter. Shizuka reacted quickly, covering Desmond's mouth as she answered for him. Bargain hunter? Hey, I'm not. Desmond tried to protest, but Shizuka stopped him. Desmond shops for people and delivers their groceries to their homes, making the most of discounts on products. Oh, I see. Being so cheerful and naive, she completely believed her teacher's words. Since when am I a bargain hunter? Since today. And I'll make you work as one if you keep running your mouth. Alright, I get it. You're so extreme. They whispered back and forth. With the situation resolved, it was time for him to leave. Don't come back too late, Desmond. I'll try, but no promises. With nothing more to do, Desmond summoned Kurox, ready to leave, but there was a small problem. I forgot about you. Oh well, I'll think of a good excuse later. How did you do that? To the innocent girl, it looked like Desmond merely waved his hand, and a black motorcycle materialized out of thin air. This guy's a total idiot. All of Shizuka's efforts went down the drain thanks to Desmond's stunt. My second job is being an illusionist. If you have more questions, ask Shizuka. I'm out. Sensing an impending scolding, he quickly hopped on Kurox and sped off. Hiratsuka-sensei, is your nephew really an illusionist too? She exclaimed, full of excitement and wonder. Well, I'm not sure. Faced with her student's expectant gaze, Shizuka grew flustered, unable to answer. You'll pay for this when you get back. Mark my words. She thought, silently cursing the boy she lived with. I feel like I'm forgetting something. Now cruising down the highway leading out of Kyoto, a relaxed Desmond seemed lost in thought. Am I missing something? Without paying much attention to his driving, Desmond stood up on Kurox, double-checking that he had everything with him. Looks like I've got everything. So why? Oh. Kurox came to an abrupt stop, a move that should have sent Desmond flying since he was standing, but he didn't budge an inch. Let's go back for Alistair. Kurox made a sharp U-turn and headed back to the site of the previous day's battle. After a short ride, the devil arm came to a halt at the scene. During the fight with the two demons, Desmond had left Alistair stuck in the ground. But after the devastating attack, the sword had also been sent flying. It should be around here. Desmond began searching the spots he remembered, but came up empty. Clearing every piece of rubble is such a waste of time. Hey, Kurox, clean up a bit. Responding to the order, Kurox sped up and slammed into the debris, spinning wildly and kicking up dirt and dust all around. I guess that's another use I can give you. Sure would be nice if you could turn into a weapon. Kurox was extremely tough, a benefit that was too situational to fully exploit. Why'd you stop? Kurox had suddenly halted, almost as if it heard Desmond's thoughts. Let me tell you, you're pretty useful. You save me a ton of money. Wait, can this thing hear my thoughts? Desmond approached Kurox, ready to apologize if necessary, since he needed it to reach his new employer. But to his surprise, he spotted the familiar hilt of a sword sticking out from the rubble. As I was saying, you're the most useful devil arm I've got. After praising Kurox, Desmond grabbed Alistair by the hilt and pulled it free. Unlike the strange connection he felt with Kurox, there was nothing like that with Alistair. If there had been, he would have found it right away. I've got to admit, this sword is tough. Despite the conditions it was found in, Alistair was flawless, not a single scratch, just covered in dust. My shirt's clean, and I'd rather make a good first impression. With a horizontal slash, Desmond used Alistair to clear off all the dust. Much better. Now that he had retrieved what he came for, Desmond secured Alistair on his back. I really don't understand how this stuff works. The first time Desmond got Alistair, he was worried about how to carry it around all the time. He consulted Dante, who simply told him to put it on his back, and as if it were the most natural thing in the world, the sword stayed in place. When Desmond asked about the logic behind it, Dante, in his usual laid-back manner, replied, "Logic? I've got no clue, man. But if it works, why overthink it? Some things are just like that." I see. Desmond punched his palm. You're an idiot. An idiot? Maybe. But at least I'm not the guy stressing over how to carry a sword, right? Those simple words hit Desmond's ego like a hammer. He'd always been quick to win verbal exchanges, but with Dante, it was impossible. His carefree attitude made him unbeatable. A brief memory that crossed Desmond's mind. I wonder what that guy's doing in hell. Would it make for a good tourist spot? Pondering what hotels in hell might be like, Desmond hopped onto Kurox and headed for his original destination. According to Lady's message, I'm supposed to meet Mr. Nakano at his house. Knowing Desmond could be an idiot at times, Lady made sure to send him the exact address. I wonder what kind of trouble involves quintuplets. Imagining what 5 identical girls might look like, a police patrol suddenly began chasing him. Again? This is the third time. The distance between Kyoto and Tokyo was huge, so along the way, the police had chased Desmond multiple times, for speeding, not wearing a helmet, lacking a license plate, and now, a new one, openly carrying a weapon. After several minutes, the police patrols would give up, retreating in defeat after failing to catch him. However, the current patrol chasing him showed no signs of giving up, even starting to close the distance. Isn't she the woman I usually compete against? Inside the police car was a young woman with blue hair. Her name was Asako Kusagakure, a police officer who had once been part of a special military unit. However, due to her conduct and some mistakes, she was demoted and reassigned as an ordinary officer. The truth was that she had been digging too deep into the military high command, leading them to set her up and strip her of her position. Killing her would have been too much trouble, so they chose to demote her and transfer her to another city. Of course, she still had her connections and occasionally visited an old friend. Since that moment, Asako's life had become far more boring. Going from the action of the battlefield to filing paperwork and handing out tickets was the worst. Even the criminals she arrested were low-level thugs, nothing out of the ordinary. But everything changed one day while she was working on the highway. She encountered a motorcyclist she couldn't stop, a huge blow to her ego. How could a young guy on a bike outrun her? Since then, she had failed every time to catch this offender. Hey, guy, you'd better stop so I can cuff you and throw you in jail. And why the hell are you carrying a sword? Asako's voice came through the patrol car's loudspeaker. Any upstanding Japanese citizen would have stopped and accepted their guilt, but Desmond, being a foreigner, simply flipped her off and flashed a mocking grin. Oh, so that's how it is, huh? Fine, you asked for it. Asako floored the accelerator, matching Kurox's speed, something only possible because she'd used her savings to modify her car. How do they expect to catch Desmond with outdated vehicles and terrible engines? Of course, installing a sports car engine and making massive modifications isn't exactly legal either, is it? You're on fire today, Desmond said, locking eyes with Asako. Looks like you've got some competition, Kurox. The devil arm, as if understanding his words, began to speed up, staying just ahead of the patrol car. Is he doing this on purpose to mock me? A vein throbbed on her forehead. Asako had brought down dangerous criminals and untouchable elites, earning plenty of merit and recognition. Yet now, she couldn't catch what seemed to be a teenager on a motorcycle. You'd better give up. This time, you're not getting away. Slamming the pedal to the floor, her car roared forward, matching Kurox's pace once more. Looks like this is. Before Desmond could finish speaking, his phone rang. He answered without much enthusiasm. What do you want, lady? Where the hell are you? Desmond winced as lady's shout assaulted his eardrums. I'm on my way too. You're 5 minutes late. Every minute you waste costs me money, and that means I'll charge you even more. That's inhumane. Desmond muttered, a shiver running down his spine. Funny, since you're not even human. Now move your ass. You've got 10 minutes. If you're any later, you won't want to find out what happens next. With a chilling tone, lady hung up. Her affection for Desmond is obvious, isn't it? What kind of women does Dante even hang out with? Cursing his father's taste for troublesome women, Desmond checked the distance to his destination. Judging by his expression, it wasn't good news. At this speed, I won't make it in 10 minutes. Oh well. He smiled. Focusing his demonic energy into Kurox, the devil arm roared with excitement. Hey, blue hair. Racing you is fun, but today, I'm taking the win again. See ya. Desmond waved goodbye. Asuko barely caught his words over the rush of the wind. What does he mean? Before her eyes, she watched as the boy and his motorcycle accelerated unnaturally, vanishing from her sight in seconds. How the hell does he do that? She let out a long sigh. Realizing it was impossible to catch him now, Asuko eased off the accelerator. Another failure added to her record. But giving up didn't suit her attitude. With a fresh smile on her face, she filled herself with resolve. Do I still have credit in the bank? As she mentally mapped out upgrades for her car to catch the culprit, she turned around, ready to keep doing her job. Chapter 16, Decision. After surpassing twice the speed of Japan's fastest bullet train, Desmond shot through the remaining cities like a lightning bolt, finally reaching his destination. That really drained me. He muttered to himself, sighing in relief as he arrived just before the 10-minute deadline lady had given him. To achieve such speed in so little time, Desmond infused Kurox with a massive amount of demonic energy, unleashing the full potential of the devil arm. Good job, now rest. Though, I'm the one who's more exhausted. Desmond dismounted from Kurox near the building where his client awaited. After making sure no one was watching, he made the motorcycle vanish and walked to the building's main entrance. Residential buildings like this only allow access with a key from the owners. If you're a guest, the apartment owner must grant you entry. According to Lady, the apartment is. After a few seconds of searching for the corresponding numbers, he pressed the intercom button. Good afternoon, I've been expecting you. Please, come in, said a middle-aged man appearing on the intercom screen, responding straightforwardly. It's surprising he didn't question my appearance. I guess Lady saved me the trouble of explaining further. With permission from one of the residents, Desmond entered the building. After a short elevator ride, he walked down the hall until he reached the door where his client was already waiting. You must be Desmond. Please, come in. Excuse me, he said, remembering the manner Shizuka had taught him and not forgetting to thank his host as he entered. As expected, the place was a large, luxurious, and well-furnished apartment. Once they reached the main living room, Desmond noticed another young man, about his age, seated on the sofa. Good afternoon, said the young man with a slight bow. Don't be so formal, it makes me feel weird. Desmond replied, a bit uncomfortable. The overwhelming luxury of the place made him feel out of place. I wasn't given many details, but I hope this long trip was worth it. All Desmond wanted was to sleep for hours. It was obvious from his tone that he was uninterested, especially since no one had explained the nature of his job. Customs must be very different abroad. The man remarked sincerely. More than that, I just don't put much weight on it. Besides, I can sense the anxiety from both of you, Desmond said monotonously as he casually sat on the sofa. I'm Desmond, Demon Hunter, he added, making his line of work clear as he placed Alistair beside the couch. The two men exchanged glances and nodded, their eyes lingering on the massive sword he carried. Why weren't they surprised or questioning it? Could it be related to the nature of the job they were about to propose? Allow me to introduce myself. I'm Nakano Maro. His appearance matched that of a middle-aged man with short black hair, parted to the sides. His sharp, small black eyes and serious expression exuded authority. Dressed in a suit and tie, he looked every bit the professional. And I'm Asugi Futaro. The second was a boy who seemed the same age as Desmond. He had pale skin and black hair styled in a bowl cut. His striking golden eyes stood out against his serious demeanor. He appeared to be wearing a local high school uniform. I need to know exactly what you want me to do. Otherwise, the results won't be what you're hoping for, Desmond said calmly, looking at both of them. He's very straightforward. Sounds good. Mr. Nakano nodded with a calm expression. So, Maro, what do you need from me? I doubt you called me here just to chat. Desmond's demeanor shifted, sensing that the atmosphere hinted at something difficult to discuss. He might seem like an idiot, but there are moments when he acts surprisingly mature. Asugi-kun, could you tell him what happened to you? Sure. He cleared his throat. It all started a few weeks ago when Miku injured my arm. I assume she's one of the 5 sisters, right? Asugi nodded. I had just started dating Yotsuba a few days before that incident. Desmond quickly connected the dots, realizing that the names mentioned would belong to the 5 sisters. If that girl hurt you, isn't it just jealousy? Wait, did you win over another sister too? Desmond was shocked, picturing a scenario straight out of the anime or manga his roommate often watched. Actually, it was all 5 of them. Asugi averted his gaze. What? You charmed 5 girls, and they're all sisters? Man, you're a legend. I'm your fan now, got any tips for me? Desmond joked with a grin. If you put it that way. Oh, so he must be the father of the 5 sisters. Desmond glanced at Maro. How do you resist the urge to get rid of this guy? He jumped to conclusions without hesitation. I decided to accept Yotsuba and Asugi-kun's relationship. He's shown enough aptitude to earn my trust. If I were you, I wouldn't hesitate to throw him out a window. I won't deny that thought has crossed my mind more than once. Moro replied with a dark smile. Asugi seriously considered staying far away from high-rise windows. Asugi-kun, please continue. All right. He took a deep breath. That day, I was helping Mika with some topics. Everything was normal until she suddenly grabbed my arm. At first, I thought it was a joke, but her expression and gaze completely changed. For some reason, I felt fear at that moment. Even more so when she began to exert unbearable force on my arm. I tried calling her name, and that's when she seemed to snap out of it and let go. As he mentioned, Miku seemed to be in a trance that day. During that episode, she injured Asugi, though fortunately, it wasn't a severe injury. Still, it was enough to almost fracture his arm. He had to wear a bandage afterward. A girl like Miku shouldn't have the strength to break a boy's arm. Yet, she wasn't the only one to exhibit such strange behavior. I don't think simple jealousy explains this. And judging by your expression, this isn't the end of it. You're right. It wasn't just Miku who behaved oddly. Something similar happened with Itsuki, Akika, and Nino as well. 4 out of the 5, huh? So, the girl you're dating didn't show any changes? Yotsuba didn't exhibit any changes. She kept her usual energetic personality. A small smile appeared on Asugi's face. Gotta give him credit for picking 1 out of 5 sisters. Any other guy would have gone for all of them. Though that's strange in itself. What incidents happened with the other girls? Nothing too severe. At times, they seemed lost in thought, and their attitudes toward me shifted. They'd act affectionate one moment and yell at me the next. I know some women, and that sounds pretty normal. I thought the same. Haha. None of the 5 sisters had ever treated him horribly, right? Asugi set aside his awkward laugh. Even so, their behavior was far too strange and unnatural, so I decided to bring it up with Mr. Nakano, thinking he might know something. Desmond turned his gaze to Mr. Nakano. I didn't take Asugi-kun's words very seriously at first. Mr. Nakano admitted. I thought it might just be a reaction to everything that had happened. But one afternoon, when I visited their home, I found Nino staring blankly at a wall. As I approached, I noticed her eyes were a different color, and her voice. It wasn't my daughter's. What did she say? Desmond asked. Mr. Nakano's expression darkened as he recalled the moment. She told me to get out of her sight or she'd kill me. Then, she shoved me with such force that I rolled across the floor several times. And I'm guessing she regained consciousness afterward. He nodded with a serious expression. At that moment, Nino approached to help her father, completely unaware that she had been the one responsible for the incident. And from that, they concluded that something paranormal might be happening to the girls, right? A normal person wouldn't associate such a case with demons but rather with the paranormal, ghosts, possessions, and the like. Maybe they should call a ghost hunter? I thought they might just be sick, but the medical exam showed nothing wrong, so I started researching online. I stumbled across some foreign forums filled with fantastical stories, but they all pointed to a local business that deals with these kinds of cases. Daddy's shop doesn't use paid advertising, so the only way people hear about it is through word of mouth, or these days, through online forums, which some might dismiss as a bad joke. This is how Shizuka eventually found DMC. Never underestimate the power of the internet. Didn't it seem too unreal to be true? Desmond knows that for many, believing in the paranormal seems like a fantasy or baseless delusion. At first, I thought so too. But after talking to Morrison, I started taking the idea of such things more seriously. Morrison handles job assignments at DMC, matching the right person to each task. Since Desmond was still in Japan for another job, Lady took over the new case and wasted no time assigning it to him. Another reason Morrison didn't give the job directly to Desmond was to let him enjoy his youth and take a break. Apparently, Morrison had already looked into his past, and Dante partially agreed with the decision. If you spoke to Morrison, why did Lady call me? If that's the case, Lady should have come to Japan and taken care of everything herself. I also spoke to the woman named Lady. She said she has an assistant in Japan who would handle everything. Since when am I Lady's assistant? Wait a second, am I even getting paid for this? Desmond's pay only goes toward his massive debt. In simple terms, he won't see a single cent of it. Realizing Lady just sees him as disposable, Desmond sighed. Putting that witch aside, do you really think something paranormal, or more specifically, a demon, might be causing the strange behavior of these 4 girls? So far, Desmond had never encountered a demon interested in controlling 4 identical sisters, which made this case highly unusual. And this time, it wouldn't be as simple as going to their location and cutting them down. Or would it? It's all I can think of. That look on my daughter's face wasn't something any normal person could have. Mr. Nakano's words were filled with concern. If someone had told him this story a few weeks ago, he'd have thought they were crazy for even considering the existence of the paranormal. I'll be honest, it's the first time I've heard of something like this. I'm used to finding demons who just want to devour their victims. While there were exceptions, Desmond's words held true in most cases. So, you don't think you can do anything? Asugi asked, clenching his fist. For the young student, this situation defied all logic. Even so, he wanted to believe the person sent to help could fix it. I never said that. Desmond replied arrogantly. You're in luck, I know someone with more knowledge on these matters. Desmond pulled out his phone and called Trish, who was always there to lend him a hand. She'd even picked out the outfit he wore to Japan, although those clothes had since been destroyed. After a few seconds, she answered. Desmond, you must be in trouble to call me at this hour. Though her words might sound annoyed, her tone was calm. More like I have a question, he said, sounding a bit tired. He had expected this job to be a straightforward demon hunt so he could leave quickly. Desmond then explained everything he knew to Trish. I see. I think I have an idea of what's going on. She reached for a certain book. Put me on speaker. I don't want your head exploding from trying to process too much at once, she said teasingly. Trish had a certain fondness for Desmond, but that didn't stop her from mocking him for his immature behavior. Desmond ignored Trish's teasing and turned on the speakerphone on his cell. And how do you plan to explain this? Thanks to a certain ghostly old woman, Desmond was fluent in Japanese, so he thought Trish would struggle with it. But I won't repeat myself, so listen closely. To everyone's surprise, Trish spoke fluent Japanese. Never underestimate a demon with too much free time. Based on what I've heard, I believe the 4 girls are possessed by the same demon, one that preys on those with unrequited love. Trish said as she flipped through her book. Is that true? Mr. Nakano asked, visibly worried. This demon is known as Kahim, who also suffered from unrequited love in her time. Considering that the boy rejected all 4 sisters to choose only one, it's likely that the 4 are being possessed to the point where their souls will be completely consumed, leaving their bodies as mere puppets for the demon. Trish's tone remained serious throughout. With little else to do, Trish had delved into Japanese demonology and was now able to provide Desmond with potentially useful information. Is there a way to save them? This time, it was Asugi who spoke. The 5 girls were important to him. The situation is unusual. Normally, they would have killed the person responsible for their unrequited love. But since they're sisters, their bond is too strong to break. However, given the trance-like state they've described, it's possible their minds and souls are resisting. I just can't guarantee how long that will last. What can we do? Asugi asked anxiously. For now, you need to separate that girl from her sisters. She's likely to become the next victim. To Trish, it was obvious the girls were possessed, and it was a mistake on Mr. Nakano and Asugi's part not to notice sooner. As the two absorbed the information, Desmond began talking to Trish. You've had a lot of free time, huh? Is that how you say thank you, Desmond-kun? Fine, fine. But don't call me that. It feels weird. While Desmond and Trish chatted casually, Asugi had a bad feeling. He pulled out his phone and called his girlfriend. Seconds passed, but the call wouldn't connect, no matter how many times he tried. Is Yotsuba in class? Seeing his son-in-law's expression, Mr. Nakano began imagining scenarios of his own. She should have finished her club activities by now, she's probably home with the others. Asugi replied, sounding uneasy. Are you idiots? Trish snapped. She's in the most danger out of everyone. From what you've said, the 4 must be close to being fully possessed. The first thing they'll do is kill the girl who took their beloved from them, and then they'll come after you. And now that she's alone, it's the perfect chance to get rid of her. Trish let out a slight sigh. She couldn't believe some people could be so idiotic, but it wasn't like she could do anything about it. After hearing this, both Asugi and Mr. Nakano felt a sinking dread. In their minds, They couldn't help but picture Yotsuba's lifeless body. Desmond, there's no time. Get over there and do what you have to do. Trish ordered. The message was clear, do whatever it takes. Alright, time to work. Desmond stood up from the couch and stretched briefly. Without further discussion, he pocketed his phone and secured Alistair to his back. What lay ahead was just another day for Desmond, exterminate a demon. And if the 4 girls were already controlled, there was no choice but to eliminate them. Wait. Mr. Nakano said quickly before Desmond left. If possible, please save them. You know you're asking for the impossible. If they're fully possessed, there's nothing to save. The only thing left is to end their suffering. Desmond replied in a monotone voice. Desmond wasn't heartless, he was no stranger to the pain of losing a loved one. But in this case, Mr. Nakano was at fault for not acting sooner. Though, who could have guessed the girls were possessed? Asugi stepped closer to his future father-in-law and bowed as well. Please, save them. At this point, Asugi had no doubt that everything about this situation was real. I can't promise anything, but if the situation calls for it, I think you can guess the outcome. Letting 4 possessed girls run free would undoubtedly mean several deaths. Hearing those words, Mr. Nakano's blood ran cold. How could he face his late wife if 4 of his daughters died? Even so, he didn't hesitate to say everything he wanted, eventually nodding to Desmond's words. Meanwhile, Asugi looked at his future father-in-law in shock, unable to believe what he had just said. Moro-san, you can talk later. Desmond clapped his hands, cutting them off. Not wanting to waste any more time, Desmond was eager to head to their destination. But there was one problem, he had no idea where it was. First of all, I have no clue where the 5 girls are. You know the way, don't you? He asked, looking at Asugi. Asugi nodded hesitantly, sensing that Desmond's tone wasn't just asking for directions. That works for me. Without another moment to spare, Desmond grabbed Asugi by the arm and leaped through a nearby open window. Mr. Nakano could only watch in astonishment. If not for Lady's words from the day before, he wouldn't have known what to do. But now, all he could do was sit and hope for good news. From his position, there was nothing else he could do. Meanwhile, Desmond and Asugi were in freefall from a building over 10 stories high. The poor young man screamed in terror, a perfectly natural reaction to the situation. Elevators are overrated, Desmond said cheerfully. Asugi, however, couldn't comprehend what had just happened. One moment, they were in Mr. Nakano's apartment, and the next, they were plummeting towards certain death. Another thing off my bucket list. Jump out of a tall building? Check. Kurox? Without hesitation, he called on his trusted devil arm. Saying its name wasn't necessary, but in moments like these, it felt undeniably epic, a habit born from hours of watching anime with Shizuka. Upon being called, Kurox immediately appeared beside them. Desmond pulled Asugi towards him, and they both mounted Kurox. The motorcycle easily adhered to the building's wall. Before reaching the ground, Kurox jumped off the wall, landing firmly on the runway and accelerating at great speed. Destination, the quintuplets apartment. Chapter 17, Nakano Sisters. Thank you so much for your help, Nakano-san. Don't worry about it. I had fun. Yotsuba Nakano, a lively girl with short hair tied back with a green ribbon, decided to stay behind after school instead of heading home. She helped the volleyball club, who needed an extra player for their practice. I was really lucky to run into you since the local tournament is coming up soon. With one of our members missing today, it would have been hard to train without someone as skilled as you. I'm not that skilled, hee, she replied, scratching the back of her head modestly. Are you sure you don't want to join our club? Thanks to Yotsuba's athletic talent, several sports clubs had tried to recruit her, but she politely declined their invitations. Still, whenever she had free time, she often helped out different sports clubs. I don't think I have much time to dedicate to a club, she said with a faint blush. Since she started dating Asugi, the two would usually walk home together after school. But today, with Asugi tied up with something, Yotsuba had a bit of extra time to help the volleyball club. I see. Well, if you change your mind, the volleyball club will always welcome you. After chatting a bit more about the practice, Yotsuba headed to the locker room to shower. Japanese schools are well equipped to meet students' needs, and the gym facilities include spacious locker rooms and showers for students participating in extracurricular sports activities to freshen up. As the hot water ran over her pale, smooth skin, Yotsuba let out a soft sigh, savoring the relaxing sensation. Her hands unconsciously slid to her chest, feeling the warmth of her own touch. Why do they feel bigger? She murmured, a hint of curiosity in her tone. Though she knew her body had already matured, the thought made her smile shyly, a soft blush coloring her cheeks. Shaking off the idea, She let the water wash away not just her thoughts but also her tension. A few minutes later, she stepped out of the shower, wrapped in a towel that clung delicately to her figure. Moving with an unhurried precision, she got dressed in her school uniform. "See you later, girls." "Bye, Nakano-san." The volleyball club members called out cheerfully as she left. Unlike any of her sisters, most of the girls at school found Yotsuba easy to talk to thanks to her cheerful, energetic demeanor. "I wonder what Asugi-san is up to." As she walked, tilting her head in thought, she couldn't help but notice that her boyfriend had been acting a little strange lately. Knowing Asugi-san, he'll probably tell me eventually. That clumsy yet kind boy, who had become her boyfriend, often made silly mistakes that Yotsuba found endearing. Recalling those moments, Yotsuba kept walking in a cheerful mood. Soon enough, she caught sight of a rather old apartment complex. "I'm home," she called out as she opened the door to her modest home, where she lived with her 4 sisters. Taking a few steps inside, she felt something was off. Yotsuba's gaze swept around the apartment, but she couldn't pinpoint anything unusual. "Am I coming down with something?" Shaking her head quickly, she walked to her room and set down her belongings. "This place has never been this quiet," she murmured, finally realizing what was making her feel uneasy. It wasn't just her apartment, the silence seemed to blanket the entire complex, as if all the neighbors had agreed not to make a sound at the same time. The apartments were usually filled with noise from all kinds of residents, elderly folks, families, office workers, young students, college kids, and children. That's why, except at night, there was never a moment when the entire complex was this quiet. But it only took a glance at the neighboring apartments to figure out the reason for the silence. Why can't I shake this feeling that something's wrong? From the moment Yotsuba walked in, something deep inside her told her she needed to leave. Quickly. Humans, although they have evolved over the years, still retain fundamental traits inherited from their predecessors, such as the survival instinct that alerts us to danger. This instinct is closely tied to the brain's ability to detect threats in its surroundings. And while Yotsuba couldn't quite grasp what was wrong at that moment, her instincts could sense it, the scent of death lingering in the air. "Girls, are you home?" She tried to brush aside those uneasy feelings and called out for her sisters to ease her mind. They should have arrived by now. Yotsuba glanced around her small apartment, but there was no sign of her sisters. "I should call them." As she moved toward her room, a figure caught her eye, sitting at the dining table. "Miku, you scared me." Yotsuba jumped slightly, her hand instinctively flying to her chest. She hadn't heard a single sound from Miku. Sitting at the table was a girl identical to Yotsuba, both wearing their school uniforms. If not for the differences in hairstyles and accessories, they would have been indistinguishable. As expected, the girl was one of Yotsuba's sisters, Miku Nakano. Did she not hear me? Seconds passed, but her sister didn't respond. "Miku?" Yotsuba stepped closer, concerned by her sister's silence. "Are you feeling okay?" Reaching out, Yotsuba touched her sister's forehead to check for a fever. But as their eyes met, Yotsuba stumbled backward in terror. Her instincts screamed at her to run, to get as far away as possible, as fear gripped her mind upon seeing her sister's eyes. Miku's irises had turned a blood-red hue, while the whites of her eyes were now pitch black. "Miku?" she stammered, her voice trembling with fear. Before Yotsuba could act, Miku moved in an instant, wrapping her hands around Yotsuba's neck. Ugh! A strength far beyond anything Miku should possess tightened around Yotsuba's throat. Among the 5 sisters, Yotsuba was the strongest and in excellent shape due to her athletic habits. Yet now, Miku was strangling her effortlessly. This can't be. The situation was so sudden that Yotsuba couldn't think or react. As the oxygen left her body, Yotsuba began to struggle, but it was futile, her vision blurred with every passing second. "I'm sorry for this." Summoning her last ounce of strength, Yotsuba delivered a powerful blow to her sister, breaking free from the chokehold. Her survival instincts had taken over entirely. Freed from the brink of death, Yotsuba collapsed to her knees, coughing violently as she gasped for the air she had been denied. "Even at death's door, will you deny me that satisfaction?" Miku's voice had changed, now deeper and harsher. "Miku," Yotsuba whispered, backing away on her knees. "Don't worry. I'll make sure to end your life for robbing this poor girl of what she held most dear." Miku's voice grew sinister. Gathering all her strength, Yotsuba forced herself to her feet and bolted toward the door. There was no time to process the situation, her body and mind reacted purely to the overwhelming fear she felt and the chilling words from her sister. "I'll get help." Before Yotsuba could reach the door and call for help, she collided with something, or rather, someone. Blocking her path was another sister, Nino Nakano, who looked identical to Yotsuba, save for her distinct accessories and slightly shorter hair. "Nino, Miku is sick. Maybe Miku is sick, I need to get help. That was Yotsuba's initial thought as she tried to convey her concern to Nino. Even in a situation like this, Yotsuba's first instinct was to prioritize her sister's health. But her words didn't fully leave her mouth. Why? Yotsuba froze as she noticed the same eerie look in Nino's eyes. Before she could react, Nino slapped Yotsuba. What should have been a light slap sent her flying into the wall. Ah! She cried out in pain. The impact was thunderous as Yotsuba crashed against the wall, coughing up blood upon impact. There was no way she could emerge unscathed after a blow like that, even with her superior physical condition. Don't think you can escape, Nino declared, advancing toward Yotsuba. At the same time, Itsuki and Akika, the two missing sisters, walked through the apartment door. The 5 girls looked identical, all wearing the same school uniform, but no. The differences were now more than just the length of their hair or their accessories. The uniforms of Itsuki, Akika, and Nino were covered in blood. Did they visit a butcher shop? Or perhaps they turned their neighbors into butchered meat? In the other apartments, only lifeless bodies remained. There were no survivors, no elderly women, no children, no one left alive. The worst part was that none of them died quickly. It seemed like the perpetrators had relished in their suffering. What might have been the last thoughts of a mother watching her child perish in front of her, unable to do anything as her limbs were shattered? Helplessness, fear, hatred, and, above all, despair, knowing she couldn't protect what she loved most before joining her child in death. Our guest of honor has finally arrived, so we can't let her leave, Itsuki said, walking slowly toward Yotsuba. You disgust me. Grabbing Yotsuba by the arm, Itsuki hurled her into another wall, this time with enough force to break through it. The flimsy, old apartment building was no match for that kind of strength. Itsuki, I told you not to throw trash around, Akika said as she appeared in front of Yotsuba's crumpled body, kicking her to the other side of the room. Even though Yotsuba's body was stronger than any of her sisters, she wasn't indestructible, as her current condition proved. Her body was covered in wounds and bruises, with several fractured bones. Lifting her gaze slowly, Yotsuba could only look on helplessly as her 4 sisters approached her, unable to comprehend why they were doing this. Why? She couldn't finish her sentence, even speaking brought unbearable pain. The 4 girls stopped near Yotsuba's broken body, and Itsuki stepped in front of them. This is the first time I've seen 4 girls so miserable, and the most surprising part is that they're sisters. Even though they try to hide it and endure, the pain of their souls is impossible to conceal. The voice that came from Itsuki's body was different this time, both sinister and seductive. The demon known as Kaheim had successfully taken control of the minds of the 4 sisters, moving her consciousness between them while turning the other 3 into puppets of her will. The process hadn't been easy. Despite their weakened wills, the love they felt for their sister Yotsuba had been strong enough to resist for a while. For that reason, Kaheim took her time, planting ideas in their dreams until their resistance finally broke. Let's finish this so we can move on to the boy. The demon could have killed Yotsuba from the start, but where was the fun in that? Breaking and tormenting her was far more entertaining. Yotsuba, still conscious, didn't know what to think after hearing those words. I'll give you the satisfaction of finishing her off. After all, it was your emotions that brought me to you, Kaheim said. Miku stepped toward Yotsuba, grabbing her by the neck and lifting her as though she weighed nothing. Without hesitation, Miku began to squeeze, threatening to either strangle her or snap her neck. Will you run out of air first, or will your neck give in? Let's find out, Itsuki said, laughing with twisted pleasure. The little consciousness Yotsuba had left was consumed by fear of death. There was no way out. She didn't understand what had happened. No, she knew. Her sisters had said it repeatedly. She was going to die for being Asugi's girlfriend. Was it an unfair fate? Who could say? Yotsuba's neck began to give way as tears streamed from her eyes, her breath slipping away with each passing second. How thrilling it is to watch you die like the bitch you are, Kaheim screamed in delight. Yotsuba felt her body stop responding, the creeping sensation of death overtaking her. In those final moments, her mind drifted to the memories she shared with her sisters, from their childhood to the present day. And even now, as she faced death at their hands, she couldn't bring herself to hate them. In one's last moments, they say the most important memories surface. After the images of her sisters faded, another figure appeared in her mind, a boy with a serious demeanor who sometimes seemed clumsy but was the one she had fallen in love with. And like something out of a child's fairy tale, she wished for the impossible, a wish that made no sense and would only endanger the person she held dear. Asugi-san. Save me. That was her final thought before her tragic end. The poor girl's neck was snapped by the brutal force, and her lifeless body was tossed aside like a discarded bag of trash. There was no escape for Yotsuba. This was the inevitable conclusion. Or at least, it should have been. Seconds before her life was snuffed out, a strange sound echoed, a noise like something rushing in at high speed. Kaheim turned toward the source of the noise. Utterly unprepared for what was coming. A black motorcycle burst through the door, screeching to a halt right in front of Yotsuba. The rear wheel kicked up into the air, spinning wildly before slamming into Mika with such force that it sent her crashing through the nearby apartment walls, saving Yotsuba from her grim fate. "Demon Hunter, at your service," declared a white-haired boy.